top line, total sales or revenue. Top lines, plural of top line. Top loader, a washing machine with its door on the top. Top loaders, plural of top loader. Top loin, the tender meat from the front portion of loin of beef, usually cut into steak. Top loins, plural of top loin. Top minnow, a small viviparous freshwater Mosquitofish Gambizia finis abundant in the southern United States. Top minnows, plural of top minnow. Top notch, very good, of the highest level or quality. Top note, the most volatile parts of a perfume which are immediately perceived upon its application. Top notes, plural of top note. Top of mind, foremost in one's thoughts, of greatest concern or priority. Top of mind awareness, the awareness of a brand in a consumer who, without prompting, names that brand first when asked to list all the advertisements they recall seeing in a general product category over the past 30 days. Top of the hour, the time at or very close to the start of the next hour of time. Top of the line, the best or of the highest quality, especially among a range of products. Top of the morning, a generic, cheerful greeting said to someone in the morning. Top of the shop, 90. Top off, to fill or refill a drink etc. so that the container is completely full. Top one's boom, to depart quickly. Top oneself, to outdo oneself or do more than one's previous best. Top order, the batsmen who bat in the first few positions. Top orders, plural of top order. Top out, to reach one's highest point. Top pair, a pair consisting of one whole card and the highest ranking community card. Top pairs, plural of top pair. Top piece, the part of the heel on a shoe or boot that comes into contact with the ground. Top pieces, plural of top piece. Top priorities, plural of top priority. Top priority, alternative form of top priority. Top quark, a quark having a fractional electric charge of +2/3 and a mass of about 178,000 MeV. Top quarks, plural of top quark. Top rake, the angle that the front edge of the point of a tool is set back from the normal to the surface being cut. Top rakes, plural of top rake. Top rope, alternative form of top rope. Top roped, simple past and past participle of top rope. Top ropes, third person singular simple present indicative of top rope. Top roping, present participle and gerund of top rope. Top round, a cut of beef taken from the round or hind leg of a cow. Top rounds, plural of top round. Top scorer, a person who scores most or among the best in a specified league, team, or game. Top scorers, plural of top score. Top secret, information classified at one of the highest levels of sensitivity by a government, based on an assessment that it would cause exceptionally grave damage to national security if disclosed. Top secrets, plural of top secret. Top C, the player or team given the highest ranking in a seeded tournament, who has the most favorable draw. Top seeds, plural of top seed. Top selling, alternative form of top selling. Top sheet, a bed sheet used between a bottom sheet and a blanket. Top sheets. Plural of top sheet. Top shelf. Best or high quality. Top shell. Alternative form of top shell. Top shells. Plural of top shell. Top snail. A top shell trochee SPP etc. Top snails. Plural of top snail. Top speed. The fastest or maximum speed possible at which something can move. Top speeds. Plural of top speed. Top spot. The first position in a ranking. Top surgeon. A surgeon who performs top surgery. Top surgeons. Plural of top surgeon. Top surgeries. Plural of top surgery. Top surgery. Sex reassignment surgery performed on the chest. Top 10. A list of the 10 most popular items of a given category, especially popular songs. Top 10s. Plural of top 10. Top the charts. To be the most popular recording at a particular time. Top tier. Belonging to the top tier, elite, prestigious. Top tiers. Plural of top tier. Top to bottom. Completely, entirely. Top to bottoms. Plural of top to bottom. Top to tail. Synonym of head to toe in reversed positions. Top to toe. Synonym of head to toe. Top 2. The horizontal tube of the diamond frame of a bicycle. Top tubes. Plural of top tube. Top to refill or recharge something. Top Y. The highest possible price or payment. Top age. Of the oldest age permitted to participate in a competition and therefore ineligible to participate in its next season. Top aged. Alternative form of top age. Top armor. A top railing supported by stanchions and equipped with netting. Top armors. Plural of top armor. Top block. A large iron-bound block strapped with a hook and, when used, hung to an eye bolt in the cap, used in swaying and lowering the topmast. Top blocks. Plural of top block. Top boot. Alternative form of top boot. Top boots. Plural of top boot. Top box. Alternative form of top box. Top boxes. Plural of top box. Top case. Alternative form of top case. Top cases. Plural of top case. Top chain. A chain for slinging the lower yards in time of action to prevent their falling if the ropes by which they are hung are shot away. Top chains. Plural of top chain. Top class. Of the highest quality. Top dimensional. Having the same dimension as the ambient topological space. Top down. Of or relating to a hierarchical system that progresses from a single, large basic unit to multiple, smaller subunits. Top drain. To drain the surface of a field, farm, etc. Top drained. Simple past and past participle of top drain. Top draining. Present participle and gerund of top drain. Top drains. Third person singular simple present indicative of top drain. Top drawer. Alternative form of top drawer. Top dress. To cover a surface with loose material, especially to cover newly sown seeds with a light dressing of soil or fertilizer. Top dress. Simple past and past participle of top dress. Top dresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of top dress. Top dressing. Present participle and gerund of top dress. Top end. Synonym of high-end sophisticated or expensive. Top fermenting. Pertaining to any of numerous edible yeasts that produce, for example, ale, and whose respective fermenting actions appear to be at the top surface of the wort. Top lie. A flag flown from the top of the mast of a sailing ship. Top flags. Plural of top flag. Top lie. Of the highest rank or peak of excellence. Top grade. Of the highest quality. Top hamber. The rigging, spars, etc. stored above the deck of a ship. Top hambers. Plural of top hamper. Top hat. Alternative form of top hat. Top hat pension. An unfunded pension maintained by an employer primarily for the purpose of providing deferred compensation for a select group of management or highly compensated employees. Top hat pensions. Plural of top hat pension. Top hat plan. A scheme by which an employer offers top hat pensions. Top hat plans. Plural of top hat plan. Top hat transform. A particular operation that extracts small elements and details from images. Top hat transforms. Plural of top hat transform. Top hats. Plural of top hat. Top hatted. Wearing a top hat. Top hatting. A form of cheating at roulette in a casino by waiting for the ball to land on the winning number and then covertly placing chips on that number. Top heavy. Having a high center of gravity and liable to topple. Top heavy fraction. Improper fraction. Top heavy fractions. Plural of top heavy fraction. Top heavy with drink. Druck. Top hole. Of very high quality, tip top. Top level. Highest. Top level domain. The last component of a domain name, such as .com, .edu, .gov, .net, .org, .mil, .mobi, or any of the newer generic top-level domains, or any of the CC/TLDs. Top-level domains. Plural of top-level domain. Top levels. Plural of top-level. Top line. Alternative form of top line. Top loading. Alternative form of top loading. Topmost. Alternative form of topmost. Top notch. Alternative form of top notch of the highest quality. Top notcher. Something excellent or first rate. Top notchers. Plural of top notcher. Top of mind. Alternative form of top of mind. Top of mind awareness. Alternative spelling of top of mind awareness. Top of the line. Alternative form of top of the line. Top of the range. Synonym of top of the line. Top out. The act of topping out, reaching the top of a route. Top outs. Plural of top out. Top posts. A post on an online forum whose contents are placed above a quoted message which is being replied to. Top posted. Simple past and past participle of top post. Top poster. Someone who top posts. Top posters. Plural of top poster. Top posting. Present participle and gerund of top posts. Top posts. plural of top posts. Top priority. Of the highest level of importance. Top quality. Of the highest quality, extremely good. Top ranking. Of the highest rank. Top rope. A rope used for hoisting and lowering a topmast and for other purposes. Top roped. Simple past and past participle of top rope. Top roper. A person who top ropes. Top ropers. Plural of top roper. Top ropes. Plural of top rope. Top roping. Present participle and gerund of top rope. Top secret. Having one of the highest secrecy classifications, top secret. Top selling. Extremely popular and selling in larger quantities than other brands. Top shaped. Shaped like a spinning top. Top shelf. Alternative spelling of top shelf. Top slicing. A means of spreading a single year's chargeable event gain CG over a number of years for the purpose of calculating how much income tax is due. Top spinner. A type of ball, bowled by a leg spin bowler, that spins forward and, when bouncing off the pitch, bounces higher than expected and slows down. Top spinners. Plural of top spinner. Top tier. Alternative form of top tier. Top to bottom. And higher, thorough. Top to bottoms. Plural of top to bottom. However, that serves as an addition. Top ups. Plural of top up. Topid. Alternative form of top page. Top edit. Alternative form of top page. Topanga. A census-designated place in western Los Angeles County, California, United States. Topangan. Of or relating to Topanga. Topangans. Plural of Topangan. Topaquinan. Any of a group of quinons derived from tyrosine that are redox cofactors. Topaquinons. Plural of topaquinon. Top arc. Obsolete form of top arc. Toparchia. Alternative form of toparchy. Toparchia. Plural of toparchia. Toparchias. Plural of toparchia. Toparchic. Relating to toparchy. Toparchico. Relating to toparchy. Toparchies. Plural of toparchy. Toparchs. Plural of toparch. Toparchy. A small state consisting of a few cities or towns, a petty country governed by a toparch. Toparch. Obsolete form of toparch. Toparchs. Plural of toparch. Thodas. A person of mixed black and Portuguese descent. Totas. Alternative form of plural of toparch. Thodas. A person of mixed black and Portuguese descent. Totas. Alternative form of topaz black Catholic soldier in the British Army. Totasas. Plural of topas. Tapado. Synonym of pomato potato tomato hybrid. Tapados. Plural of tapado. Tapatopas. The Tapatopa Mountains, a mountain range in Ventura County, California, United States. Topaz. A female given name. Topaz Lake. A census-designated place in Douglas County, Nevada, United States. Topaz Ranch Estates. A census-designated place in Douglas County, Nevada, United States. Topazes. Plural of topaz. Topazane. Resembling topaz, especially in color. Topaz-like. Resembling or characteristic of a topaz. Topazali. A yellowish form of andradite. Topazolites, plural of topazolite. Top A, resembling or characteristic of a topaz. Top bar, one of a set of parallel bars at the top of a beehive to which the bees attach their comb. Top bars, plural of top bar. Top though, to star in, to be the leading actor or actress in a series, etc. Toppled, simple past and past participle of topple. Toppling, present participle and gerund of topple. Topples, third person singular simple present indicative of topple. Top boot, a high boot, generally with a band of light-colored leather around the upper part of the leg, a riding boot. Top-booted, wearing top boots. Top boots, plural of top boot. Top box, synonym of trunk storage compartment fitted behind the seat of a motorcycle. Top boxes, plural of top box. Top days, synonym of trunk storage compartment fitted behind the seat of a motorcycle, sometimes on bicycles or other vehicles. Top daces, plural of top case. Top doigt, a cloth used to cover the top of anything, such as a table or a person's torso. Top cloths, plural of top cloth. Top coat, a light overcoat. Top coated, simple past and past participle of top coat. Top coating, present participle and gerund of top coat. Top coats, plural of top coat. Top toed, an upper income threshold beyond which census responses are censored to prevent very wealthy individuals from being identified by their income. Top-coated, simple past and past participle of top-coat. Top-coats, plural of top-coat. Top-coating, present participle and gerund of top-coat. Top-puller, a proposed model of fundamental particle physics involving condensation between top quarks and antitop quarks. Top-puller, alternative spelling of top-puller. Top-cross, a hybrid produced by crossing a superior or purebred male with an inferior female. Top-cross bred, produced by breeding a superior or purebred male with an inferior female. Top crosses, plural of top cross. Top day, a barangay of Atok, Banked, Philippines. Top deck, to draw a card from one's deck and play it on the same turn. Top deck, simple past and past participle of top deck. Topicking, present participle and gerund of top deck. Top decks, third person singular simple present indicative of top deck. Top down, alternative spelling of top down. Top dress, alternative spelling of top dress. Top dress, simple past and past participle of top dress. Top dresses, third person singular simple present indicative of top dress. Top dressing, present participle and gerund of top dress. Top dressings, plural of top dressing. Tope, a surname. Tope Khana. Arsenal, Artillery Park, Ordnance Department. Topectomies, plural of topectomy. Topectomy, the excision of parts of the frontal cortex of the brain, typically for the relief of epilepsy. Toped, simple past and past participle of tope. Tovi, a pith helmet. Topias, plural of topi. Tope, alternative spelling of Tupac. Topeka, the capital city of Kansas, United States, and the county seat of Shawnee County. Topton, someone from Topeka, Kansas. Topkins, plural of Topkin. Topex, plural of Topek. Topol. A surname. Topols, plural of Topol. Topen, a dramatic form of Indonesian dance with masked, costumed performers who interpret traditional myths and fables. Topems, plural of Topeng. Topivo, a reputed hybrid between the tomato and the sweet pepper. Topipos, plural of topipo. Tober, someone who drinks alcoholic beverages a lot, a drunkard. Toperser, a surname. Toperdom, the state or condition of a toper or drunkard. Tobers, plural of tober. Tops, plural of tope. Tovit, a surname. Tovits, plural of topit. Toploi, best, A1, superior. Top-free, free to refrain from wearing a top in public, especially of women to go topless. Top freedom, the freedom to refrain from wearing a top in public. Topo, full to the top, full to the brim. Topful, full to the top. Top island, situated above the topmast and below the royal mast. Top gallant sail, squevate sail immediately above topsail, sometimes divided in two. Top gallant sails, plural of top gallant sail. Top gallants, plural of top gallant. Top gallant sail, alternative spelling of top gallant sail. Top gallant sails, plural of top gallant sail. Top rating, a corporate hiring and interviewing methodology to identify preferred candidates for a position based on detailed research and analysis of each candidate. A kind of sandstone. Tufaceous, gravelly, sandy, rough. Stony. Tafle, a Turkish musket. Tafex, plural of Tafek. Tava, a surname. Tofamber, alternative form of Topamber. Tofambers, plural of Tofamber. Topums, plural of Topum. Tatat, alternative spelling of top hat. Top has, plural of top hat, alternative spelling of top hats. Top hatted, alternative form of top hatted. Toffuli, in a toffy manner. Toffiness, the state or condition of being toffy. Toffui, alternative spelling of top heavy. Dover, a male given name, a shortened form of Christopher. Tothet, a location near Jerusalem in the valley of Gehenna where children were burned alive as sacrifice. Tophets, plural of Tophet. Tophi, plural of Tophus. Tophe, Tavs, plural of Toph. Taphos, a deposit of monosodium urate crystals in the body caused by high levels of uric acid in the blood. Tov, an antelope of the species Damoliscus corrigum sin. Damoliscus lunatus. Tove, a kind of mural decoration common in ancient Roman houses, usually featuring landscapes. Topirian, of or pertaining to topiary. Topiried, trimmed in artistic or ornamental topiary shapes. Topiaries, plural of topiary. Topiaris, one who carries out topiary. Topiarists, plural of topiarists. Topiary, of or relating to art of topiary. Topias, plural of topia. Topic. Subject, theme, a category or general area of interest. Topic A. The main topic of current interest. Topic map. A representation of knowledge consisting of a graph of topics representing any concept, from people, countries, and organizations to software modules, individual files, and events, associations which represent the relationships between them, and occurrences which represent relationships between topics and information resources relevant to them. Topic maps, plural of topic map. Topic of conversation, something currently talked about. Topic sentence, a sentence at the beginning of a paragraph indicating the general matter to be discussed later in that paragraph. Topic sentences, plural of topic sentence. Topito, relating to a particular topic or subject. Topicalization, alternative spelling of topicalization. Topicalize, alternative spelling of topicalize. Topicalize, alternative spelling of topicalized. Topicalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of topicalize. Topicalizing, present participle and gerund of topicalize. Topicalities, plural of topicality. Topicality, the condition of being topical. Topicalization, the placing of the topic of a sentence at the beginning. Topicalizations, plural of topicalization. Topicalize, to place the topic of a sentence at the beginning. Topicalize, simple past and past participle of topicalize. Topicalizer, a word or construct that serves to topicalize. Topicalizers, plural of topicalizer. Topicalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of topicalize. Topicalizing, present participle and gerund of topicalize. Topically, in a topical manner. Topicals, plural of topical. Topicities, plural of topicity. Topicity, the stereochemical relationship of substituents to a molecule and to each other. Topic, obsolete form of topic. Topics, plural of topic. Topicus, without a topic. Topiclessness, absence of a topic. Topics, plural of topic. Topic-wise, by topic, one topic at a time. Topic-worthiness, the quality of being topic-worthy. Topic-worthy, appropriate as a topic of discussion. Although, a constable, minor official, or altar server in certain Native American communities. Topfile, archaic form of topple. Topfiles, plural of topile. Tothemerit, misspelling of toperamate. Tothinambru, alternative form of tubinamba. Tothinamber, synonym of Jerusalem artichoke. Topinambers, plural of topinamber. Topinambus, plural of topinambu. Tothinch, to pinch severely. Tope, present participle and gerund of tope. Topiramate, an anticonvulsant drug used in the treatment of epilepsy. Topiroxostat, a xanthine oxidase inhibitor used to treat gout and hyperuricemia. Tovies, plural of topi. Topoisomerase, alternative form of topoisomerase. Topoisomerases, plural of topoisomerase. TOPEX, acronym of Tokyo Stock Price Index. Topixantrone, a particular anthrapirazole antibiotic. Topvec, alternative form of Topcac. Topday, a sardent. Topgex, plural of topkick. Tavmai, a decorative knot of hair on the crown of the head, sometimes having ribbons or feathers. Topknot pigeon, a large pigeon, Lophilamus antarcticus, native to eastern Australia. Topknot pigeons, plural of topknot pigeon. Topknots, plural of topknot. Topknotte, having a top knot. Topless, whacking a top. Topless radio, a radio talk show format popular in the 1970s, focusing on intimate sexual discussion with callers. Topless is, plural of topless. Toplessly, without wearing a garment covering the top half of the body. Toplessness, the state of being topless, not covering one's torso with garments. Top level, alternative form of top level. Top levels, plural of top level. Toplizny, a commune of Buzău County, Romania. Topless, the outer lowermost portion of the heel of a shoe or boot. Topless, plural of topless. Toplight, a lantern or light on the top of a vessel. Toplighted, synonym of toplet illuminated from above. Toplighting, the lighting of a scene or location from above. Toplights, plural of toplight. Toplie, resembling or characteristic of a spinning top. Topline, the upper curvature of a horse's or dog's withers, back, and loin. Toplined, simple past and past participle of topline. Topliner, one who is billed as the primary entertainer. Topliners, plural of topliner. Toplines, plural of topline. Toplining, present participle and gerund of topline. Topless, a surname. Topless, a surname. Topless, a list of websites on a certain topic or in a certain category, ranked by the number of visitors they receive. Topless, plural of topless. Topless, illuminated from above. Toplita, a city in Harghita County, Romania. Toploading, loaded by inserting items at the top. Diploftico, haughty, hoity-toity, superior. Toplofty, comparative form of toplofty, more toplofty. Toploftiest, superlative form of toplofty, most toplofty. Toplofty, in a toplofty manner. Toploftiness, the quality of being toplofty. Toplofty, self-important, haughty. Top maker, a person or company in the business of top making. Top makers, plural of top maker. Top making, the processing of wool into top bundles of combed slivers with the noils removed. Topman, the man stationed in the top on a sailing vessel, responsible for the setting of the sails. Topmast, the highest mast in a fore and aft trade ship. Topmasts, plural of topmasts. Toppen, plural of topmen. Topino, any of the ray-finned fish in the taxonomic family Fungulidae. Topminos, plural of topmino. Topmos. At or nearest to the top, uppermost, being the very highest. Topme, a hard clam of an intermediate size, larger than a little neck, but smaller than a cherrystone. Topmex, plural of topmech. Hotness, a quantum number of quarks and hadrons, determined by the number s of top quarks and antiquarks present. Symbol T. Top-notch, alternative form of top-notch of the highest level. Top-notcher, alternative form of top-notcher. Top-notchers, plural of top-notcher. Topo, a topographic map. Topo, place, area, or region. Topoanalysis, plural of topoanalysis. Topoanalysis, the study of human identity as it relates to the places in people's lives. Topoanalytic, relating to topoanalysis. Topoanalytical, relating to topoanalysis. Topoanalytically, in terms of or by means of topoanalysis. Topography, underwater topography. Topobathymetric, topological and bathymetric. Topobiological, relating to topobiology. Topobiologically, in terms of or by means of topobiology. Topobiology is science of biological form. Topocadastral, topographic and cadastral. Topocentric, relative to an observer, that is, relative to a point on the surface of the Earth, set of a frame of reference of a coordinate system or the like, or of motion or position within such. Topocentrically, in a topocentric manner. Topochemical, describing or affected by the orientation of molecules. Topochemically, in terms of or by means of topochemistry. Topochemistry, the chemistry of the actions that are dependent on or change the topology of the reactants. Topocidal, of or relating to topocide, place destroying. Topocide, the annihilation of a place. Topi, a census-designated place in Mohave County, Arizona, United States. Topoclimate, a climate that is local to a particular topography. Topoclimates, plural of topoclimate. Topoclimatic, relating to a topoclimate. Topoclimatical, alternative form of topoclimatic. Topoconductor, a type of material that can observe and control Majorana particles in a quantum computer. Topoconductors, plural of topoconductor. Topocuvirus, any virus of the genus Topocuvirus. Topocuviruses, plural of topocuvirus. Topocyte, a place cell. Topocytes, plural of topocyte. Topodiversity, topological diversity, diversity from place to place. Topographic, describing regions that have a specific soil type. Topoelectrical, relating to the effect of the topology of an insulator or conductor and its electrical properties. Topogenesis, morphogenesis of protein tertiary structure. Topogenic, relating to topogenesis. Topogynous, synonym of topogenic. Topography, misspelling of topography. Topoglyphosine, misspelling of topoglyphosine. Topogram, a two-dimensional image generated by tomography without being reconstructed into slices. Topograms, plural of topogram. Topograph, a monument erected in a high place, such as a hilltop, indicating the direction and distance of notable landscape features which can be seen with the naked eye from that point. Topographic nausea, the inability to orient oneself in one's surroundings as a result of focal brain damage. Topographer, a person who studies or records topography. Topographers, plural of topographer. Topographic, of or relating to topography. Topographical, topographic. Topographical map, a map that indicates the topography of the ground and includes physical features such as rivers, woods, and habitation. Topographical maps, plural of topographical map. Topographically, in a topographic manner. Topographicity, the condition of being topographic. Topographics, topography. Topography, obsolete spelling of topography. Topographies, plural of topography. Topographist, a topographer. Topographists, plural of topographists. Topographize, to describe or depict a place. Topographize, simple past and past participle of topographize. Topographizes, third person singular simple present indicative of topographize. Topographizing, present participle and gerund of topographize. Topographs, plural of topograph. Topography, a precise description of a place. Topoi, plural of topos. Top inhibition, topological inhibition, especially. Top inhibitions, plural of top inhibition. Topoisomer, an isomer of a biological macromolecule that has a distinct topology. Topoisomerase, any of several enzymes that affect the topology of DNA, especially ones that relax supercoiling. Topoisomerases, plural of topoisomerase. Topoisomeric, of or pertaining to a topoisomer. Topoisomerization, a variation isomerization in the topology of a biological macromolecule, especially in nucleic acids. Topoisomerizations, plural of topoisomerization. Topoisomers, plural of topoisomer. Topokinetic, relating to movement through a place. Topolatry, the worship of a particular place. Topolect, the speech form, variety lect of a particular place or region. Topopto, relating to a topolect. Topoptological, of or relating to topoptology. Topoptology, the study of topolects. Topolects, plural of topolect. Topolobampo, a port on the Gulf of California in northwestern Sinaloa, Mexico. Topolar, a commune of Tulcea County, Romania. Topologic, of or relating to topology, topological. Topological, of or relating to topology. Topological field, A field that is also a topological space in which addition and multiplication are both continuous. Topological fields. Plural of topological field. Topological group. A group which is also a topological space and whose group operations are continuous functions. Topological groups. Plural of topological group. Topological insulator. A material which conducts electrons only along its edges and surfaces but does not conduct in its interior. Topological insulators. Plural of topological insulator. Topological properties. Plural of topological property. Topological property. A property of a topological space that is invariant under homeomorphisms. Topological soliton. A type of soliton that forms the transition between two adjoining structures or spaces which are out of phase in such a way that the transition cannot be seamless. Topological solitons. Plural of topological soliton. Topological sort. An ordering of the vertices of a directed graph such that if an edge goes from vertex U to vertex V, then U precedes V in the ordering. Topological sorts. Plural of topological sort. Topological space. An ordered pair X, tau, where X is a set and tau, called the topology, is a collection of subsets of X which satisfies certain axioms and whose elements are called the open sets, or alternatively, for a different set of axioms, the closed sets. Topological spaces. Plural of topological space. Topological vector space. A vector space over a topological field endowed with a topology, often the real or complex numbers with standard topology such that vector addition and scalar multiplication are continuous functions. Topological vector spaces. Plural of topological vector space. Topologicality. The condition of being topological. Topologically. In a topological manner. Topologies. Plural of topology. Topologized. Alternative spelling of topologized. Topologist. A mathematician who specializes in topology. Topologists. Plural of topologists. Topologizable. Able to be topologized. Topologization. The act or process of topologizing, the result of a process of topologizing, especially the topology so produced. Topologizations. Plural of topologization. Topologize. To equip with a topology, to characterize as a topological space. Topologized. Simple past and past participle of topologize. Topologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of topologize. Topologizing. Present participle and gerund topologize. Topology. The branch of mathematics dealing with those properties of a geometrical object of arbitrary dimensionality that are unchanged by continuous deformations such as stretching, bending, etc. without tearing or gluing. Toplovadimare. A village and commune of Timis County, Romania. Topolovany. A town in Argeș County, Romania. Topolski. A surname from Polish. Topolskis. Plural of Topolski. Topomer. The molecules involved in a topomerization. Topomerization. Any reaction involving the exchange of identical atoms or ligands to produce a molecule indistinguishable from the starting material. Topomerizations. plural of topomerization. Topomers, plural of topomer. Topometry, pertaining to topometry. Topometrically, in a topometric way. Topometry, any of various imaging or surveying techniques in which the three-dimensional positions of an array of points is recorded. Topomorphologic, alternative form of topomorphological. Topomorphological, topological and morphological. Tophomesin, misspelling of topomyosin. Toponarcosis, local anesthesia. Toponia, plural of toponium. Toponium, any hypothetical meson formed from a top quark and its antiquark, would be very unstable because of the large mass of the top quark. Toponiums, plural of toponium. Toponymastic, of or pertaining to toponymastics, toponymic. Toponymastics, branch of onomastics studying toponyms in a scholarly way. Toponome, the spatial network code of biomolecules, particularly proteins in living cells and tissues. Toponomes, plural of toponym. Toponomic, of or pertaining to toponomics. Toponomics, the study of the toponome of organisms. Toponymies, plural of toponymy. Toponymous, misspelling of toponymous. Toponymy, alternative spelling of toponymy. Toponym, a place name. Toponymal, toponymic. Toponymic, of relating to or being a toponym as. Toponymical, toponymic. Toponymically, in a toponymic manner. Toponymics, the study of toponyms. Toponymies, plural of toponymy. Toponymous, one who studies toponymy. Toponymous, plural of toponymous. Toponymous, synonym of toponymic. Toponyms, plural of toponym. Toponymy, lexicological study of place names, a branch of onomastics. Taputhian, a surname from Armenian. Taputhians, plural of Tapuzian. Topophilia, a strong sense of place, often combined with a sense of cultural identity. Topophilic, relating to topophilia. Topophobia, a fear of certain places or situations. Topophone, a double ear trumpet for estimating the direction from which sounds proceed, formerly used by navigators. Topophones, plural of topophone. Topophotomap, a map created by superimposing topographic features, especially contours, onto a series of photographs. Topophotomaps, plural of topophotomap. Tawar, a surname from Polish. Tawers, plural of tawar. Topos, a literary theme or motif, a rhetorical convention or formula. Toposcope, plural of tawar. Topos, a literary theme or motif, a rhetorical convention or formula. Toposcope, topograph. Toposcopes, plural of toposcope. Toposquance, a sequence of soils that are characteristic of a topography. Toposquences, plural of toposquence. Toposes, plural of topos. Toposhy, a kind of map that shows the topographic features of an area. Toposheets, plural of toposheet. Topose, a cleavage site on a chromosome. Toposits, plural of toposit. Toposome, a form of transferrin that lacks an iron atom. Toposophy, the idea that any intellectual subject can be treated as an independent topos which can be described and understood in purely mathematical terms. Topotactic, describing a transformation within a crystal lattice involving the displacement or exchange of atoms. Topotactico, of, pertaining to, or employing topotaxy. Topotaxial, of, pertaining to, or employing topotaxy. Topotaxy, a action in which the parent material determines the orientation of the product. Topotin, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Topotkins, plural of topotkin. Topotronic, of or pertaining to an electronic device which uses a topological insulator. Topotype, type locality. Topotypes, plural of topotype. Topotypet, relating to or derived from a topotype. Topotypical, collected from the type locality. Top out, alternative form of top out. Top outs, plural of top out. Topozone, a tail zone. Topozones, plural of topozone. Houta, topat. Out, obsolete spelling of top. Of, having or consisting of a top covered with a top layer. Topped and tailed. Simple past and past participle of top and tail. Topped from the bottom. Simple past and past participle of top from the bottom. Topped it off. Simple past and past participle of top it off. Topped off. Simple past and past participle of top off. Topped one's boom. Simple past and past participle of top one's boom. Topped oneself. Simple past and past participle of top oneself. Topped out. Simple past and past participle of top out. Topped the charts. Simple past and past participle of top the charts. Topped up. Simple past and past participle of top up. Topper, a surname. Topperuffer, a final portion of a beverage drink, often with coffee drinks or alcoholic mixes, that will fill a cup to the top. Topperuffers, plural of topperuffer. Toppered, wearing a topper. Totters, plural of topper. Tops, plural of top. Tobbus, highest. Hubby, an old man. Top piece, alternative form of top piece. Top pieces. Plural of top piece. Hobbies, plural of toppy. Tave, a surname. Tave, a surname. Topping and tailing, present participle and gerund of top and tail. Topping cycle, the high temperature power cycle of a combined cycle power plant. Topping cycles, plural of topping cycle. Topping from the bottom, present participle and gerund of top from the bottom. Topping it off, present participle and gerund of top it off. Topping lift, a line used to raise or top the end of a gaff or of a boom. Topping lifts, plural of topping lifts. Topping off, present participle and gerund of top off. Topping one's boom, present participle and gerund of top one's boom. Topping oneself, present participle and gerund of top oneself. Topping out, present participle and gerund of top out. Topping the charts, present participle and gerund of top the charts. Topping up, present participle and gerund of top up. Toppingly, in a topping manner, splendidly, wonderfully. Toppingness, the quality of assuming superiority or being proud. Toppings, plural of topping. Toppins, plural of toppin. Topple, to push or throw over. Topple over, to fall from an upright or standing position to a horizontal or prone position. Topple, simple past and past participle of topple. Toppled over, simple past and past participle of topple over. Toppler, one who topples or overthrows. Topples, plural of toppler. Topples, third person singular simple present indicative of topple. Topples over. Third person singular simple present indicative of topple over. Topple some, characterized or marked by toppling. Toppling, present participle and gerund of topple. Toppling over. Present participle and gerund of topple over. Topplings, plural of toppling. Topply, tending to topple, unstable and ready to overturn. Toppo, top, great, the best. Topoki, synonym of tediac. Topokis, plural of topoki. Of it, top heavy. Tapet, a lapwing. Tapvetis, plural of tapiat. Top rail, an upper rail, such as a guardrail in scaffolding. Top rails, plural of top rail. Toprizar, a commune and village in Constanta County, Romania. Toprakale, a town and district in Osmania province, Turkey. Toprimzone, a pyrazolone herbicide. Toprolidine, a sedative and hypnotic drug. Tuffa, alternative form of top rope. Topot, simple past and past participle of top rope. Top-ups, plural of top-rop. Top-rapping, present participle and gerund of top-rop. Hus, acronym of twin allegohydramios polyhydramios sequence. Huvis, plural of top. Tops and tails, plural of top and tail. Tops from the bottom. Third person singular simple present indicative of top from the bottom. Tops it off. Third person singular simple present indicative of top it off. Tops of the hour. Plural of top of the hour. Tops of the hours. Plural of top of the hour. Tops off. Third person singular simple present indicative of top off. Tops one's boom. Third person singular simple present indicative of top one's boom. Tops oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of top oneself. Tops out. Third person singular simple present indicative of top out. Tops the charts. Third person singular simple present indicative of top the charts. Top so. Third person singular simple present indicative of top up. Top. Alternative spelling of topsail. Topsails. plural of topsel. Tops and bottoms. Small rolls of dough, baked, cut in half, and browned in an oven. In 19th century Britain they were used as food for children. Topsail, a neighborhood of Conception Bay, South Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Topsail Beach, a town in North Carolina. Topsails, plural of topsail. Top score, to score more than anyone else in a particular match or competition. Topscore, simple past and past participle of top score. Top scorer, alternative spelling of top scorer. Top scorers, plural of top scorer. Top scores, third person singular simple present indicative of top score. Top scoring, present participle and gerund of top score. Topsail, a surname. Topsinton, a bis-indolil imidazole alkaloid derived from sponges, 6-hydroxy-1-H-indol, 3-il-5-1-H-indol, 3-il-1-H-imidazole, 2-il-methanone. Topsintins, plural of topsintin. Topseeding, that produces bulbils at the tops of the leaves rather than the seed heads. Topham, a town in city of Exeter District, Devon, England. OS grid ref SX 9688. Top heat, the inner layer of a diaper or menstrual pad that directly touches the wearer's skin, concealing the ADL and absorbent layers below, usually made from hydrophobic materials so that the liquid wicks through. Top heats, plural of top sheet. Toptail, a shell-shaped like a toy top found principally in the family Trochidae of marine gastropod mollusks or top snails. Top valves, plural of topshell. Toppy, the mango fish. Toptout, a building found in parts of the English Midlands, having 3 stories, the lower 2 serving as living accommodation and the upper floor as a workshop containing a weaver's loom. Top shops, plural of topshop. Topter, a plucked 2-string lute traditionally used by the Altai people. Topshires, plural of topshire. Topside, the side or part of something that is at the top. Topside development, a development usually residential that is built atop some other infrastructure, usually railway. Topsy-turvy, obsolete form of topsy-turvy. Topsider, a boat shoe. Topsiders, plural of topsider. Topsides, plural of topside. Topside, a high-speed FTP server used to store and distribute WRES. Topsides, plural of topside. Topsman, the chief drover of those to drive a herd of cattle. Totsman, plural of topsman. Topsmail, alternative form of topsnail. Topsoil, the upper layer of soil typically most fertile and in which it is the easiest to start new plants. Topsoiled, simple past and past participle of topsoil. Topsoiling, the removal of topsoil before an excavation or embankment is begun. Topsoils, plural of topsoil. Topspace, the psychological state of the dominant or top during sadomasochistic activity. Topspin, a rotational motion, especially that given to a ball, in which the upper surface spins in the direction of motion. Topspinner, a player who applies topspin to the ball. Topspinners, plural of topspinner. Topspinning, present participle and gerund of topspin. Topspins, plural of topspin. Topspin, affected by topspin. Topstitch, a sewing technique most often used on garment edges such as necklines and hems, where it helps facings to stay in place and gives a crisp edge. Topstitch, simple past and past participle of topstitch. Topstitches, plural of topstitch. Topstitching, present participle and gerund of topstitch. Topstone, a stone that is placed on the top or which forms the top, for example, of a henge. Topstones, plural of topstone. Topswarm, the initial swarm of bees leaving a hive. Topswarms, plural of topswarm. Topsy, something or someone who figuratively grows without control or intention. Topsy-turvy, simple past and past participle of topsy-turvy, alternative form of topsy-turvied. Topsy-turvies, plural of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy, alternative form of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy, simple past and past participle of topsy-turvy, alternative form of topsy-turvied. Topsy-turvy, alternative form of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvied, simple past and past participle of topsy-turvy, alternative spelling of topsy-turvied. Topsy-turvy, simple past and past participle of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy, comparative form of topsy-turvy, more topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvies, plural of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turviest, superlative form of topsy-turvy, most topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvification, the process of making something topsy-turvy, a throwing into disorder or chaos. Topsy-turvily, in a topsy-turvy manner, chaotically. Topsy-turviness, the condition or state of being topsy-turvy, disorderly, or muddled. Topsy-turvy, backwards or upside down, also having been overturned or upset. Topsy-turvydom, alternative form of topsy-turvydom. Topsy-turvy, simple past and past participle of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy, present participle and gerund of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turviness, alternative form of topsy-turviness. Topsyturn, to turn upside down or bring into a state of disorder. Topsyturn, simple past and past participle of topsyturn. Topsyturning, present participle and gerund of topsyturn. Topsyturns, third person singular simple present indicative of topsyturn. Topsy-turvily, alternative form of topsy-turvily. Topsy-turviness, alternative form of topsy-turviness. Topsy-turvy, alternative form of topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvyum, a state of affairs or a region in which everything is topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvydoms, plural of topsy-turvydom. Of, obsolete form of tucked. Topterone, an anti-androgen drug. Tauta, alternative form of top-up. Top-ups, plural of top-up. Topasko, a municipality of Croatia. Toput, to split apart. Toputs, third person singular simple present indicative of toput. Topwater, describing an angling lure or bait that floats near or on the surface of the water. Topwear, clothing worn above the waist, including shirts, vests, jackets, coats, etc. Topweight, the horse in a particular race carrying the heaviest weight. Topweights, plural of top weight. Topper, to perform a graft on a fruit tree to change it to a more popular or profitable cultivar. Topwort, simple past and past participle of topwork. Topworking, present participle and gerund of topwork. Topworks, third person singular simple present indicative of topwork. Tokwe, to quake or tremble exceedingly. Tokwash, to beat or crush to pieces. A type of hat with no brim. Hooks, plural of toque. Take, alternative form of toque type of hat. Takes, plural of take. Avoy, a Mapuche war chief. Tequila, the Panama hat palm. Tequila palm, the Panama hat palm. Tequila palms, plural of tequila palm. Tequilas, plural of tequila. Taquis, plural of taqui. Tor, initialism of terms of reference. Tua, initialism of transcript of records. Tor, abbreviation of the onion routing implementation of second-generation onion routing. Tor-Te, the supreme traditional ruler of the Te people of Nigeria. Torbal, alternative form of turtle. Tora Tora, a North American T-28 Trojan. Tora Tora, alternative spelling of Tora Tora. Torres, to tear apart, rend to pieces, rip up. Torres, simple past and past participle of Torres. Thoracentesis, misspelling of thoracentesis. Torreses, third person singular simple present indicative of Torres. Torachrysome, a naphthol with the molecular formula CHO4. Torresing, present participle and gerund of Torres. Toragia, alternative form of Toraja. Toragian, alternative form of Torajan. Toragins, plural of Torajan. Torages, plural of Toraja. Tarafugu, Takafugu rubripes, a kind of pufferfish. Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Scriptures traditionally attributed to Moses and therefore also known as the 5 books of Moses. Torahic, Pentateuch relating to the Torah. Torahs, plural of Torah. Torah, alternative form of Torahic. Tori, a surname. Torains, plural of Torain. Toraja, a member of an ethnic group indigenous to a mountainous region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia. Toraja Sadan, an unwritten South Sulawesi language spoken in southwestern Sulawesi Island in Indonesia. Torajan, of or relating to the Toraja people. Torajans, plural of Torajan. Torajas, plural of Toraja. Torah, a surname from Spanish. Toralizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody and immunosuppressive drug withdrawn because of the risk of thromboembolisms. Torals, plural of Toral. Torah, an East Chadic language spoken in central Chad. Torah, a gateway consisting of 2 upright pillars carrying 1 to 3 transverse lintels, often minutely carved with symbolic sculpture and serving as a monumental approach to a Buddhist temple. Sorana, synonym of Toran. Toranas, plural of Torana. Torani, a traditional Indian probiotic drink made from rice. Toranomon, a neighborhood of Minato, Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Torrens, plural of Torin. Torismi, a pyridine sulfonyl urea type loop diuretic mainly used in the management of edema associated with congestive heart failure. Towa, to tear apart, tear asunder. Tora, the northernmost of the 6 provinces of Vanuatu. Torball, a sport for the blind and visually impaired, played by 2 teams of 3 players with a ball with bells inside. Torbani, a variety of coal derived from colonial algae that resembles carbonaceous shale. Torbanites, plural of torbanite. Torbanitic, of or relating to torbanite. Torbe, a borough in Devon, England. Torbay sole, an Atlantic flatfish Glyptosphalus cynoglossus, which, formerly classified as Pleuronapis cynoglossus. Torbay soles, plural of Torbay sole. Torbernite, a radioactive green phosphate mineral, isostructural with autunite, found in granites and other uranium-bearing deposits as a secondary mineral. Torbernites, plural of torbernite. Torbert, a surname. Torberts, plural of Torbert. Torbit, a surname. Torbits, plural of Torbit. Torby, a tortoiseshell tabby cat. Torbies, plural of Torby. Torrit, a preparation of peat for use as fuel. Tor, alternative spelling of torque necklace. Torse, obsolete spelling of torse. Torses, plural of torse. Torsishrapa, a drug having the chemical formula CHF9N2O4, which was originally planned for use against hypercholesterolemia, but is no longer in development. Torch, a stick of wood or plant fibers twisted together, with one end soaked in a flammable substance such as resin or tallow and set on fire, which is held in hand, put into a wall bracket, or stuck into the ground, and used chiefly as a light source. Torch complex, a set of perinatal infections that can lead to anomalies or fetal loss, toxoplasmosis, other infections, rubella, cytomegalovirus, and herpes simplex virus 2. Torch down, to set all of something on fire, especially so as to destroy it. Torch dry, a spacecraft engine which produces thrust by nuclear fusion. Torch dries, plural of torch drive. Torch ginger, a Southeast Asian tropical plant related to ginger of species Etlingera elachersen, Pheomia magnifica, with pink buds used as a seasoning and spectacular red flowers. Torch gingers, plural of torch ginger. Torch lamp, synonym of torchia. Torch lamps, plural of torch lamp. Torch lilies, plural of torch lily. Torch lily, a tritoma, a red-hot poker plant. Torch runner, a torchbearer as in the Olympics. Torch runners, plural of torch runner. Torch singer, a singer, most often a woman, of torch songs. Torch singers, plural of torch singer. Torch song, a song, often sentimental, lamenting an unrequited love, normally sung by a woman. Torch songs, plural of torch song. Torch syndrome, a cluster of symptoms caused by congenital infection with toxoplasmosis, rubella, cytomegalovirus, herpes simplex, or certain other agents. Torch up. To light something on fire. Torchable. Able to be torched. Torchbearer. A person who carries a torch flaming brand. Torchbearers. Plural of torchbearer. Torchbearing. Carrying a torch flaming brand. Torchical. Something used to wipe the backside after defecation. Torchicals. Plural of torchical. Torched. Simple past and past participle of torch. Torchy down. Simple past and past participle of torch down. Torched up. Simple past and past participle of torch up. Torture. One who torches something. Torture. Alternative spelling of torgier. Tortures. Plural of torture. Tortures. Plural of torture. Torches. Plural of torch. Torches down. Third person singular simple present indicative of torch down. Torches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of torch up. Tortie. A surname from Italian. Torgias. Plural of targia. Tarhi. Alternative spelling of torgier. Torgier. A floor lamp with a bowl on top for reflecting light upwards. Torgiet. Alternative spelling of torgier. Torgies. Plural of torgier. Torgies. Plural of torgier. Torgiers. Plural of torchir. Tarhies. Superlative form of torchy, most torchy. Torching. Present participle and gerund of torch. Torching down. Present participle and gerund of torch down. Torching up. Present participle and gerund of torch up. Torchings. Plural of torching. Torchless. Lacking torches by extension unlighted. Torchlight. The dim light produced by a burning torch. Torchlighted. Synonym of torchlit. Torchlights. Plural of torchlight. Torchlight. Resembling or characteristic of a torch. Torches. Lit by one or more torches. Torchmaker. A manufacturer of torches. Torchmakers. Plural of torchmaker. Torchbaking. The communal work carried out by Bonfire Society members in September, October, and early November to prepare for Bonfire Night, especially by making torches. Torchman. Someone who carries a torch. Torchman. Plural of torchman. Torch on. A coarse, loose-textured bobbin lace. Torch on paper. Paper with a rough surface, especially handmade paper of great hardness for watercolor painting. Torch on papers. Plural of torch on paper. Torchons. Plural of torch on. Torchship. A spacecraft propelled by a torch-drive spacecraft engine which produces thrust by nuclear fusion. Torchships. Plural of torchship. Torchwe. Verbascum thapsus, the common malign. Torchoid. Wood exhibiting fungal bioluminescence or foxfire. Torchoids. Plural of torchwood. Torchwork. To lampwork. Torchworked. Simple past and past participle of torchwork. Torchworking. Present participle and gerund of torchwork. Torchworks. Third person singular simple present indicative of torchwork. Torchwort. The common malign Verbascum thapsus. Torchy. Having the character of a torch song. Torcetabine, a beta small cap deoxynucleoside for the potential treatment of hepatitis B. Torse, plural of torque. Torcula, winepress. Torcular, a tourniquet. Torcular herophily, synonym of confluence of sinuses. Torcularius, of or belonging to a wine or oil press. Torculars, plural of torcular. Torculi, plural of torculus. Torculus, a neume denoting a set of three tones which first rise from the original tone, then fall. Torders, a village and commune of Pyrénées-Orientales department, Occitania, France, historically part of northern Catalonia. Tordenci, a municipality of Croatia. Tordian, alternative form of Tordian. Tordians, plural of Tordian. Tordov, a surname. Tordalia, a municipality of A Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Tor, a village in Highland, Scotland. Tor a cat, simple past of tira cat. Tor along, simple past of tira long. Tor apart, simple past of tear apart. Tor s, simple past of tear ass. Tor at, simple past of tear at. Tore away, simple past of tear away. Tore down, simple past of tear down. Tore into, simple past of tear into. Tore up, simple past of tear it up. Tore off, simple past of tear off. Tore one's hair out, simple past of tear one's hair out. Tore out, simple past of tear out. Tore someone a new asshole, simple past of tear someone a new asshole. Tore someone a new one, simple past of tear someone a new one. Tore to pieces, simple past of tear to pieces. Tore up, unsightly, unkempt, dirty. Tore up the dance floor, simple past of tear up the dance floor. Tore up the pea patch, simple past of tear up the pea patch. Toreador, a bullfighter, especially one on horseback. Toreador pants, women's tight-fitting pants that go down to the calves. Toreadors, plural of toreador. Toreadors, plural of toreador. Torii, a trait of the Median Iatisumasia. Tori, to take away or remove completely. Torelli, a surname. Torelli, plural of Torelli. Torello, a surname. Torellos, plural of Torello. Torelem, a particle like flux loop in certain gauge theories. Torrland, plural of Torlin. Torly, with difficulty, hardly, stoutly, firmly. Tormyphene, an oral selective estrogen receptor modulator. Torin, to tear apart, rend to pieces, tear up. Torrent, simple past and past participle of torrent. Toro, a bullfighter. Toros, plural of toro. Tors, plural of tor. Torst, second person singular simple past indicative of tear. Torets, plural of torret. Toretsk, a city, the administrative center of Toretsk Urban Hromada, Bakhmut Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Toreto, a surname. Torematography, the study of sculpture and bas-reliefs. Torudi, relating to Torudix. Torudix, the art of making relief or intaglio designs, especially by chasing, carving, or embossing in metal. Tora, synonym of Misenovi Hopi dialect. Tori, a diminutive of the female given name Victoria. Torzolid, an oxazolidine drug being developed to treat skin infections. Torfaen, a county borough in South Wales, previously in Gwent and historically in Monmouthshire. Torifel, the fall, the scene, pass away, die. Torifels, third person singular simple present indicative of torfel. Torver, difficulty, trouble. Torver, alternative form of torfer, difficulty, trouble. Torifel, acronym of test of Russian as a foreign language. Torfel, plural of Torfel. Tordresen, a surname from Norwegian. Tordresens, plural of Tordresen. Tordresen, a surname from Sweden/Swedish. Tordresens, plural of Tordresen. Torgessen, a surname. Torgessens, plural of Torgessen. Tornak, the sabling, a type of fish. Tordax, plural of Torgok. Toi, a diminutive of the female given name Victoria. Tory Gate, a Torii. Tory Gates, plural of Tory Gate. Toria, a surname. Torians, plural of Torian. Toyo, a surname from Spanish. Torios, plural of Toribio. Tor, pertaining to or shaped like a torus, or a section of a torus, toroidal. Toricity, the condition or extent of being toric. Torai, a city in Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. Toya, Ariel College, Oxford. Tories, plural of Tory. Tories on bikes, members or supporters of a Green Party who are politically conservative. Tories, superlative form of Tory, most Tory. Torify, simple past and past participle of torify. Torifies, third person singular simple present indicative of torify. Torify, to convert to Tory politics. Torifying, present participle and gerund of torify. Hodai, a traditional Japanese gated Shinto shrines, symbolically marking the transition from the profane to the sacred. Torika, a surname from Finnish. Torikumi, a sumo bout. Torikumi Hayo, the program of bouts in a day and a tournament. Tora, a district of Davao City, Davao del Sur, Philippines. Torals, plural of Toral. Tornayashi, a rematch, ordered by the judges if unable to determine a winner. Torinese, pertaining to the city of Turin in northwest Italy. Torino, alternative form of Turin city in Italy. Torino scale, a scale used to rate the power and likelihood of an asteroid strike onto the planet Earth. Torino scales, plural of Torino scale. Torinos, plural of Torino. Toya, a surname. Taurios, plural of taurio. Toripalimab, a particular monoclonal antibody used in the treatment of nasopharyngeal carcinoma. Torophile, a fan of singer-songwriter Tori Amos. Torophiles, plural of torophile. Torre, a town in South Sudan. Torito, a sweet creamy cocktail originating in Mexico. Toru, to rive in pieces, rend. Torquens, alternative form of torquens. Tortenses, plural of Torquens. Torkelson, a surname. Torkelsons, plural of Torkelson. Tordea, a city in Khyber district, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan, on the Afghan border. Torsi, a village and civil parish in West Lindsey district, Lincolnshire, England. OS Gridref SK 8378. Torla, any of a group of Slavic inhabitants of western Bulgaria, southeastern Serbia, and northern North Macedonia, who speak a common dialect. Torlakian, Torla. Torlakians, plural of Torlakian. Torlax, plural of Torlak. Torlai, resembling or characteristic of a Tor rocky outcrop. Torlundi, a village in Highland Council area, Scotland, northeast of Fort William. OS Grid Ref NN 1477. Torma, a surname from Hungarian. Tormes, plural of Torma. Torme, a surname. Torma, synonym of tormina, acute pain in the abdomen. Torment, a catapult or other kind of war engine. Torment Nexus, an invention that is based on or evocative of a human-made horror or existential threat from a science fiction story, while ignoring or idealizing the dystopian consequences that the story depicts. Tormenta, plural of tormentum. Tormentable, capable of being tormented. Tormented, simple past and past participle of torment. Tormentedly, in a tormented manner. Tormentor, alternative spelling of tormentor. Tormentors, plural of tormentor. Tormentes, second person singular simple present indicative of torment. Tormente, third person singular simple present indicative of torment. Tormentful, full of torment, causing or accompanied by torment, excruciating. Tormental, a low-growing herb. Potentilla erecta, sin. Potentilla tormentilla. Tormentilla, archaic form of tormental type of herb. Tormentillas, plural of tormentilla. Tormentals, plural of tormental. Tormenting, present participle and gerund of torment. Tormentingly, in a tormenting manner. Tormentingness, the quality of being tormenting. Tormentings, plural of tormenting. Tormentive, tormenting. Tormentless, without or lacking torment. Tormentor, one who torments. A person, animal, or object that causes suffering. Tormentors, plural of tormentor. Tormentor, obsolete form of tormentor. Tormentors, plural of tormentor. Tormentus, involving or causing torment, having the nature of torture. Tormentress, A female tormentor. Tormentresses, plural of tormentress. Tormentries, plural of tormentry. Tormentrix. A female tormentor, a tormentress. Tormentry. Anything producing torment, annoyance, or pain. Torments. Third person singular simple present indicative of torment. Tormentum. An ancient engine for hurling missiles. Tormentuous. Causing great grief or agony, painful, agonizing. Tormethamine. Misspelling of tromethamine. Tormi. A surname from Irish. Tormes. Plural of tormi. Tormina. Acute pain in the abdomen, colic. Gripes. Tormini. Plural of tormina. Torminal. Relating to tormina. Torminous. Affected with tormina. Tormet. Alternative form of termit. Tormits. Plural of tormit. Tormergen. A specialized epidermal cell in insects associated with the formation of the socket around the base of a bristle. Tormergens. Plural of tormergen. Tor. Past participle of tear. Tornicat. Past participle of tiracat. Torn along. Past participle of tear along. Torn apart. Past participle of tear apart. Torn ass. Past participle of tear ass. Shorn ass. Past participle of tear at. Torn away. Past participle of tear away. Torn down. Past participle of tear down. Torn into. Past participle of tear into. Torn it up. Past participle of tear it up. Torn off. Past participle of tear off. Torn one's hair out. Past participle of tear one's hair out. Torn out. Past participle of tear out. Torn someone a new asshole. Past participle of tear someone a new asshole. Torn someone a new one. Past participle of tear someone a new one. Torn to pieces. Past participle of tear to pieces. Torn up. Past participle of tear up. Torn up the dance floor. Past participle of tear up the dance floor. Torn up the pea patch. Past participle of tear up the pea patch. Tornabene. A surname from Italian. Tornabeans. Plural of tornabene. Tornade. Obsolete form of tornado. Tornades. Plural of tornade. Tornado. Of or relating to a tornado. Tornadic waterspout. A true tornado associated with a thunderstorm forming over a body of water. Tornadic waterspouts. Plural of tornadic waterspout. Tornado. A violent wind in the form of a mobile, rapidly rotating funnel cloud that has contacted the ground. Tornado Alley. A region of the United States located in the middle of the country where tornadoes are particularly frequent and intense. Tornado brain. Mental health difficulties faced by the survivors of a tornado. Tornado chaser. A storm chaser specializing in tornadoes as a profession, meteorologist, journalist, or hobby. Tornado chasers. Plural of tornado chaser. Tornado drill. A drill practiced in schools where people go to a safe place and duck and cover as if there were a tornado. Tornado fry, synonym of tornado potato. Tornado hunter, synonym of tornado chaser. Tornado hunters, plural of tornado hunter. Tornado omelet, a Korean dish made by twirling two chopsticks in the middle of an omelet in order to twist it and placing the result over fried rice. Tornado omelets, plural of tornado omelet. Tornado omelet, synonym of tornado omelet. Tornado omelettes, plural of tornado omelettes. Tornado outbreak, a collection of tornadoes generated by the same weather system around the same or in a short or continuous period of time. Tornado outbreaks, plural of tornado outbreak. Tornado potato, a potato sliced thinly into a screw shape around a skewer and deep fried. Tornado potatoes, plural of tornado potato. Tornado shelter, a generic underground cellar designed for protection from tornadoes. Tornado shelters, plural of tornado shelter. Tornado siren, a type of air raid siren used to warn of impending tornadoes. Tornado sirens, plural of tornado siren. Tornado warning, an indication that a tornado has been sighted in a viewing area. Tornado warnings, plural of tornado warning. Tornado watch, an indication that atmospheric conditions observed in and close to the watch area have created a significant risk for the development of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes. Tornado watches, plural of tornado watch. Tornadocane, a supercell thunderstorm whose radar signature resembles that of a hurricane with a center free of precipitation, a landfoon. Tornadocanes, plural of tornadocane. Tornado, misspelling of tornado. Tornadoed, simple past and past participle of tornado. Tornadoes, plural of tornado. Tornadoes, resembling or characteristic of a tornado or the damage and debris resulting from one. Tornadogenesis, plural of tornadogenesis. Tornadogenesis, the process by which a tornado forms. Tornadoing, present participle and gerund of tornado. Tornado-like, resembling or characteristic of a tornado. Tornado-proof, capable of resisting a tornado. Tornadoes, plural of tornado. Tornagring, a hamlet and planned village in Highland Council area, Scotland, northeast of Inverness, OS grid ref NH 7649. Tormo, of or pertaining to the tornus. Tornaria, the free-swimming larva of various hemichordates, such as in Balanobolsus. Tornari, plural of tornaria. Tornarias, plural of tornaria. Tornator, a surname from Italian. Tornators, plural of tornator. Tor, a river in South Yorkshire and Lincolnshire, England. Torn Valley Finnish, Meänkieli language spoken by some 40,000–70,000 people in northern Sweden. Tournament, obsolete form of tournament. Tournaments, plural of tournament. Tornedalen, Tornedalen Finnish, or Meänkieli Finnic language spoken in northern Sweden. Torni, plural of tornus. Tornid, any sea snail in the family Tornidae. Tornids, plural of tornin. Chornello, a small tree, Prosopis pubescens, native to Mexico. Mexico and parts of the United States that has spirally twisted pods, the screw bean. Tornillos, plural of tornillo. Tornio, a city and municipality of Lapland, Finland. Tourniquet, obsolete form of tourniquet. Tourniquets, plural of tourniquet. Taurus, in Inuit mythology, a member of a race of barbarian magicians. Tornets, plural of tornet. Tornjak, a breed of livestock guardian dog native to Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia. Torno, a surname. Tornosrade, any emanate in the family Tornosradidae. Tornosradids, plural of Tornosradid. Tornos, plural of Torno. Tormote, a monoaxon that is pointed at both ends. Tormotes, plural of Tornote. Tormo, a surname from German. Tornos, plural of Torno. Tornquist, a surname from Swedish. Tornquists, plural of Tornquist. Turnquist index, a price or quantity index, a discrete approximation to a continuous division index. Tornus, the bottom corner of a wing. Toro, Oldsmobile Toronado. Toro Canyon, a census-designated place in Santa Barbara County, California, United States. Tora, to steal completely, take away entirely. Torus, an erythrocyte that appears to have a pale central area. Taurocytes, plural of taurocyte. Toroyan, a surname from Armenian. Taurayans, plural of Taurayan. Toroid, a surface generated by a closed curve, especially a circle rotating about, but not intersecting or containing, an axis in its own plane. Toroidal, having the shape of a torus or toroid. Toroidality, the pathity of being toroidal. Toroidalization, conversion to toroidal form. Toroidalizations, plural of toroidalization. Toroidally, in a toroidal manner. Toroid, toroidal. Toroidicity, synonym of toroidality. Toroids, plural of toroid. Torah, a surname. Torox, plural of Torok. Torola, a town in Morazan Department, El Salvador. Soramona, an indigenous people of northwestern Bolivia. Toramono, alternative form of Toramona language. Torana, an extinct Kordofanian language. Torambam, a Mede a surname from Manipuri. Torontarian, Torontonian, of, from, or pertaining to Toronto, the capital of Ontario, in Canada. Torontarians, plural of Torontarian. Toronto, the capital city of Ontario, Canada, and largest city in Canada. Toronto Blessing, a form of mass religious ecstasy involving speaking in tongues, etc., associated with an evangelical revivalist fellowship whose first meeting was in Toronto. Toronto Blessings, plural of Toronto Blessing. Toronto Islands, an archipelago of Lake Ontario, Canada. Torontonian, of, from, or pertaining to the city of Toronto, Canada. Torontonians, plural of Torontonian. Torapod, a surname. Torera, any of various plants of the genus Muhlenbeckia. Tororo, a town in Tororo District, Eastern Region, Uganda. Tororakambu, Saccharina gyrata, an edible kelp. Toras, plural of Toro. Torosaurus, any member of the genus Torosaurus of herbivorous dinosaurs. Torosauruses, plural of Torosaurus. Toros, cylindrical with alternate swellings and contractions, having the surface covered with rounded prominences, having the appearance of a knobbly rope. Torosian, a surname from Armenian. Torosians, plural of Torosian. Taurosities, plural of Taurosity. Taurosity, the quality or state of being tauros. Tarsan, a surname from Armenian. Tarsans, plural of Taurasian. Tauros, plural of Taura. Tauri, plural of Taura. Tauraviral, relating to Tauraviruses. Tauravirus, any of the genus Tauravirus of viruses. Tauraviruses, plural of Tauravirus. Tauroyan, a surname from Armenian. Tauroyans, plural of Tauroyan. Tor, abbreviation of torpedo. Torpidinid, any fish in the family Torpidinidae. Torpidinids, plural of torpidinin. Torpidiniform, of or relating to the torpidiniforms. Torpidinoi, a member of the torpidiniforms order of electric rays. Torpidinoids, plural of torpidinoi. Torpedinous, stupefying, dull, torpid. Torpedo, an electric ray of the genus torpedo. Torpedo boat, a small, high-speed warship designed to fire torpedoes, especially in coastal waters. Torpedo boat destroyer, alternative form of torpedo boat destroyer. Torpedo boat destroyers, plural of torpedo boat destroyer. Torpedo boats, plural of torpedo boat. Torpedo bomber, a bomber plane designed primarily for assaulting naval targets with torpedoes. Torpedo bombers, plural of torpedo bomber. Torpedo boom, a spar carried by a man of war having a torpedo on its end. Torpedo booms, plural of torpedo boom. Torpedo catcher, a small, fast gunboat for pursuing and destroying torpedo boats. Torpedo catchers, plural of torpedo catcher. Torpedo cruiser, a large warship using torpedoes, the self-propelled naval weapons, as its primary armament. Torpedo cruisers, plural of torpedo cruiser. Torpedo juice, an alcoholic beverage first mixed in World War II, made from pineapple juice and a 180 proof grain alcohol fuel used in torpedo motors. Torpedo net, a net hung from a ship by means of horizontal booms designed to cause an attacker's torpedo to explode some distance away from the hull. Torpedo nets, plural of torpedo net. Torpedo punt, a kick of the football made whereby the pointy ends of the ball are oriented lengthwise along its trajectory, thereby aiding aerodynamics. Some spin about the lengthwise axis is imparted to help keep that orientation in flight. Torpedo punts, plural of torpedo punt. Torpedo ram, a warship designed to sink enemy vessels using a combination of torpedoes, self-propelled naval weapon fire and ramming. Torpedo rams, plural of torpedo ram. Torpedo roll, a long sandwich roll. Torpedo rolls, plural of torpedo roll. Torpedo stern, a kind of stern with a low rounded shape that is nearly flat at the water lane, but which then slopes upward in a conical fashion toward the deck. Torpedo sterns, plural of torpedo stern. Torpedo tube, a metal tube mounted in a submarine or surface warship into which a torpedo may be loaded and launched through the hull or from the deck. A torpedo launcher. Torpedo tubes, plural of torpedo tube. Torpedo boat, alternative form of torpedo boat. Torpedo boat destroyer, former name of destroyer. Torpedo boat destroyers, plural of torpedo boat destroyer. Torpedo boats, plural of torpedo boat. Torpedo ram, alternative form of torpedo ram. Torpedo rams, plural of torpedo ram. Torpedo, simple past and past participle of torpedo. Torpedoer, a vessel capable of firing torpedoes. Torpedoers, plural of torpedoer. Torpedoes, plural of torpedo. Torpedoing, present participle and gerund of torpedo. Torpedoings, plural of torpedoing. Torpedoist, one skilled in the theory or use of naval torpedoes. Torpedoists, plural of torpedoists. Torpedo-like, resembling or characteristic of a torpedo. Torpedoman, a person in charge of the torpedoes on a military vessel. Torpedoman, plural of torpedoman. Torpedo-proof, resistant to torpedo attacks. Torpedoes, plural of torpedo. Torpify, simple past and past participle of torpify. Torpifies, third person singular simple present indicative of torpify. Torpify, to make torpid. Torpifying, present participle and gerund of torpify. Torpenhow, a small village in Blennerhassett and Torpenhow Parish, Cumberland Council Area, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 2039. Torpid, having no motion or activity, benumbed. Torpid. Torpens, plural of torpent. Torpescence, the quality or state or being. Torpescent. Torpescent, becoming torpid or numb. Torpex, a secondary explosive made from RDX, TNT, and powdered aluminium used in World War II. Torty, a surname from Irish. Torties, plural of Torby. Torvichen, a village north of Bathgate, West Lothian Council Area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 9672. Torvins, a village in Aberdeenshire Council Area, England. OS Grid Ref NJ 6201. Torte, unmoving. Torpidities, plural of torpidity. Torpidity, that papidi tarbe. Torpidly, in a torpid way or manner. Torpidness, torpor, torpidity. Torpids, a series of annual boat races held at Oxford University in Hillary term. Torpify, simple past and past participle of torpify. Torpifies, third person singular simple present indicative of torpify. Torpify, to make torpid, to benumb, to paralyze. Torpifying, Present participle and gerund of torpify. Torpitude. Torpor, the state of being torpid. Torpitudes. Plural of torpitude. Torval, to fall headlong, topple. Torbal, simple past and past participle of torpor. Torbals, third person singular simple present indicative of torpor. Torpling, present participle and gerund of torpor. Torpoint, a town and civil parish with a town council in eastern Cornwall, England, opposite Plymouth and Devonport in Devon, to which it is linked by ferry OS Gridref S6 4355. Torpor, a state of being inactive or stuporous. Torporific, inducing torpor, tending to cause apathy or lethargy. Torporize, alternative form of torporize. Torporize, simple past and past participle of torporize. Torporizes, third person singular simple present indicative of torporize. Torporizing, present participle and gerund of torporize. Torporize, to fill with torpor, stupefy. Torporize, simple past and past participle of torporize. Torporizes, third person singular simple present indicative of torporize. Torporizing, present participle and gerund of torporize. Torbers, plural of torpor. Torpor, alternative spelling of torpor. Tors, plural of torp. Tor, alternative spelling of torque. Tors, plural of torque. Torquence, the conductance of torques in a magnetic material. Torquences, plural of torquence. Torquoret, for it, any hemichordate in the family Torquoretoridae. Torquete, wearing a torque. Torry, a town and coastal resort in Torbay Borough in southern Devon, England. Torquay pottery, pottery made in Torquay, Devon, England, using local clay, often in the form of moddaware. Torquay ware, synonym of Torquay pottery. Torquay wares, plural of Torquay ware. Tor, a rotational or twisting effect of a force, a moment of force, defined for measurement purposes as an equivalent straight line force multiplied by the distance from the axis of rotation. See unit Newton meter or Nm, imperial unit pound foot or lb/ft, not to be confused with the foot-pound force, commonly foot-pound, a unit of work or energy. Torque converter, a device that converts the rotational output of a prime mover into work by driving a rotational load. A torque converter functions as a clutch and reduction gear to allow loose coupling between the driver and the driven, letting the drive such as a motor or engine rotate at different speeds from the load such as a wheel. Torque converters, plural of torque converter. Torque meter, a transducer that measures the torque in a rotating system. Torque meters, plural of torque meter. Torque off, to annoy, distress, or anger. Torque spanner, synonym of torque wrench. Torque spanners, plural of torque spanner. Torque steer, the pull of a front-wheel drive car's steering to one side, i.e. away from straight ahead when accelerating. This is an undesirable phenomenon and arises from the driveline components that take the engine's power to the two wheels. Torque up, to increase the power, interest, intensity, volume, level, etc. Torque wrench, a torsion wrench, an L-shaped lockpicking tool. Torque wrenches, plural of torque wrench. Torque, simple past and past participle of torque. Torqued off, annoyed, upset, angry. Torqued up, simple past and past participle of torque up. Torquing, present participle and gerund of torque. Torquing up, alternative spelling of torquing up. Torqueless, without torque. Torquematin, of or pertaining to Tomás de Torquemada 1420-1498, prominent leader of the Spanish Inquisition. Torquemeter, alternative form of torque meter. Torquemeters, plural of torquemeter. Tortor, a magnetic device that generates torque. Tortors, plural of torquer. Torus, third person singular simple present indicative of torque. Torqued off, third person singular simple present indicative of torque off. Torques up, third person singular simple present indicative of torque up. Torquoises, plural of torques. Torquevirus, any canine virus of the genus the Torquevirus. Torqueviruses, plural of torquevirus. Torque, producing a large amount of torque. Torque, comparative form of torque, more torque. Torqueous, superlative form of torque, most torque. Torquil, a male given name from Scottish Gaelic. Torquemeter, alternative form of torque meter. Torquemeters, plural of torquemeter. Torquing, present participle and gerund of torque. Torquing off, present participle and gerund of torque off. Torquing up, present participle and gerund of torque up. Torquoselective, exhibiting torquoselectivity. Torquoselectivities, plural of torquoselectivity. Torquoselectivity, a measure of selectivity in the direction of the conrotatory or disrotatory mode in an electrocyclic reaction. Tor, a surname. Torridavirus, any virus of the genus Torridavirus. Torridaviruses, plural of Torridavirus. Torralba, a surname from Catalan. Torralbas, plural of Torralba. Torrance, a surname. Torrance County, one of 33 counties in New Mexico, United States. County seat, Estancia. Torrences, plural of torrents. Torrent, a kind of andesol associated with dry climates. Torrens, plural of Toran. A suburb of Torquay, Torbay, a borough, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9064. Ta Annunziata, a town and commune in the metropolitan city of Naples, in the region of Campania, Italy. Torre del Greco, a town and commune in the metropolitan city of Naples, in the region of Campania, Italy. Torreblanca, a surname from Spanish. Torreblancas, plural of Torreblanca. Torrefaction, drying or roasting, especially in anaerobic heat treatment to make wood waterproof. Torrefactions, plural of torrefaction. Torrefacto, a type of coffee particularly popular in Spain and neighboring countries, preserved and glazed by roasting with sugar. Torrefication, synonym of torrefaction. Torrefy, simple past and past participle of torrefy. Torrefies, third person singular simple present indicative of torrefy. Torrefy, to subject to intense heat, to parch, to roast. Torrefying, present participle and gerund of torrefy. Torregrossa, a surname from Italian. Torregrossas, plural of Torregrossa. Torrejón de Ardoz, a city in Spain in the autonomous community of Madrid, 20 kilometers from the center. Torremolinos, a resort city and municipality on the Costa del Sol in Malaga province, Andalusia, Spain. Torrents, a surname. Torrences, plural of torrents. Torrens, a surname from Catalan. Torrens title, title to real estate provided by a government register as opposed to the old common law system of deeds or chain of title. Torrens titles, plural of torrens title. Torrences, plural of torrens. Torrent, a violent flow, as of water, lava, etc., a stream suddenly raised and running rapidly, as down a precipice. Torrent duck, a species of duck, Merganetta armata, found near fast-flowing rivers in the Andes. Torrent ducks, plural of torrent duck. Torrent bow, a bow of prismatic colors formed above the spray of a torrent. Torrent bows, plural of torrent bow. Torrent lark, Gralina bruigini, a monarch flycatcher native to New Guinea. Torrent larks, plural of torrent lark. Torrentet, simple past and past participle of torrent. Torrenter, a person who torrents files. Torrenters, plural of torrenter. Torrentfish, Chainorichthys fosteri, a freshwater fish native to fast-moving, shallow waters in New Zealand that migrates out to sea as part of its life cycle. Torrentfishes, plural of torrentfish. Torrential, coming or characterized by torrents, flowing heavily or in large quantities. Torrentiality, the quality of being torrential. Torrentially, in a torrential manner, or to a torrential degree. Torrentine, resembling or relating to a torrent, torrential. Torting, present participle and gerund of torrent. Torrentless, without a torrent. Torrent-like, resembling or characteristic of a torrent. Torrents, plural of torrent. Torrentuous, torrential. Torrent-wise, in the manner of a torrent. Toya, a city and seat of Tarija municipality in the Mexican state of Coahuila. Tor, a vertisol with cracks that are closed for less than 60 consecutive days when the soil temperature at 50 cm is above 8 degrees C. Torres, plural of tort. Torres, a topographic surname from the Romance languages, equivalent to English towers of Spanish and Portuguese origin. Torres Buban, a barangay of Dinalupihan, Bataan, Philippines. Torres Strait, a strait between Australia and New Guinea connecting the Coral Sea with the Arafura Sea. Torres Strait Creole, a Creole spoken in the Torres Strait Islands. Torres Strait Islander, a member of the indigenous people living on the Torres Strait Islands, considered distinct from the Aboriginal people of the rest of Australia. Torres Strait Islanders, plural of Torres Strait Islander. Torres Strait Islands, a group of hundreds of small islands which lie in the Torres Strait between Australia and New Guinea. Torres Strait Pigeon, synonym of Torresian imperial pigeon. Torres Strait pigeons, plural of Torres Strait pigeon. Torresdale, a neighborhood in northeast Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States. Torres Garcia, a surname from Spanish. Torres Garcias, plural of Torres Garcia. Torresian, relating to the Torres Strait. Torresian crow, a species of crow Corvus oru of Australia, New Guinea and some nearby islands. Torresian crows, plural of Torresian crow. Torresian imperial pigeon, a pigeon of species Duculus biloroa. Torresian imperial pigeons, plural of Torresian imperial pigeon. Torrevieja, a city in Spain in the province of Alicante. Toy, a surname. Torrey pine, Pinus torreyana, a broad, open-crowned pine tree found in California, United States. Torrey pines, plural of Torrey pine. Torrey, any plant of the genus Torreya. Torreyas, plural of Torreya. Torrey, a monoclinic prismatic bluish-white mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Torres, a surname from Spanish. Torreses, plural of Torres. Torresella Sicura, a town and commune in Teramo, Abruzzo, Italy. Torresella Tavere, a municipality in Lugano district, Ticino canton, Switzerland. Torricelli, a surname from Italian. Torricelli point, synonym of Fermat point. Torricelli's law, a theorem in fluid dynamics relating the speed of fluid flowing from an orifice to the height of fluid above the opening. Torricelli's theorem, synonym of Torricelli's law. Torricellian, of or pertaining to Evangelista Torricelli, Italian mathematician and physicist. Torricellian barometer, a mercury barometer. Torricellian barometers, plural of Torricellian barometer. Torricellian chamber, a cave chamber with an airspace above the water at less than atmospheric pressure. Torricellian chambers, plural of Torricellian chamber. Torricellian tube, the Torricellian barometer. Torricellian tubes, plural of Torricellian tube. Torricellian vacuum, the vacuum in the Torricellian barometer. Torricellis, plural of Torricelli. Turrico, a surname. Turricos, plural of Torrico. Torrid, very hot and dry. Torrid zone, the region between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, characterized by a hot and humid climate. The tropics. Torrider, comparative form of torrid, more torrid. Torridus, superlative form of torrid, most torrid. Torridge, a river in Devon, England, which flows into the Taw estuary and Atlantic Ocean. Torridinculid, any beetle in the family Torridincolidae. Torridincolids, plural of Torridincolid. Torridites, plural of Torridity. Torridity, that papity of being torrid. Torridly, in a torrid manner. Torridness, that papity of being torrid. Torridon, a small village at the head of Lough Torridon, Highland Council area, Scotland, historically in Ross and Cromarty OS grid ref NG 8956. Torridonian, a series of Mesoproterozoic to Neoproterozoic arenaceous and argillaceous sedimentary rocks which occur extensively in the northwest highlands of Scotland. Torrification, torrefaction, Torify. Simple past and past participle of torify. Torifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of torify. Torify. Alternative form of torify. Torifying. Present participle and gerund of torify. Torrija. A traditional Spanish and Latin American variant of French toast, prepared by soaking slices of bread in milk or wine, coating them in beaten egg, and then frying them in oil. Torrijas. Plural of torrija. Torrijos. A surname from Spanish. Torrijoses. Plural of torrijos. Toro. Alternative form of toro. Toros. Plural of toro. Torrington. A small village in Tenterfieldshire in northern New South Wales, Australia. Torringtons. Plural of Torrington. Torrian. A large tower. Torians. Plural of Torian. Torierfant. A course, silty and tissol. Torierfens. Plural of Torierfant. Torip salmon. A kind of salmon found in areas with a toric moisture regime. Torip salmons. Plural of torip salmon. Torsham. A suburb of Morecambe, Lancaster District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4564. Torrisi. A surname. Torrises. Plural of Torrisi. Toroi. Misspelling of toroid. Thorax. An oxysol in an arid climate. Thoraxes. Plural of thorax. Tors. Plural of tor. Toy. A surname. Torriber. A village in Fife Council area, Scotland, on the Firth of Forth. OS Grid Ref NT 0286. Tories. Plural of Tory. Tors. Plural of Tor. Torse. A decoration, especially on hats, made from twisted ribbon. Torsade de points. Alternative spelling of torsades de points. Torsades. Plural of torsade. Torsades de point. Alternative spelling of torsades de points. Torsades de points. A polymorphic ventricular tachycardia, predisposing to sudden cardiac death and more likely to occur during prolongations of the QT interval. Torsades des points. Alternative spelling of torsades de points. Torsatogenesis. The production of torsade de points. Torsatogenic. That causes torsades de points. Torsatogenicity. The condition of being torsatogenic. Torso. Alternative form of torsal. Torsalo. A parasitic fly, Dermatobia hominis, which lives as a larva in the skin of mammals, including humans, and uses mosquitoes as a vector. Torsolos. Plural of torsolo. Torsals. Plural of torsal. Torsatron. A stellarator with continuous helical coils or with a number of discrete coils that produce a similar field. Torsatrons. Plural of torsatron. Tors. A twist of cloth or wreath, typically placed underneath and forming part of a crest as an orle or wreath, and customarily shown with 6 twists, the first tincture being the tincture of the field, the second the tincture of the metal, and so on. Rarely, it occurs as a charge. Horsed. Wearing or having its horse. Torso. a plate of timber for the end of a beam or joist to rest on. Torsals, plural of torsal. Torsami, alternative form of torismi. Torses, plural of tors. Torshavn, the capital of the Faroe Islands. Tori, a mixture of pickled vegetables used in the cuisine of the Balkans and Middle East. Torsi, plural of torso. Torsability, the capability of being twisted. Torsimeter, synonym of torsiometer. Torsimeters, plural of torsimeter. Tarsiograph, an instrument for measuring the torsion of the crankshaft of an engine. Tarsiographs, plural of torsiograph. Tarsiometer, synonym of torsiometer. Tarsiometers, plural of torsiometer. Torsion, the act of turning or twisting, or the state of being twisted, the twisting or wrenching of a body by the exertion of a lateral force tending to turn one end or part of it about a longitudinal axis while the other is held fast or turned in the opposite direction. Torsion angle, in a chain of atoms ABCD, the dihedral angle between the plane containing the atoms BC and the containing BCD. Torsion angles, plural of torsion angle. Torsion balance, a scientific instrument for measuring very weak forces, having a delicate horizontal bar or needle suspended by fine thread or wire. Torsion balances, plural of torsion balance. Torsion bar, a bar forming part of a vehicle's suspension system that twists in response to the non-rotary motion of the wheels, absorbing vertical movement. Torsion bars, plural of torsion bar. Torsion pendulum, a rigid object hanging from a wire or a spring and which rotates alternately in a horizontal plane. Torsion pendulums, plural of torsion pendulum. Torsion scale, a scale for weighing in which the fulcra of the levers or beams are strain wires or strips acting by torsion. Torsion scales, plural of torsion scale. Torsion subgroup, subgroup of an abelian group whose generators have finite order. Torsion subgroups, plural of torsion subgroup. Torsion wrench, an L-shaped tool used in lock picking to apply torsion to the inner cylinder of a lock in order to hold any picked pins in place while the other pins are shifted and then to turn the inner cylinder and open the lock. Torsion wrenches, plural of torsion wrench. Torsional, of, pertaining to, or achieved using torsion. Torsionally, in terms of, or by means of torsion. Torsion, subjected to torsion. Torsionful, under torsion. Torsionic, of or pertaining to torsion. Torsionless, lacking torsion. Torsionlessness, absence of torsion. Torsiometer, an instrument for determining the torque on a shaft and hence the horsepower of an engine by measuring the amount of twist of a given length of the shaft. Torsiometers, plural of torsiometer. Torsions, plural of torsion. Torsiton, a quantum of torsional electronic vibration. Torsitons, plural of torsiton. Torsive, relating to torsion, twisting. Tors, an edible fish, brosmi brosmi. Tors, a village in Drushkivka urban Hermata, Kramatorsk rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Torsks, plural of torsk. Torso, the main part of the human body that extends from the neck to the groin, excluding the head and limbs. Torso tosser, a Burlesque dancer. Torso tossers, plural of torso tosser. Torsoclusion, an acupressure technique in which the pin is inserted into the tissues close to and parallel with the bleeding artery and its point caused to emerge at a distance. Torsoed, having a specified kind or number of torsos. Torsos. Misspelling of torsos. Torsoless, without a torso. Torsolette, a camisole with a corset and often also garters. Torsolettes, plural of torsolette. Torsoli, resembling or characteristic of a torso. Torsometer, synonym of torsiometer. Torsometers, plural of torsometer. Torsor, a principal homogeneous space for a group such that the stabilizer subgroup of any point is trivial. Torsors, plural of torsor. Torsos, plural of torso. Tor, a wrongful act, whether intentional or negligent, regarded as non-criminal and unrelated to a contract, which causes an injury and can be remedied in civil court, usually through the awarding of damages. Tort law, the area of law dealing with wrongful acts, whether intentional or negligent, regarded as non-criminal and unrelated to contracts, which cause injuries and can be remedied in civil courts, usually through the awarding of damages. Torta, a sandwich served either hot or cold on an oblong white sandwich roll, derived from Mexican cuisine. Torta ahogada, a kind of Mexican submarine sandwich made with spicy chili sauce. Torta pounder, a person, especially a man, who is sexually attracted to overweight or obese Hispanic women. Torta pounders, plural of torta pounder. Tortas, plural of torta. Tortas ahogadas, plural of torta ahogada. Tor, a rich, dense cake, typically made with many eggs and relatively little flour as opposed to a sponge cake or gatto. Tordo, a roundel over red color gules. Tordos, plural of tordo. Tordo, plural of tordo. Tortelli, a kind of stuffed pasta. Tortellini, small, ring-shaped pasta, stuffed with meat, cheese, etc., eaten with a sauce or in a soup. Tortellino, alternative form of tortellini. Tortelloni, a larger form of tortellini pasta. Tortelli, seme strewn with torto's red roundels. Torten, plural of tort. Torts, plural of tort. Tortoise, superlative form of tort, most tort. Tortfeasance, a condition or an act of doing wrong, the act of committing a tort. Tortfeasor, a person who commits a tort. Tortfeasors, plural of tortfeasor. Torticid, misspelling of tortricid. Torticids, plural of torticid. Torticolor, relating to torticollis. Torticola, of or relating to torticollis. Torticollis, a medical condition in which the neck muscles contract, causing the neck to twist or jerk. Torticome, a shell as of a snail, cephalopod, etc., having the form of a conical corkscrew, a twisted cone. Torticones, plural of torticone. Torticonic, relating to, composed of, or having the form of a torticone, having the form of a conical corkscrew. Torti, a tortoise-shell cat. Totier, alternative spelling of totière. Tortières, plural of tourtière. Tortoise, plural of torti. Tortitude, alternative spelling of tortitude. Torta, twisted, winding, contorted. Tortility, the quality or state of being tortile, twisted, or wreathed. Tortilla, a flat round bread made out of cornmeal or flour. Tortilla chip, a chip or crisp made from baked corn tortillas. Tortilla chips, plural of tortilla chip. Tortillas, plural of tortilla. Tortilla, noun, twisted, wreathed. Tortillon, an artist's tool used to smudge and blend a drawing made from charcoal, pencil, or pastel, consisting of a tightly wound stick of soft, fibrous paper, sanded to a point at one end like a pencil. Tortillons, plural of tortillon. Torsion, torment, pain. Torsional, alternative form of torsional. Tortious, wrongful, harmful. Tortious interference, intentional damage to a person's contractual or other business relationships. Tortious interferences, plural of tortious interference. Tortiously, in a tortious manner. Tortiousness, the state of being tortious. Tortipelvis, relating to tortipelvis. Tortipelvis, distortion of the pelvis caused by muscular contractions. Tortitude, a supposed attitude particular to tortoiseshell cats, usually implying fussiness, strong touch boundaries, or being demanding in general compared to cats with other coat coloration. Torta, twisted, Tortal, obsolete form of turtle. Tortals, plural of tortle. Tortness, the state or quality of suffering from tort. Torto, a surname. Tortoise, any of various land-dwelling reptiles of the family Testudinidae, chiefly Canada, US, or the order Testudines, chiefly UK, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, South Africa, India, whose body is enclosed in a shell carapace plus plastron. The animal can withdraw its head and forelegs partially into the shell, providing some protection from predators. Tortoise beetle, a beetle in the taxonomic tribe Cassidini within the subfamily Cassidini of the family Chrysomelidae leaf beetles. Tortoise beetles, plural of tortoise beetle. Tortoise core, the core of a stone when it takes on a roughly domed shape as a result of knapping using the Levallois technique. Tortoise cores, plural of tortoise core. Tortoise islands, the Galapagos Islands. Tortoise shell, alternative form of tortoise shell. Tortoise shell bracket, either of a pair of symbols sometimes used in Japanese to enclose comments in quoted text. Tortoise shell brackets, plural of tortoise shell bracket. Tortoise shells, plural of tortoise shell. Tortoise-like, alternative form of tortoise-like. Tortoise shell, alternative form of tortoise shell. Tortoise shell bamboo, Moso bamboo Philostachys edulis. Tortoise shell bamboos, plural of tortoise shell bamboo. Tortoise shells, plural of tortoise shell. Tortoise-like, resembling or characteristic of a tortoise, thus frequently slow or unhurried. Tortoises, plural of tortoise. Tortoise shell, the horny, translucent, mottled covering of the carapace of the hawksbill turtle used as a veneer, etc. Tortoise shell bracket. Alternative form of tortoise shell bracket. Tortoise shell brackets. Plural of tortoise shell bracket. Tortoise shell cat. A domestic cat whose fur has black, brown, and yellow markings. Tortoise shell cats. Plural of tortoise shell cat. Tortoise shells. Plural of tortoise shell. Tortola. An island of the British Virgin Islands, the largest and most populated. Tortolan. Of or relating to Tortola. Tortolans. Plural of Tortolan. Tortolian. Of or relating to the island of Tortola. Tortolians. Plural of Tortolian. Tortoni. Any of several sorts of ice cream flavored with rum or sherry, often containing chopped cherries and topped with almonds, crumbled macaroons, etc. Tortonian. A subdivision of the Miocene epoch. Tortinus. Plural of Tortoni. Tortora. A surname from Italian. Tortoras. Plural of Tortora. Tortorellas. Plural of Tortorella. Tortorelle. A surname from Italian. Tortorellas. Plural of Tortorelli. Tortorello. A surname from Italian. Tortorellos. Plural of Tortorello. Tortoris. A surname from Italian. Tortorices. Plural of Tortoris. Tortorici. A surname from Italian. Tortorices. Plural of Tortorici. Tortouse. Plural of Torto. Tortosa. A city in Catalonia, Spain. Tortrices. Plural of Tortrix. Tortrice. Any moth of the family Tortricidae. Tortricids. Plural of Tortrice. Tortricine. Any moth of the subfamily Tortricinae. Tortricines. Plural of Tortricine. Tortrix. A Tortrix moth. Any member of the family Tortricidae. Tortrixes. Plural of Tortrix. Torts. Synonym of tort law, the area of law dealing with wrongful acts, whether intentional or negligent, regarded as non-criminal and unrelated to contracts, which cause injuries and can be remedied in civil courts, usually through the awarding of damages. Tortuga. An island forming part of Haiti. Tortuous. Swelling out at intervals like a knotted cord, gnarly or tortuous. Tortuous. Wreathed, twisted, winding. Tortuosities. Plural of tortuosity. Tortuosity. Tortuousness. Tortuous condition or nature. Tortuous. Twisted, having many turns, convoluted. Tortuosity. Misspelling of tortuosity. Tortuously. In a tortuous manner. Tortuousness. The property of being tortuous. Tortuousness. Plural of tortuousness. Torturable. Capable of or suitable for being tortured. Torture. The infliction of severe pain or anguish, especially as an interrogation technique or punishment, usually in the plural a technique, method, or device which is designed to inflict such anguish. Torture chamber. A room equipped for carrying out torture. Torture chambers. Plural of torture chamber. Torture stake. An upright stake on which people were nailed to be executed, especially that used to execute Jesus Christ according to the beliefs of Jehovah's Witnesses. Torture stakes, plural of torture stake. Torturmeister, one who is skilled in the art of torture. Torturmeisters, plural of Torturmeister. Torture test, to put a product, especially software, through extreme conditions or heavy use to assess its durability. Torture. Simple past and past participle of torture. Tortured phrase. Synonym of Rogitism. Tortured phrases. Plural of tortured phrase. Torturedly. In a tortured manner. Torturedness. The quality of a torture. Torturee. One who is subjected to torture. A torture victim. Torturees. Plural of torturee. Torturei. Characteristic of torture. Torturous. Torturmeister. Alternative spelling of Torturmeister. Torturmeisters. Plural of Torturmeister. Tortureproof. Resistant to torture. Torturer. Someone who tortures. Torturers. Plural of torturer. Tortures. Plural of torture. Torturesome. Characterized or marked by torture. Torturous. Torturess. A female torturer. Torturesses. Plural of torturess. Torturist. Second person singular simple present indicative of torture. Torturer. Third person singular simple present indicative of torture. Torturing. An act of torture. Torturingly. So as to torture. Torturings. Plural of torturing. Torturous. Of or pertaining to torture. Torturously. In a torturous fashion or as if in torture. Torturee. A place where torture is performed. Tarafal. To ruffle excessively. To the degree of causing something to lose its proper form or shape. Ruffle up. Torafal. Simple past and past participle of toraful. Torula. Any of a group of fungi, Cyberlin or Agadini. Synonym Candida utilis related to the yeasts used in baking and brewing, sometimes used in processed food. Torulaceous. Synonym of torulloid. Toruli. Plural of torula. Torulaform. Having the appearance of a torula, in the form of a little chain. Torularhydin. A particular carotenoid. Torularhydinaldehyde. A particular carotenoid. Torulus. Plural of torula. Toruli. A carotene responsible for the red color in pea aphids. Toruli. Plural of torulus. Torulin. An antinuritic basic compound isolated from yeast. Toruloi. Minutely toros, shaped like a small torus. Torulos. Minutely toros. Torulothus. Cryptococcus. Torulus. Toros. Torulus. The socket of an antenna. Tora. A city in Kievan Pomeranian Voivodeship in north-central Poland. Toruno. A surname from Spanish. Torunos. Plural of Torun. No. Torus. The standard representation of such a space in three-dimensional Euclidean space, a surface or solid formed by rotating a closed curve, especially a circle, about a line which lies in the same plane, but does not intersect it, for example like a ring donut. Taurus tubaeus, a protrusion on the lateral wall of the nasopharynx marking the pharyngeal end of the cartilaginous part of the eustachian tube. Tauruses, plural of Taurus. Torvalds, a surname. Torre, fierce, stern. Tordi, sourness, grimace or severity of appearance, sternness. Torvanen, a particular steroid glycoside. Torvosaur, any dinosaur in the family Torvosauridae of Megalosauridae. Torvosaurids, plural of Torvosaur. Torvosi, a particular steroid glycoside. Torvus, of a severe countenance, stern, grim, grave. Torwali, a Dardic language of Pakistan. Toror, misspelling of toward. Towards, misspelling of towards. Torque's head, a type of screw head characterized by a six-pointed star pattern. Torque's heads, plural of Torque's head. Tory, a member or supporter of the Conservative Party which evolved from royalist politicians, historically associated with upholding the rights of the monarchy and the privileges of the established church. Tory democracy, synonym of one-nation conservatism. Tory Island, a small inhabited island off the northwest coast of County Donegal, Ireland. Tory Party, any of several centre-right groupings that historically existed in the UK Parliament between 1678 and the 1800s. Members of the Tory Party founded the modern Conservative Party. Tory Rory, boisterous, uproarious. Torydom, the realm or sphere of the Tories. Torify, simple past and past participle of torify. Torifies, third person singular simple present indicative of torify. Torify, alternative form of torify. Torifying, present participle and gerund of torify. Torograph, the telegraph newspaper. Inclined to Toryism, supporting the Conservative Party. Toryism, the political principles of the Tories. Toryisms, plural of Toryism. Toryism, resembling or characteristic of the Tories. Toryis, synonym of torify. Toryis, simple past and past participle of Toryis. Toryizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Toryis. Toryizing, present participle and gerund of Toryis. Torymed, any wasp in the family Torymidae. Torymeds, plural of Torymen. Toryshire, those parts of the United Kingdom whose residents overwhelmingly vote for the Conservative Party. Toria, a town in Tver Oblast, Russia. Thus, initialism of terms of service. Plural of two. TOS, alternative lettercase form of TOS terms of service. TOS and froze, third person singular simple present indicative of to and fro. Totha, a city in Kachai Prefecture, Japan. Tosa Bay, a bay north of the line connecting Cape Muroto and Cape Ashizuri in Kochi Prefecture, Japan. Tisado, a surname from Spanish. Tisados, plural of Tisado. Tasavis, an author of the Tosafot. Tasavis, plural of Tosafis. Tosafos, alternative form of Tosafot. Tasavat, medieval commentaries on the Talmud in the form of critical and explanatory glosses. Toses, plural of tosa. Tasata, a pear cultivar. Toscani, a surname from Italian in turn originating as an ethnonym. Toscanis, plural of Toscani. Toscanai, synonym of Raiodesate. Toscanites, plural of Toscanite. Toscano, a surname from Italian. Toscanos, plural of Toscano. Das es, plural of Tosca. Tajes, a surname from Italian. Tashases, plural of Tashas. Tosco, Tuscany. Tos, to pull apart or asunder. Taus. Toast, simple past and past participle of tos. Tosifos, alternative form of Tosafot. Toste, a compilation of the Jewish oral law from the late 2nd century, the period of the Mishnah. Todeland, a surname. Tosele, a surname from Italian. Toste, alternative form of tosta. Toses, third person singular simple present indicative of tos. Dasa, abbreviation of totally ordered set. Dasa, plural of tasas. Tasma, alternative form of Tosafot. Acronym of the Orthopedic Specialty Hospital. A surname. Tashat, to clean something until it looks as good as new. Alternative form of Tisha. Tahat, plural of Tashech. Tahe, to shake violently, shake to pieces. Tajardhana, a repository of articles received as presents or intended to be given as presents attached to a government office or to a rich person's establishment. Tashakhanas, plural of Tashakhana. Tahau, the elected leader or head of an indigenous Amerindian community in Guyana responsible for representing the village and managing its affairs, particularly in dealings with the government. Tadaus, plural of Tashau. Tahau, the elected leader or chief of an indigenous village in Guyana responsible for governance, administration, and representing the community's interests. Tahaus, plural of Tashau. Tashir, to cut in two. Simple past and past participle of Tash. Tashdot, simple past and past participle of Tashab. Tahen, to ruin completely, destroy. Dashant, simple past and past participle of Tashan. Dahir, pertaining to the Tash Hasidic community. Tasharun, a half-crown coin, its value. Tasharuns, plural of Tasharun. Tahirs, plural of Tasher. Tashuri, nonsense, rubbish, Tash. Tatas, plural of Tash in its countable senses. Tashes up, third person singular simple present indicative of Tash up. Dias, superlative form of Tosh, most Tosh. Dejeva, a computer manufactured by the Japanese Toshiba company. Dejevas, plural of Toshiba. Tahi, comparative form of Tashi, more Tashi. Tayis, superlative form of Tashi, most Tashi. Tashigami, the god of the coming year, celebrated at New Year's. Tashiharu, a male given name from Japanese. Tashikatsu, a male given name from Japanese. Tashiko, a female given name from Japanese. Dashiwa, a special ward of Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Tashimi, a unisex given name from Japanese. Tashimitsu, a male given name from Japanese. Tashing, present participle and gerund of tash. Tashing up, present participle and gerund of tash up. Tasharak, alternative form of Dasarak Korean-style packed lunch, usually consisting of rice and several banchan. Tasharaks, plural of tasharak. Tashur, to break in pieces. Tashio, a female given name from Japanese. Tashiori, an elder. Tashiori Kabu, one of the 105 licenses to coach and the associated name of an elder. Tatali, alternative form of tash, tightly, cleanly, neatly. Tali, rubbishy, trashy, worthless. Doti, a surname. Doti, alternative form of tozi. Tazalar, a meal of tocino with fried rice and fried egg. Tozing, present participle and gerund of toes. Tasarak, alternative form of Dasarak Korean-style packed lunch, usually consisting of rice and several banchan. Tasaraks, plural of tasarak. Toses, plural of tosi. Tasaitumumab, a mouse monoclonal antibody intended to treat follicular lymphoma. The variety of Albanian upon which Standard Albanian is based. Tasla, to cleave or split in pieces. Taslower, to split into slivers or small pieces. Totho, a surname from Italian. Dasa, the current Salmartian day. Tozos, plural of toso. Tospaviral, relating to tospaviruses. Tospavirus, any of the genus Tospavirus of negative RNA viruses. Tospaviruses, plural of tospavirus. Thus, plural of TOS. Thus, a throw, a lob, of a ball etc. with an initial upward direction, particularly with a lack of care. Toss a bone to, alternative form of throw a bone to. Toss a coin, to flick a coin into the air, making it spin, in order to use the resultant upturned side heads or tails for making a decision. Toss and turn, to be unable to settle into a comfortable sleeping position. Toss around, to offer for suggestion. Toss away, to discard. To throw away. Toss bombing, a method of bombing where the attacking aircraft pulls upward when releasing its bomb load, giving the bomb additional time of flight by starting its ballistic path with an upward vector. Toss caution to the wind, alternative form of throw caution to the wind. Toss down, to cause something held to fall to the ground. Toss in, to add something as a bonus. Toss in way, to join up or ally with someone. Toss it in, to quit doing something. Toss job, synonym of hand job. Toss jobs, Plural of toss job. Toss juggling. A form of juggling that involves throwing props in the air and catching them, in contrast to contact juggling. Toss off. To drink up rapidly. Toss one's cookies. To vomit. Toss one's hat in the ring. Alternative form of throw one's hat in the ring. Toss one's hat into the ring. Alternative form of throw one's hat in the ring. Toss one's name in the hat. Alternative form of put one's name in the hat. Toss out. To throw away, to get rid of, to dispose of something, especially food that has gone bad. Toss pillow. Synonym of throw pillow. Toss salad. To perform analingus. Toss someone a bone. Alternative form of throw a bone to. Toss someone's salad. To perform analingus on someone. Toss the peaman. To gamble with a peaman by means of a coin toss, either winning a free pie or forfeiting the coin. Toss to the wind. Alternative form of throw to the wind. Toss together. To carelessly and casually arrange or organize. Toss up. To make a decision based on chance, for example by flipping a coin or rolling a dice. Toss. Simple past and past participle of toss. Tossbot. Alternative form of tossbot. Tossbots. Plural of tossbot. Toss up. A decision in which neither choice is clearly favorable or unfavorable. Or for which the outcome does not matter. Toss-up question. During a classroom quiz or game show, a question posed to two or more opponents where both are able to answer by signaling, and depending on the rules, the one that responds with the correct answer either takes control of the game or proceeds to advance to a subsequent round. Toss-up questions. Plural of toss-up question. Toss-ups. Plural of toss-up. Tossa jute, a species of shrub, Corchorus aleatorius, used for fiber and as a food. Tossable, suitable for being tossed or thrown. Tossaroon, alternative form of tosharoon. Tossaroons, plural of tossaroon. Toss, simple past and past participle of toss. Tossed and turned. Simple past and past participle of toss and turn. Tossed around. Simple past and past participle of toss around. Tossed away. Simple past and past participle of toss away. Tossed down. Simple past and past participle of toss down. Tossed in. Simple past and past participle of toss in. Tossed in with. Simple past and past participle of toss in with. Tossed it in. Simple past and past participle of toss it in. Tossed off. Simple past and past participle of toss off. Tossed out. Simple past and past participle of toss out. Tossed salad. A salad made by tossing greens in a dressing, often including other vegetables like tomato and cucumber. Tossed salads, plural of tossed salad. Tossed someone's salad, simple past and past participle of toss someone's salad. Tossed together, simple past and past participle of toss together. Tossed up, simple past and past participle of toss up. Tassel, archaic form of tassel. Tassels, plural of tossal. Tosser, one who tosses or throws something. Tosserish, like a tosser, obnoxious person. Tossers, plural of tosser. Tossery, the obnoxious behavior of a tosser. Toss, plural of toss. Tosses and turns, third person singular simple present indicative of toss and turn. Tosses around, third person singular simple present indicative of toss around. Tosses away, third person singular simple present indicative of toss away. Tosses down, third person singular simple present indicative of toss down. Tosses in, third person singular simple present indicative of toss in. Tosses inwe, third person singular simple present indicative of toss inwe. Tosses it in, third person singular simple present indicative of toss it in. Tosses off, third person singular simple present indicative of toss off. Tosses out, third person singular simple present indicative of toss out. Tosses salad, third person singular simple present indicative of toss salad. Tosses someone's salad, third person singular simple present indicative of toss someone's salad. Tosses together, third person singular simple present indicative of toss together. Tosses up, third person singular simple present indicative of toss up. Tosses, second person singular simple present indicative of toss. Tazza, third person singular simple present indicative of toss. Tossicate, to upset, agitate, or disturb. Tossicate, simple past and past participle of tossicate. Tossicates, third person singular simple present indicative of tossicate. Tossicating, present participle and gerund of tossicate. Tossai, a small village in Gisborne Forest Parish, Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, and Wigglesworth Parish, Craven District, North Yorkshire, England, and OS Grid Ref SD 7656. Tossily, in a tossy manner. Tossin, pronunciation, spelling of tossing. Tossing, present participle and gerund of toss. Tossing and turning, present participle and gerund of toss and turn. Tossing around, present participle and gerund of toss around. Tossing away, present participle and gerund of toss away. Tossing down, present participle and gerund of toss down. Tossing in, present participle and gerund of toss in. Tossing in with, present participle and gerund of toss in with. Tossing it in, present participle and gerund of toss it in. Tossing off, present participle and gerund of toss off. Tossing out, present participle and gerund of toss out. Tossing salad, present participle and gerund of toss salad. Tossing someone's salad, present participle and gerund of toss someone's salad. Tossing together, present participle and gerund of toss together. Tossing up, present participle and gerund of toss up. Tossamely, with a tossing motion. Tossings, plural of tossing. Tossjob, synonym of handjob. Tossjobs, plural of tossjob. Tossmet, tossing, moving restlessly. Tosspace, an undesirable person used as an insult. Tosbesis, plural of tosbes. Tosbai, a drunkard, one who drinks alcohol frequently. Tosbots, plural of tosbot. Tosbottery, behavior characteristic of a tosbot. Toss-up, alternative spelling of toss-up. Toss-ups, plural of toss-up. Tossing, tossing the head as in scorn or pride, hence proud, contemptuous, affectedly indifferent. Das, simple past and past participle of toss. Tostada, a flat tortilla that has been fried or toasted, or a dish based on this, usually associated with the cuisine of Latin America. Tostadas, plural of tostada. Tostado, a surname. Tostados, plural of tostado. Tostart, to spring or fly apart, burst. Das, a surname. Das, plural of toss. Tosti, a surname from Italian. Tosticated, fuddled, perplex. Tostication, fuddlement, perplexity. Tostications, plural of tostication. Tosties, plural of tosti. Tostito, a tortilla chip of the Tostitos brand. Tostitos, plural of tostito. Tosto, a surname from Italian. Tostone, a Mexican dish of fried, sliced unripe plantain. Tostones, plural of tostone. Tostos, plural of tosto. Das, plural of toss. Toss, initialism of the Ohio State University. Tazudai, an orthorhombic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Tosafloxacin, a fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Toss under, to split, separate, go to pieces. Taliwat, to smite heavily. Tazwink, to toil excessively, work or labor hard. Tozel, toluenesulfonyl, phenomethyl Tozelacetylene, ethinyl p-tolusulfone C9H8O2S, used as a reagent in a wide variety of applications. Tozalamide, any N-tosyl derivative of an amine. They are used with formaldehyde to make epoxy resins. Tozalamides, plural of tozalamide. Tozalate, any salt or ester of toluenesulfonic acid. Tozalated, simple past and past participle of tozalate. Tozalates, plural of tozalate. Tozalation, reaction with a tosyl compound. Tosylations, plural of tosylation. Tozylazetidine, any tosyl derivative of azetidine. Tozylazetidines, plural of tozylazetidine. Tozylazuridine, any tosyl derivative of azuridine. Tozylazuridines, plural of tozylazuridine. Tozylchloramide, a sulfonamide used as a biocide and disinfectant. Tosylic acid, toluenesulfonic acid. Tozylimide, the imide of p-toluenesulfonic acid. Tozylamido, a univalent radical derived from tozylamide. Tozylamine, any N-tosyl derivative of an imide. Tozylamines, plural of tozylamine. Tosyl nuclease, Any tosyl derivative of a nucleoside. Tosyl nucleosides. Plural of tosyl nucleoside. Tosyls. Plural of tosyl. Tosylthymidine. Any tosyl derivative of thymidine. O. Initialism of Trail of Tears. O. A small child. Ella. A playground for children, especially younger children. Lot. Plural of tot lot. Tara. To calculate the sum of a number of numbers or quantities. South. A kind of monkey, the grivet or walk. Southable. Capable of being toted or carried around. Portable. Total allergy syndrome. A supposed illness with various symptoms caused by sensitivity to various substances in the modern environment. Total base number. A measurement of the basicity of an oil, expressed in terms of the number of milligrams of potassium hydroxide per gram of oil sample. Total base numbers. Plural of total base number. Total bases. A statistic that measures a player's hitting. In this statistic, each single counts as one base, each double counts as 2 bases, each triple as 3 bases, and each home run as 4 bases. Total body day. A day dedicated to exercising one's whole body. Total body days. Plural of total body day. Total clearance. The potting of all the object balls on the table. Total clearances. Plural of total clearance. Total conversion. Synonym of total conversion mod. Total conversion mod. A mod that uses the game engine of an existing video game but significantly alters gameplay, assets, setting, etc. to the extent it is considered an entirely different game and may be commercially marketed as a standalone title. Total conversion mods. Plural of total conversion mod. Total conversions. Plural of total conversion. Total depravity. A doctrine, one of the 5 points of Calvinism, that all human action is tainted by original sin. Total digestible nutrients. The total fiber, protein, lipid, and carbohydrate in a feed which can be converted into energy for an animal. Total eclipse. Eclipse in which the eclipse Betty is completely obscured to the viewer. Total eclipses. Plural of total eclipse. Total football. A tactic in which the outfield players assume different roles during a game, while keeping an organized structure. Total function. A function. Total functions. Plural of total function. Total group. The crown group and all organisms more closely related to it than to any other extant organisms. Total groups. Plural of total group. Total hardness. The sum of calcium and magnesium ion concentrations in water normally expressed in mol/L. Total hardnesses. Plural of total hardness. Total internal reflection. A phenomenon where light, instead of passing into a medium of a lower refractive index and refracting away from the normal, is completely reflected by the boundary between the two media because it approaches at an angle greater than or equal to the critical angle. Total internal reflections. Plural of total internal reflection. Total internal reflexion. Alternative form of total internal reflection. Total internal reflexions. Plural of total internal reflexion. Total loss. an insured item of which the entire value is written off. Total losses, plural of total loss. Total object. In some languages, for example in Finnish, an object that indicates completed action as opposed to partial object that indicates incomplete action. Total objects, plural of total object. Total order. A partial order, less a binary relation that is reflexive, antisymmetric, and transitive on some set S, such that any two elements of S are comparable for any x, ys, either x less or equal to y or y less or equal to x. Total ordering relation. A total order. Total ordering relations. Plural of total ordering relation. Total orders. Plural of total order. Total package. Something or someone that possesses a complete set of desired or expected characteristics. Total quality management. A strategic approach to management aimed at embedding awareness of quality in all organizational processes. Total recall. The ability to remember in great detail. Possessing photographic memory. Total return swap. A financial derivative that transfers both the credit risk and market risk of an underlying asset. Total return swaps. Plural of total return swap. Total revenue. The revenue from each item multiplied by the number of items sold. Total revenues. Plural of total revenue. Total ring of fractions. A ring of fractions of a given ring, such that the set of allowed denominators contains all of the non-zero divisors of the given ring. Total running time. The total amount of time of the taped portion of the total story time. Total running times. Plural of total running time. Total station. An electronic surveying instrument consisting of a theodolite and a rangefinder used to evaluate an area's location, features, and topography. Total stations. Plural of total station. Total story time. The total amount of time of a story or report from the beginning by the announcer or newscaster until its end, including any tape or other material within it. Total story times. Plural of total story time. Total syntheses. Plural of total synthesis. Total synthesis. The synthesis of a complex organic compound, especially a naturally occurring one, from simple, readily available compounds. Total up. To come up with a total for. Total war. Warfare where all of a country's available resources, military as well as civilian, are employed. Total wars. Plural of total war. Totalutch. Pertaining to adhesive systems for bonding fillings to teeth that require the application of phosphoric acid in a separate etching step. Totalt. Simple past and past participle of total U.S. spelling. Totaled up. Simple past and past participle of total up. Totaler. Alternative form of totaler. Totalers. Plural of totaler. Totaling. Present participle and gerund of total. Totaling up. Present participle and gerund of total up. Totalization. Alternative form of totalization. Totalizations. Plural of totalization. Totalisator. The computerized system which runs pari-mutuel betting, calculating payoff odds, displaying them, and producing tickets based on incoming bets. Totalisators. Plural of totalisator. Totalize. Alternative form of totalize. Totalize. Simple past and past participle of totalize. Totalizer. Alternative form of totalizer. Totalizers. Plural of totalizer. Totalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of totalize. Totalizing. Present participle and gerund of totalize. Totalism. A social, economic and or political system in which some authority, for example the state or the market, wields absolute power. Totalitarianism. Totalisms. Plural of totalism. Totalis. A proponent of totalism. Totalistic. Of or relating to totalism. Totalists. Plural of totalists. Totalitarian. Of or relating to a system of government where the people have virtually no authority and the state wields absolute control of every aspect of the country, socially, financially, and politically. Totalitarianism. A system of government in which the people have virtually no authority and the state wields absolute control, for example, a dictatorship. Totalitarianisms. Plural of totalitarianism. Totalitarianus. A supporter of totalitarianism. Totalitarianus. Plural of totalitarianus. Totalitarianization. The process of making something totalitarian. Totalitarianize. To make totalitarian. Totalitarianize. Simple past and past participle of totalitarianize. Totalitarianizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of totalitarianize. Totalitarianizing. Present participle and gerund of totalitarianize. Totalitarians. Plural of totalitarian. Totalities. Plural of totality. Totality. The state of being total. Totality of the circumstances. A method of analysis where decisions are based on all available information rather than bright line rules. Totalization. The act of totalizing our state of being totalized. Totalizations. Plural of totalization. Totalizator. A computer-like machine at a racecourse that registers bets and distributes the total amount bet among those who win. Totalizators. Plural of totalizator. Totalize. To combine in parts to make a total. Totalize. Simple past and past participle of totalize. Totalizer. A person or object that totals. Totalizers. Plural of totalizer. Totalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of totalize. Totalizing. Present participle and gerund of totalize. Total. Obsolete form of total. Totalt. Simple past and past participle of total. Todaler. That which counts items to produce a total. Todallers. Plural of totaler. Totally. Misspelling of totally. Totaling. Present participle and gerund of total. Totally. To the fullest extent or degree. Totally disconnected, such that each connected subspace is a singleton. Totally geodesic. Describing as submanifold whose geodesics are also geodesics of the surrounding manifold. Totally ordered. That is equipped with a total order that is a subset of the ground set of a partially ordered set whose partial order is a total order with respect to said subset. Totally ordered set. A set having a specified total order. Totally ordered sets. Plural of totally ordered set. Totalmas. The quality or state of being total, entireness, totality. Totals. Plural of total. Totals up. Third person singular simple present indicative of total up. Dotama. A municipality in Murcia, Spain. Totaquin. Alternative form of totaquina. Totaquina. A quinine derivative used to treat malaria, consisting of a minimum of 70% crystallizable alkaloids, of which at least 15% are quinine, and with not more than 20% amorphous alkaloids. Totaquai. Alternative form of totaquina. Totara. Podocarpus totara, a podocarp tree endemic to New Zealand. Totaras. Plural of totara. Totaro. A surname from Italian. Totarol. An aromatic sterol present in the heartwood of Podocarpus totara. Totarolone. A ketone derived from totarol. Totaros. Plural of totaro. Todas. Plural of toda. Salvadech. A town in Jalisco, Mexico. Toda. A positive integer that is smaller than or equal to, and coprime to, another given positive integer. Tonatives. Plural of totative. Dacha. A Russian unit of length, equivalent to 0.01 inches. Tachkas. Plural of tachka. Tachki. Plural of tachka. Tachos. Nachos made with tater tots instead of tortilla chips. A tote bag. Tote bag. A large handbag or holdall. Tote bags. Plural of tote bag. Tote bore. The computerized system which runs parimutuel betting, calculating payoff odds, displaying them, and producing tickets based on incoming bets. Tote boards. Plural of tote board. Tote road. A rough road for carriers conveying goods. Tote roads. Plural of tote road. Totar. To tear apart, tear to pieces or shreds, rend. Tote. Simple past and past participle of tote. Tothus. Without a tote or totes in any sense. Totha. Any natural object or living creature that serves as an emblem of a tribe, clan, or family, the representation of such an object or creature. Totem kin. A human kin or family group bearing the names of a particular totem. Totem kins. Plural of totem kin. Totem pole. A Native American sculpture made by carving trees. Totem poles. Plural of totem pole. Totem stone. Any art form which depicts a totem on a stone or other engraving. Totem stones. Plural of totem stone. Totem tennis. A form of tetherball. Tatame. Serving as or relating to a totem. Totemical. Serving as or relating to a totem. Totemically. In a totemic manner. With regard to totems. Totemics. A design development process that involves thinking of images that serve as metaphors for concepts related to a product or service, such as a rocket to indicate speed. Totemism. The belief that a person or group has a special mystical relationship to a totem. Totemisms. Plural of totemism. Totemist. Someone in a clan or tribe having a totem. Totemistic. Relating to totemism. Totemistically. In a totemistic fashion. Totemists. Plural of totemists. Totemice. A member of a totemic group. A totemist. Totemites. Plural of totemite. Totemization. The process or result of totemizing. Totemizations. Plural of totemization. Totemize. To make into or regard as a totem. Totemize. Simple past and past participle of totemize. Totemizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of totemize. Totemizing. Present participle and gerund of totemize. Totem-like. Resembling or characteristic of a totem. Totems. Plural of totem. The use of totems within a culture. Totenkopf. Ellipses of 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf. Totenkopfs. Plural of Totenkopf. Toter. One who totes or carries something. Toters. Plural of toter. Totes. Plural of tote. Totes adorbs. Totally adorable. Totes approps. Flipping of totally appropriate. Totes inappropes. Flipping of totally inappropriate. Totes mallets. Totally. Tosti. A village and commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Tata. Acronym of the one that got away. Tut. A surname from Hungarian. Other. Most often used after the Totherro. A surname from German. Totherros. Plural of Totherro. Tothers. Plural of Tother. Totil. A hamlet in Withern-with-Stane Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 4182. Totils. Plural of Totil. Das. Plural of Tot. Tokens. The number of positive integers not greater than a specified integer that are relatively prime to it. Totients. Plural of totient. Toadies. Plural of toady. Totillo. A surname from Italian. Totillos. Plural of totillo. Tote. Present participle of tote. Totenship. A certification which grants a Boy Scout the right to carry and use woods tools, such as knives, during scouting events. Totenships. Plural of totenship. Tole. Present participle and gerund of tote. Totino. A surname from Italian. Totipomate. Having all 4 toes united by a web, as in the pelican. Totipomation. The quality of being totipomate. Totipotence. Totipotency. Totipotency. The ability of a cell to produce differentiated cells upon division. Totipotent. Exhibiting totipotency. Totipotential. Alternative form of totipotent. Totipotentiality. The condition of being totipotent. Totative. Alternative form of totative. Totatives. Plural of totative. Totavirus. Any of the genus Totavirus of icosahedral non-enveloped viruses. Totaviruses. Plural of totavirus. Totland, a village and civil parish on Totland Bay, Isle of Wight, England, the westernmost parish on the island OS grid ref SE 3286. Totland Bay, a bay at the western end of the Isle of Wight, England OS grid ref SE 3186. Holly, an outer suburb in the metropolitan borough of Sheffield, South Yorkshire, England OS grid ref SK 3079. Totman, a surname. Totmans, plural of Totman. Totton is a market town and civil parish with a town council in South Hams District, Devon, England OS grid ref SX 8060. Tilda, a member of an isolated tribal group residing in a small enclave Tadapura in the Alipurduar district of West Bengal, India. Tobo Kalo, by diametrical opposition, as far apart as possible. Todo Jenner, entirely in all aspects. Tadalaba, the marine fish Todoaba macdonaldi, the largest member of the drumfish family Cyanidae, endemic to the Gulf of California, Mexico. Tadalabas, plural of Todoaba. Tada, a Chinese immigrant residing in Indonesia who retains their Chinese cultural affiliation. Tada, a settlement and former village in Broxtowe Borough, Nottinghamshire, England OS grid ref SK 5034. Tatanay, a member of a people who resided in the eastern coastal and mountainous regions of Mexico at the time of the Spanish arrival in 1519, and who now reside in the states of Veracruz, Puebla, and Hidalgo. Tatanakan, of or relating to the language family including the Totonac and Tepehua languages. Tatanax, plural of Totonac. Totonicapan, a city in Guatemala. Tadora, Sconoplectus californicus subspectatora, a subspecies of the giant bulrush sedge, found in South America. Todos, plural of Toto. Tatazaquian, a proposed language family including the Totonacan and Mixoc languages. Initialism of top of the Pops British TV show. Plural of tot. Tatre, to tread in pieces. Plural of tot. Others, plural of tot. That's up. Third person singular simple present indicative of tot up. Totsagon, an embryo conceived through in vitro fertilization and cryopreserved for later use in an attempt to achieve pregnancy through embryo transfer. Totsicles, plural of totsicle. Totso, initialism of turn off to stay on. Datari, a chimerite in which the attacker grabs his opponent's arm at the wrist, bars it, and forces him down. Other, simple past and past participle of tot. Tadada, simple past and past participle of tot up. Dada, a surname transferred from the nickname. Totten Truss, a form of trust created where one party, the settler of the trust, places money in a bank account or security with instructions that, upon the settler's death, whatever is in that account will pass to a named beneficiary. Totten Trusts, plural of Totten Trust. Tottenham, a suburban area in northern London. Tottenham Hale, an area of Tottenham, Borough of Haringey, Greater London, England OS grid ref TQ 3489. Tottenham pudding, a mixture of waste food used to feed pigs. Tottenham puddings, plural of Tottenham pudding. Tottenhamite, a native or inhabitant of Tottenham in London. Tottenhoff, a surname. Tottens, plural of Totten. Tother, a surname from German. Totterdown, an inner suburb in southern Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6071. Tottered. Simple past and past participle of totter. Totterer. One who totters. Totterers, plural of totterer. Tottergrass, Oryza media, a species of grass. Totteridge, a village in the borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2494. Hey. Comparative form of tottery, more tottery. Tatteris, superlative form of tottery, most tottery. Tottering, present participle and gerund of totter. Totteringham, only used in St. Totteringham's Day. Totteringly, in a tottering manner. Totterings, plural of tottering. Totterish, synonym of tottery. Totternoe, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9821. Totters, plural of totter. Tottersong, characterized or marked by tottering. Tottery, tending to totter. A pet form of the female given name Charlotte. Tottas, plural of toddy. Toddy, a surname from French. Tate, present participle and gerund of ta. Totting up, present participle and gerund of tot up. Tottings, plural of totting. Tottington, a small town in the metropolitan borough of Bury, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7712. Etta, a surname from Old English. Tottled, simple past and past participle of tottle. Tottles, plural of tottle. Toddling, present participle and gerund of tottle. Tollish, trembling or tottering as if about to fall, unsteady. Totten, a town in Totten and Elling Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 3613. Totten and Elling, a civil parish with a town council in New Forest District, Hampshire, England. Tottori, a city in Japan. Tottering, obsolete form of tottering. As in das. Toddyhead, a foolish person. Toddyheads, plural of toddyhead. Tada, alternative form of Todoaba. Tadavas, plural of Taduava. Totus porcus, completely, unreservedly. Tothe, a low-caste laborer hired as a messenger, etc. Hef, initialism of terms of use. Tukai, alternative form of dugong. Tutu, alternative form of daudu. Tutus, plural of tutu. Tutu, alternative form of daudu. Tutas, plural of tutu. Tuareg, alternative form of Tuareg. Tuaregs, plural of Tuareg. What? Alternative form of Tuart, Australian tree. Dewats, plural of Twas. Tauba, a city in east-central Senegal. Tauba, a white person. Taubabs, plural of Taubao. Taubalaki, a Greek metal drum. Taubalekis, plural of Taubaleki. Taubdal, a mountain in southwestern Morocco. Taubu, a Saharan ethnic group inhabiting northern Chad, southern Libya, northeastern Niger, and northwestern Sudan. Totin, any of various neotropical frugivorous birds from the family Ramphastidae with a large colorful beak. Toucan barbet, a South American bird of the species Psamornis ramphastinus. Toucan barbets, plural of toucan barbet. Toucan crossing, a pedestrian crossing equipped with traffic lights operated by the pedestrians, same as pelican crossing, but also allowing bicycles to cross. Toucan crossings, plural of toucan crossing. Toucana, any of several small toucans of the genera Aulocorhynchus and Selenitera. Toucanets, plural of toucana. Turfamai, resembling or characteristic of a toucan. Toucans, plural of toucan. Dush, primarily physical senses. Touch 'em all, to touch all four bases after hitting a home run, hence to hit a home run. Touch a chord, synonym of strike a chord. Touch a nerve, to make a remark or perform a deed which produces a strong response, especially an emotional response such as anxiety or annoyance, because it calls to mind something which has been a source of concern or embarrassment. Touch a raw nerve, alternative form of touch a nerve. Touch and go, characterized by brief and transitory encounters. Touch assist, the pseudoscientific practice of touching a person who is injured or ill for the purpose of healing. Touch assists, plural of touch assists. Touch base, to touch a base, usually with a foot, but sometimes with a hand. Touch base policy, an immigration policy in British Hong Kong for refugees from mainland China, allowing them to register for an identification card if they can reach the urban area. Touch bases, alternative form of touch base. Touch bottom, to reach the lowest point. Touch claw, to be just on the point of soiling oneself. Touch down, to land an aircraft or spacecraft. Touch football, a variant of American football in which players are touched as opposed to tackled. Touch footy, touch football. Touch grass, to spend time outside off of the internet, used in the imperative to suggest that someone is out of touch with reality and should gain some real-world perspective. Touch hull, a small hole through which the propellant charge of a cannon or muzzle-loading gun is ignited. Touch holes, plural of touch hole. Touch home, to impact someone deeply and emotionally. Resonate. Touch in, to initiate an electronic ticketing process at the start of a public transport journey by holding a chip card or a mobile device close to a terminal or reader. Touch judge, an official who monitors the touch line to signal if the ball or a player holding the ball goes out of play, and to signal if the ball goes through the goalposts during a penalty or conversion. Touch judges, plural of touch judge. Touch labor, the hands-on production or technical aspects of a task or service at the operational level of an organization. Touch line, alternative form of touch line. Touch lines, plural of touch line. Touch map, a visual representation of all the points on the pitch where a given player touched the ball during the game. Touch maps, plural of touch map. Touch move, the rule in chess that a piece touched must be moved or captured if possible. Touch of the tism, a mild form or manifestation of autism. Touch of the tar brush, real or suspected African or Asian distant ancestry in a person of predominantly Caucasian ancestry, mixed racial heritage e.g. Afro-Caribbean or, to a lesser extent, South Asian in background or appearance. Touch of the tar brush, alternative form of touch of the tar brush. Touch off, to start something, to set off traps, especially used for unstable situations that may magnify if disturbed. Touch on, to mention briefly, to cursorily discuss. Touch one's forelock, alternative form of tug one's forelock. Touch oneself, to masturbate. Touch out, to conclude an electronic ticketing process at the end of a public transport journey by holding a chip card or a mobile device close to a terminal or reader. Touchpad, alternative form of touchpad. Touchpads, plural of touchpad. Touch panel, a touch screen. Touch panels, plural of touch panel. Touch pen, a stylus. Touch pens, plural of touch pen. Touch foam, alternative form of touch phone. Touch phones, plural of touch phone. Touch piece, a coin or medallion given to someone in Britain after they had been touched by the sovereign as a cure for the king's evil. Touch pieces, plural of touch piece. Touch poo, an open-topped fish tank where visitors are encouraged to feel the animals inside. Touch pools, plural of touch poo. Touch screen, an input and output device that allows the user to interact with the computer by touching the display screen. Touch screens, plural of touch screen. Touch some grass, alternative form of touch grass. Touch someone's hem, alternative form of touch the hem of someone's garment. Touch someone's robe, alternative form of touch the hem of someone's garment. Touch tank, a touch poo. Touch tanks, plural of touch tank. Touch the body, synonym of dodgeball, the game of dodging balls. Touch the hem of someone's garment, to give respect or reverence to someone, to express servitude to someone, to draw strength or comfort from someone who is superior. Touch the hem of someone's robe, alternative form of touch the hem of someone's garment. Touch tour, a tour of a museum, gallery, etc. for blind or visually impaired people, allowing them to interact with the exhibits by touching them. Touch tours, plural of touch tour. Touch typing, typing without the use of sight to identify the keyboard keys. Touch up, to make slight corrections or adjustments to fill in or perfect. Touch upon, alternative form of touch on. Touch wood, to make contact with wood to avert bad luck in accordance with a folk practice. Touch, simple past and past participle of touch. Touch and go, alternative form of touch and go. Touch and go landing, a landing on a runway immediately followed by a takeoff without an intervening full stop. Touch and go landings, plural of touch and go landing. Touch and goes, alternative spelling of touch and goes, plural of touch and go. Touch and goes, plural of touch and go. Touch and goes, alternative spelling of touch and goes, plural of touch and go. Touchdown, alternative form of touchdown. Touchdowns, plural of touchdown. Touch dry, Dry to the extent that it can be touched without leaving a mark, and a foreign body will not stick to it. Of a painted surface. Touch first. Designed to prioritize touch as an input method. Touch-free. Alternative form of touch-free. Touch-hole. Alternative spelling of touch hole. Touch holes. Plural of touch hole. Touching goal. The part of the field behind the goal line and beyond the touch line. Any ball entering this zone would be considered out of play. Touching goals. Plural of touching goal. Touch mark. Alternative form of touch mark. Touch marks. Plural of touch mark. Touch me not. Any of several not closely related plants which react when touched. Touch me notish. Aloof, standoffish. Touch me notishness. The quality of being touch me notish. Touch me nots. Plural of touch me not. Touch move rule. The rule stating that if a player intentionally touches a piece when it is their turn, they must move or capture the piece if it is legal to do so. Touch needle. A small bar of gold and silver, either pure or alloyed in some known proportion with copper, for testing the purity of gold or silver articles by comparison of the streaks made by the article and the bar on a touchstone. Touch needles. Plural of touch needle. Touch paper. A strip of paper impregnated with niter, used as a fuse for firing gunpowder, fireworks, etc. Touch papers. Plural of touch paper. Touch foam. Alternative form of touch phone. Touch phones. Plural of touch phone. Touch screen. Alternative spelling of touch screen. Touch screens. Plural of touch screen. Touch tone. Relating to a type of telephone with buttons, each of which produces a tone which corresponds to the relevant digit. Touch tone dialing. A system of telephone dialing in which each digit is transmitted as a tone or combination of tones of specific pitch. Touch tone dialing. Alternative spelling of touch tone dialing. Touchstones. Plural of touchstone. Touch-eyed. To type with a keyboard or typewriter without having to look at it, knowing where the keys are. Touch-typed. Simple past and past participle of touch-typed. Touch-types. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch-type. Touch-typing. A technique of using the keyboard of a computer or typewriter in which the typist operates the keys without needing to look at the keyboard, knowing by heart the keys being allocated to each finger and the space bar to the thumb. Touch typist. A person who can type on a keyboard of a computer or typewriter without looking, normally using all 10 fingers. Touch typists. Plural of touch typists. Touch up. A slight correction or adjustment. Touch-ups. Plural of touch-up. A person who tries to get something out of others for nothing in return. Touchability. The quality of being touchable. Touchable. Capable of being touched, tangible or palpable. Touchableness. The quality of being touchable, tangibility. Touchably. In a touchable way or manner. Touchered polynomial. Any member of a polynomial sequence of binomial type defined by Tnx equals some kns nkx letter 1d4f equals some knn at top kx letter 1d4f, where SNK equals n a top kiss a sterling number of the second kind, i.e. the number of partitions of a set of size n into k disjoint non-empty subsets. Touchered polynomials. Plural of touchered polynomial. Touches. Plural of touch. Touchback. The result of a play, usually a kickoff or punt, in which the ball passes out the back of the end zone or a team otherwise gains possession of the ball in their own end zone. Touchbacks. Plural of touchback. Touchball. Synonym of touch football, American football variant. Touchbox. A box containing lighted tinder, formerly carried by soldiers for kindling matchlocks. Touchboxes. Plural of touchbox. Touchdown. A 6-point score occurring when the ball enters possession of a team's player in the opponent's end zone. Touchdown dance. A small dance performed to celebrate a success by the one who succeeded. Touchdown dances. Plural of touchdown dance. Touchdown pass. A pass in which the receiver then scores a touchdown. Touchdown passes. Plural of touchdown pass. Touchdowns. Plural of touchdown. Touche. Alternative spelling of touche. An acknowledgement of a hit. Touched. Emotionally moved by, made to feel emotion by. Touched a nerve. Simple past and past participle of touch a nerve. Touched and gone. Past participle of touch and go. Touched and went. Simple past of touch and go. Touch base. Simple past and past participle of touch base. Touch claw. Simple past and past participle of touch claw. Touch down. Simple past and past participle of touch down. Touched grass. Simple past and past participle of touch grass. Touched home. Simple past and past participle of touch home. Touched in. Simple past and past participle of touch in. Touched in the head. Alternative form of touched in the head. Touched in the head. Demented, slightly mentally deficient. Touched off. Simple past and past participle of touch off. Touch on. Simple past and past participle of touch on. Touched one's forelock. Simple past and past participle of touch one's forelock. Touched oneself. Simple past and past participle of touch oneself. Touched some grass. Simple past and past participle of touch some grass. Touched someone's hem. Simple past and past participle of touch someone's hem. Touched someone's row. Simple past and past participle of touch someone's row. Touch the hem of someone's garment. Simple past and past participle of touch the hem of someone's garment. Touch the hem of someone's row. Simple past and past participle of touch the hem of someone's row. Touch up. Simple past and past participle of touch up. Touched upon. Simple past and past participle of touch upon. Touched wood. Simple past and past participle of touch wood. Touchness. The state, quality, or condition of being touched. Touchest. Second person singular simple past indicative of touch. Tachang. An urban township in Yilan County, Taiwan. Toucher. One who touches. Toucherism. Fraudurism. Touchers. Plural of toucher. Touches. Plural of touch. Touches a nerve. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch a nerve. Touches and goes. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch and go. Touches base. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch base. Touches cloth. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch cloth. Touches down. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch down. Touches grass. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch grass. Touches home. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch home. Touches in. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch in. Touches of the tar brush. Plural of touch of the tar brush. Touches of the tar brush. Plural of touch of the tar brush. Touches off. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch off. Touches on. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch on. Touches one's forelock. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch one's forelock. Touches oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch oneself. Touches some grass. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch some grass. Touches someone's hem. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch someone's hem. Touches someone's robe. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch someone's robe. Touches the hem of someone's garment. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch the hem of someone's garment. Touches the hem of someone's robe. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch the hem of someone's robe. Touches the. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch up. Touches upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch upon. Touches wood. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch wood. Touches in goal. Plural of touch in goal. Touches. Second person singular simple present indicative of touch. Touch it. A surname. Touch it. Third person singular simple present indicative of touch. Touch it. Plural of touch it. Touch it. A surname. Touch it. Plural of touch it. Touch frame. A hardware overlay that adds touchscreen functionality to a monitor screen. Touch frames. Plural of touch frame. Touch-free. Free of touching. Touch hole. Alternative spelling of touch hole. Touch holes. Plural of touch hole. Touchy. Comparative form of touchy, more touchy. That is. Superlative form of touchy, most touchy. Touchily. In a touchy manner. Touchin'. Pronunciation spelling of touching. Touchiness. The papity. Touchy. Touchinesses. Plural of touchiness. Toucher. Present participle and gerund of touch. Touching a nerve. Present participle and gerund of touch a nerve. Touching and going. Present participle and gerund of touch and go. Touching ball. An instance with a cue ball is touching a potential object ball. If the player hits the ball in question, it is a foul shot. Touching balls. Plural of touching ball. Touching base. Present participle and gerund of touch base. Touching cloth. Present participle and gerund of touch cloth. Touching down. Present participle and gerund of touch down. Touching grass. Present participle and gerund of touch grass. Touching home. Present participle and gerund of touch home. Touching in. Present participle and gerund of touch in. Touching off. Present participle and gerund of touch off. Touching on. Present participle and gerund of touch on. Touching one's forelock. Present participle and gerund of touch one's forelock. Touching oneself. Present participle and gerund of touch oneself. Touching some grass. Present participle of touch some grass. Touching someone's hem. Present participle and gerund of touch someone's hem. Touching someone's robe. Present participle and gerund of touch someone's robe. Touching the hem of someone's garment. Present participle and gerund of touch the hem of someone's garment. Touching the hem of someone's robe. Present participle and gerund of touch the hem of someone's robe. Touching up. Present participle and gerund of touch up. Touching upon. Present participle and gerund of touch upon. Touching wood. Present participle and gerund of touch wood. Touchingly. In a touching manner. Touchingness. The condition of being touching. Touchings. Plural of touching. Touchless. Lacking or avoiding physical contact. Touchlessly. In a touchless manner. Touchlessness. Absence of touch. Touchline. One of the lines that mark the border limits of the pitch. Touchlines. Plural of touchline. Touchlogger. A system that performs touch logging. Touchloggers. Plural of touchlogger. Touch logging. The logging of the use of a touchpad. Touchmark. The manufacturer's official identifying sign impressed into a pewter object. Touch marks. Plural of touchmark. Touches. Touchy, overly sensitive. Touchpad. A flat surface which is sensitive to touch, used mostly in laptop computers to control an on-screen cursor. Touchpads. Plural of touchpad. Touch panel. Alternative spelling of touch panel. Touch panels. Plural of touch panel. Touch paper. Alternative spelling of touch paper. Touch papers. Plural of touch paper. Touch phone. A mobile phone with a touch screen. Touch phones. Plural of touch phone. Touch piece. Alternative form of touch piece. Touch pieces. Plural of touch piece. Touch point. A physical point of contact. A surface that is regularly touched by people. Touch points. Plural of touch point. Touchproof. Resistant to being smudged or smeared by touch. Touchscreen. Alternative form of touch screen. Touchscreens. Plural of touchscreen. Touchstone. A surname. Touchstones. Plural of touchstone. Touch. Simple past and past participle of touch. Touchin. A surname. Touchstone. Alternative form of touchstone. Touchstones. Plural of touchstone. Touchins. Plural of touchin. Touched, alternative spelling of touch up. Touch-ups, plural of touch-up, alternative spelling of touch-ups. Touchod, decayed wood used as tinder, punk. Dati, extremely sensitive or volatile, easily disturbed to the point of becoming unstable, requiring caution or tactfulness. Touchy-feeler, a touchy-feely person, one who is fond of physical contact with other people. Touchy-feelers, plural of touchy-feeler. Touchy-feeliness, the state or condition of being touchy-feely. Touchy-feely, having a fondness for physical contact with other people, especially to an excessive degree. Taukulor, a member of a West African ethnic group native to the Fouta Toro region of Senegal, with strong Islamic heritage. Taukulors, plural of Taukulor. Tofa, obsolete form of typhoon. Tovans, plural of tufan. Totha, obsolete form of typhoon. Taugarashi, alternative form of Tagarashi. Taugert, a city and commune in Algeria. Strong and resilient, sturdy. Tough act to follow, synonym of hard act to follow. Tough acts to follow, plural of tough act to follow. Tough as nails, having a hard, strong, and determined mindset. Tough as old boots, very tough, very strong. Tough as teak, very tough. Tough ass, synonym of big ask. Tough bananas, synonym of tough cookies. Tough break, a situation resulting in misfortune or hardship, an instance of bad luck. Tough call, a choice or judgment which is difficult to make, especially one involving only two alternatives. Tough calls, plural of tough call. Tough case, a person who is difficult to work with. Tough cases, plural of tough case. Tough cookie, a person who can endure physical or mental hardship, a hardened, strong-willed person. Tough cookies, plural of tough cookie. Tough crowd, an audience that is difficult to please. Tough crowds, plural of tough crowd. Tough going, a difficult situation. Tough guy, a man known for his physical and or emotional resilience. Tough guys, plural of tough guy. Tough it out, synonym of tough out. Tough love, the compassionate use of stringent disciplinary measures to attempt to improve someone's behavior. Tough love, simple past and past participle of tough love. Tough lows, third person singular simple present indicative of tough love. Tough loving, present participle and gerund of tough love. Tough luck, bad luck. Tough noogies, synonym of hard cheese. Tough nut, synonym of tough nut to crack person, etc. difficult to deal with. Tough nut to crack, synonym of hard nut to crack. Tough nuts, plural of tough nut. Tough nuts to crack, plural of tough nut to crack. Tough on crime, that establishes stricter criminal penalties, especially as a reaction to violent and property crime. Tough out, to endure a hardship or challenge by being tough, relying on one's toughness. Tough pill to swallow, synonym of bitter pill to swallow. Tough pills to swallow, plural of tough pill to swallow. Tough road to hoe, Misconstruction of tough row to hoe. Tough row to hoe. Alternative form of long row to hoe. Tough rows to hoe. Plural of tough row to hoe. Tough sell. Alternative form of hard sell. Tough sells. Plural of tough sell. Tough shit. An unsympathetic retort to someone suffering misfortune. Tough sledding. A situation in which it is difficult to proceed. Tough tacos. Synonym of tough cookies. Tough tarts. Synonym of tough cookies. Tough times. Synonym of hard times. Tough titties. Synonym of tough titty. Tough titty. Used to acknowledge a listener's misfortune while denying them sympathy. Tough titty, said the kitty. Synonym of tough titty, hard luck, too bad. Tough toenails. Synonym of hard cheese. Tough toodles. Too bad for you. The outcome one desires is not likely to evolve. Tough tushy. Alternatives. Spelling of tough tushy. Tough touches. Too bad for you. The outcome one desires is not likely to evolve. Tough tutty. Get over it. Grow up. Tough tutties. Plural of tough tushy. Tough cake. Tough pitch. Refined copper. Tough cakes. Plural of tough cake. Tough guy. Resembling or characteristic of a tough guy. Tough guyness. The quality or condition of being a tough guy. Tough love. To practice tough love, to treat someone with compassion but applying stringent discipline in order to improve their behavior. Tough loathe. Simple past and past participle of tough love. Tough loathes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tough love. Tough loving. Present participle and gerund of tough love. Tough-minded. Not distracted from actual facts by enticements, intimidation, or sentimentality, steadfast in one's actions, beliefs, commitments, etc. Realistic. Tough-mindedly. In a tough-minded manner, lacking sentimentality. Tough-mindedness. The characteristic of being tough-minded, lack of sentimentality and unswerving conviction. Tough bitch. The exact state or quality of texture and consistency of well-reduced and refined copper. Tough-skinned. Resilient, able to endure hardship or criticism with no apparent adverse effects. That. Simple past and past participle of tough. Tough to doubt. Simple past and past participle of tough it out. Toughed out. Simple past and past participle of tough out. Toughen. To make tough. Toughen up. To make or become mentally tougher. Toughenable. Capable of being toughened. Toughened. Simple past and past participle of toughen. Toughened up. Simple past and past participle of toughen up. Toughener. Something used to toughen. Tougheners. Plural of toughener. Toughening. Present participle and gerund of toughen. Toughening up. Present participle and gerund of toughen up. Toughenings. Plural of toughening. Toughens. Third person singular simple present indicative of toughen. Toughens up. Third person singular simple present indicative of toughen up. Dover. Comparative form of tough, more tough. Tougher nut to crack. Alternative form of tough nut to crack. Tougher nuts to crack. Plural of tougher nut to crack. S. Superlative form of tough, most tough. Toughest nut to crack. Alternative form of tough nut to crack. Toughest nuts to crack. Plural of toughest nut to crack. That is something that is tough or difficult. That is plural of toughy. Toughy. Present participle and gerund of tough. Toughing it out. Present participle of tough it out. Toughing out. Present participle and gerund of tough out. That is somewhat tough. Toughly. In a tough manner. Tough-minded. Alternative form of tough-minded. Tough-mindedly. Alternative form of tough-mindedly. Tough-mindedness. Alternative form of tough-mindedness. Toughness. The state of being tough. Toughnesses. Plural of toughness. Tougher. Alternative spelling of tugra. Toughers. Plural of toughra. Plural of tough. Toughs it out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tough it out. Toughs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tough out. Toughshank. Any of several species of fungi in the order Taxonomicrangagaricales. Toughshanks. Plural of toughshank. Alternative form of tuffy. Towie. A surname from Irish. Towies. Plural of towhee. Tuwa. A form of voluntary collective labor in North Africa. Taujau. A Meitei surname from Manipuri. Taugers. Perdrix. Too much of a good thing. Thou. A city in Caliubia Governorate, northeastern Egypt. Haupui. A suburb of Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. How. A commune in Meurthe-et-Moselle Department, Grand Est, France. Archaic spelling of told. Power. Alternative form of Duliu. Talman. A surname transferred from the given name. Talmanian. Of or relating to Stephen Talman 1922-2009, British philosopher, author, and educator known for his analysis of moral reasoning. Talmans. Plural of Talman. Toulon. A city in Provence-Alpes d'Azur and the prefecture of the department of Var in France. Hu. A surname. Hu. A costumed character of the French Guianan Carnival, a masked woman who invites men to dance. Tues. Plural of Tulu. Toulousain. A native or inhabitant of the city of Toulouse, the prefecture of the Haute-Garonne department and the Occitania region, France. Toulousains. Plural of Toulousain. Tours. The capital city of Haute-Garonne department and of the larger Occitania region, France. Towson. A surname. Towston. A hamlet in Newton-Kyme-cum-Towston parish, Selby district, North Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 4544. How. A garlic condiment common in the Levant, similar to aioli, made with garlic, salt, olive or vegetable oil, lemon juice, and sometimes mint. Tala. A surname. Talma. Alternative form of Taumen. Taumens, plural of Taumen. Taumes, plural of Tauma. Tauyao. Quercus taumai, a North American tree in the beech family. Tauyaux, plural of Taui oak. Tauma, an old Egyptian unit of dry measure. Taumnes, plural of Tauma. Taums, plural of Taum. Tundra, archaic form of tundra. Tundras, plural of tundra. Tau, obsolete spelling of town. Towns, plural of town. Tau, obsolete form of tongue. Tound, obsolete spelling of tongue. Townges, plural of townge. Towngo, a local government area of Adamawa State, Nigeria. Towns, plural of town. Tau, obsolete form of tongue. Towns, plural of town. Town. A municipality of Croatia. Townkite, a hexagonal trapezohedral mineral with a chemical formula Na-Ka-Al6C6O-So-Cl-H2O. Topaz, alternative form of topaz black Catholic soldier in the British Army. Tupaces, plural of tupas. A hairpiece to cover partial baldness. Tuba, a wig of false hair worn to cover a bald spot, especially as worn by a man. Toupee, alternative spelling of toupee. Toupee fallacies, plural of toupee fallacy. Toupee fallacies, plural of toupee. Toupee fallacy. Toupee fallacy, a form of selection bias in which a thing whose quality is measured in terms of being difficult to detect is wrongly judged to be of poor quality in general, caused by the fact that most people only notice poor quality instances of it. Toupee fallacy, alternative spelling of toupee fallacy. Toupee, wearing a toupee. Toupees, plural of toupee. Toupees, plural of toupee. Tous, plural of toupe. Toupe, archaic form of toupee. Toupets, plural of toupet. Toupee hollandaise, a game in which a spinning top is placed on a table to bounce around off barriers. Points are scored when the top knocks over pins placed on the table. Toupe, a surname from French. Toubens, plural of Toupin. Tous, a surname from French. Toubses, plural of Toups. Tauk, alternative form of toque. Taux, plural of tout. Tour, ellipsis of Tour de France. Tourbus, a bus used for a touring group, especially by musicians. Tourbuses, plural of tourbus. Tour d'horizon, an extensive tour, figuratively, a wide-ranging or general survey. Tour de force, a feat demonstrating brilliance or mastery in a field. Tour de France, an annual long-distance cycling race through France and other European countries. Tour group, a group of tourists on a tour. Tour groups, plural of tour group. Tour guide, one who provides assistance and information to people on organized tours. Tour guides, plural of tour guide. Tour match. A cricket match played between a touring side and a local side. Tour matches. Plural of tour match. Tourmate. Alternative spelling of tourmate. Tourmates. Plural of tourmate. Tour of duty. A period of time spent on a specific assignment, especially on an overseas mission. Tour operator. A company that sells package holidays. Tour operators. Plural of tour operator. Tourgoer. Alternative form of tourgoer. Tourgoers. Plural of tourgoer. Terravo. Suitable for touring. Tourabout. A touring car with two separate seat sections. Tourabouts. Plural of tourabout. Turraco. Alternative form of turraco. Turracos. Plural of turraco. Turracos. Plural of turraco. Touré. A historical province of France, extant until 1790, whose capital was Tours. Tourainian. Alternative form of Tourainian. Tourainians. Plural of Tourainian. Tourainian. Of or relating to Touraine, one of the traditional provinces of France. Tourainians. Plural of Tourainian. Touré. En Letterunibi Vivendi, a city in central Vietnam. Tourangeau. A surname from French. Tourangeaus. Plural of Tourangeau. Tourainian. Archaic form of Tourainian. Tourainians. Plural of Tourainian. Touré. A town in St. Lucia. Touré. A surname. Torres. Plural of Touré. Tourillion. An ornamental firework that turns round in the air so as to form a scroll of fire. Tourbillons. Plural of tourbillon. Tourbillon. A rotating frame containing the escapement of a clock or watch that attempts to compensate for the effects of gravity. Tourbillons. Plural of tourbillon. Tourbus. Alternative form of tourbus. Turbuses. Plural of turbus. Turbuses. Plural of turbus. Turcoing. A city and commune of Nord department, Hauts de France, France. Tordian. A lively dance similar to a gallier. Tordians. Plural of Tordian. Tot. A surname from French. Tot. Simple past and past participle of tor. Turel. A turret. Turels. Plural of turel. Tourer. An open top or soft top motor car suitable for touring. Tourers. Plural of tourer. Plural of tour. Tourette's syndrome. A neurological disorder characterized by the presence of physical and vocal tics. Tourette's. Synonym of Tourette's syndrome. Tourette's disorder. Tourette's syndrome. Tourette's syndrome. Alternative form of Tourette's syndrome. Tourateur. A person who has Tourette's syndrome. Toureuteurs. Plural of Tourateur. Tourettic. Of or relating to Tourette's syndrome. Touretish. Of or relating to Tourette's syndrome. Tourettism. A tic or other behavior associated with Tourette's syndrome. Tourettisms. Plural of tourettism. Tourette. Of or relating to Tourette's syndrome. Tour. One who goes on a tour. Tours. Plural of tourgoer. Tour group. Alternative form of tour group. Tour groups. Plural of tour group. Tour guide. Alternative form of tour guide. Tour guides. Plural of tour guide. Touring. Working for a short time in different places. Touring bicycle. A bicycle designed or modified for touring with luggage. Touring bicycles. Plural of touring bicycle. Touring car. A large open car seating 4 or more people and having a folding top. An automobile designed for touring, specifically a roomy car, not a limousine. Touring cars. Plural of touring car. Touring companies. Plural of touring company. Touring company. A troupe of theatrical, musical, or other performers who constitute an ancillary unit of an established company of performers and who usually provide entertainment at locations other than the main venue where the established company performs. Touring member. A person not credited as a full member of a music group who performs as part of the group while it is on tour. Touring motorcycle. A motorcycle designed to be driven on long-distance journeys with large fuel tanks and features for increased driver comfort. Touring motorcycles. Plural of touring motorcycle. Touring side. The visiting side on a tour. Touring sides. Plural of touring side. Touring squad. The group of players who go on a tour as a pool from which teams are selected for individual matches. Touring squads. Plural of touring squad. Tourings. Plural of touring. Tourism. The act of traveling or sightseeing, particularly away from one's home. Tourism minister. Alternative letter case form of tourism minister. Tourism minister. A cabinet minister or government official typically responsible for overseeing tourism within a nation. Tourism ministers. Plural of tourism minister. Tourism ministers. Plural of tourism minister. Tourism phobia. An aversion to tourists, especially to mass tourism, having negative impacts on local communities. Tourisms. Plural of tourism. Tourists. Someone who travels for pleasure rather than for business. Tourist agencies. Plural of tourist agency. Tourist agency. Travel agency. Tourist area. A district, quarter, or similar locale that is significantly dependent on revenue from tourism. Tourist areas. Plural of tourist area. Tourist attraction. A place of interest where tourists visit, typically for its cultural value, beauty, or historical significance, offering leisure and amusement. Tourist attractions. Plural of tourist attraction. Tourist card. Synonym of tourist visa. Tourist cards. Plural of tourist card. Tourist court. Synonym of motel. Tourist courts. Plural of tourist court. Tourist destination. Any place, especially a settlement such as a city or town, that is known for tourism. Tourist destinations. Plural of tourist destination. Tourist guide. Synonym of tour guide. Tourist guides. Plural of tourist guide. Tourist highway. A road which is marketed as particularly suited for tourists and promoted by traffic signs or advertising material. Tourist highways, plural of tourist highway. Tourist office, an office which provides information advertising material. Tourist highways, plural of tourist highway. Tourist office, an office which provides information, brochures, maps, etc. for tourists to an area or locality. Tourist offices, plural of tourist office. Tourist police, a branch of the police responsible for assisting tourists. Tourist trap, an establishment, such as a shop or display, where tourists are encouraged to spend money on goods or services not necessarily of good value. Tourist trappy, alternative form of tourist trappy. Tourist traps, plural of tourist trap. Tourist tree, the gumbo limbo, Bursarissa maruba. Tourist trees, plural of tourist tree. Tourist visa, a document that allows a limited period of leisure travel within a country, but no business activity. Tourist visas, plural of tourist visa. Tourist trap, alternative form of tourist trap. Tourist trappy, resembling or characteristic of a tourist trap. Tourist traps, plural of tourist trap. Tourista, traveler's diarrhea encountered in Latin America. Touristum, the realm or sphere of tourists. Tourista, visited by tourists. Touristic, catering to tourists, touristy. Touristic guy, a tour guide. Touristic guides, plural of touristic guide. Touristically, from a touristic point of view, in a touristic way. Touristicity, the quality of being touristic. Touristicness, the quality of being touristic. Touristy, comparative form of touristy, more touristy. Tourist, superlative form of touristy, most touristy. Touristification, the process of touristifying. Touristify, simple past and past participle of touristify. Touristifies, third person singular simple present indicative of touristify. Touristify, to make suitable for tourists, especially by adding superficial frills at the expense of authenticity. Touristifying, present participle and gerund of touristify. Touristiness, the state of being touristy. Touristing, present participle and gerund of tourist. Tourist-like, resembling or characteristic of a tourist. Touristry, tourism. Tourists, plural of tourists. Touristscape, any and all things of interest to a tourist, including attractions, cultural sites, restaurants and hotels, souvenir shops, tourist districts. Touristscapes, plural of touristscape. Touristy, catering to tourists, touristic. Tour, a surname. Tourde, a surname. Toru, a crab of species Gecarcinus lateralis. Taurus, plural of tourlaru. Tourmalated, having tourmaline inclusions. Tourmaline, alternative form of tourmaline. Tourmaline, a complex black or dark-colored borosilicate mineral, compounded with various chemical elements and considered a semi-precious stone. Tourmalines, plural of tourmaline. Tourmalinic, of or relating to tourmaline. Tourmaliniferous, bearing or yielding tourmaline. Tourmalinization, conversion into tourmaline. Tourmalinizations, plural of tourmalinization. Tourmalinize, to convert into tourmaline. Tourmalinize, simple past and past participle of tourmalinize. Tourmalinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tourmalinize. Tourmalinizing, present participle and gerund of tourmalinize. Tourmalins, plural of tourmalin. Tourate, a person with whom one goes on a tour. Tourmates, plural of tourmate. Tour, a circuit made by a medieval English sheriff to the courts of his shire. Tournai, a municipality in Hainaut, Belgium. Tourmagen, in the ICS geologic timescale, the lowest stage or oldest age of the Mississippian, the oldest subsystem of the Carboniferous. It lasted from 358.9 ma to 346.7 ma and was preceded by the Faminian and followed by the Visayan. Tournament, during the Middle Ages, a series of battles and other contests designed to prepare knights for war. Tournamental, of or relating to a tournament. Tournaments, plural of tournament. Tournepo, a lightweight earth mover used in maintaining roadbeds and runways. Tourneples, plural of tournepo. Tournai, a village in Haute-Pyrénées department, Occitania. Tournaise, plural of tournai. Tour, obsolete spelling of torn. Tornado, synonym of tornadoes resulting from taking that word to be plural. Tornadoes, filet mignon. Tornadoes Rossini, a French dish comprising beef tornadoes pan-fried in butter, served on a crouton, topped with a hot slice of foie gras, and garnished with black truffle slices and Madeira demi-glace sauce. Tournefortion, of or relating to Joseph Pitton de Tournefort 1656-1708, French botanist. Tourneries, plural of tournery. Tournery, obsolete spelling of turnary, work turned on a lathe. Tournette, a simple potter's wheel on which pieces of pottery could be turned by hand. Tournettes, plural of tournette. Tourney, a tournament. Tourney, simple past and past participle of tourney. Tournaire, one who took part in a medieval tourney. Tournaires, plural of tournaire. Tournier, present participle and gerund of tourney. Tourneys, plural of tourney. Tourneys, plural of tourney, alternative form of tourneys. Tourniquet, a tightly compressed bandage used to stop bleeding by stopping the flow of blood through a large artery in a limb. Tourniquet, fixed with a tourniquet. Tourniqueting, present participle and gerund of tourniquet. Tourniquets, plural of tourniquet. Tourniqueted, simple past and past participle of tourniquet. Tourniqueting, present participle and gerund of tourniquet. Thorns, plural of torn. Tornsol, a violet blue dye got from the plant Chrysophyra or tinctoria. Tournure, manner, bearing. Tournures, plural of tournure. Tournus, a commune in Seine-et-Loire department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Turo, a municipality of A Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Turography, List of all of the tours of a certain musical act, usually with dates and often with other information about the tours. Tourist, a tourist who acts in an ignorant or idiotic manner. Tournaut, a space tourist. Tournauts, plural of tournaut. Tourons, plural of touron. Tourist, a surname from French. Tours, a city, the largest in the region of Centre-Val de Loire, France, and the capital of Indre-et-Loire department. Tours d'horizon, plural of tour de horizon. Tours de force, plural of tour de force. Tours of duty, plural of tour of duty. Tourscape, tourist attractions and scenery. Tourscapes, plural of tourscape. Tourtière, alternative spelling of tourtière. Tourtière, a type of traditional French Canadian meat pie, usually made with pork. Tourtière, plural of tourtière. Tourtière, plural of tourtière. Tourdaus, a village in Ariège department, Occitania, France. Tourville, a surname. Tourvelles, plural of Tourville. Tous les mois, a kind of starch with large, oval, flattened grains, often sold as arrowroot or used for adulterating cocoa, made from the rootstocks of a species of canna, probably Canna edulis. Tous les mois starch, starch gleaned from the rootstocks of specimens of the genus Canna, especially Canna indica sin. Canna edulis. Tauch, alternative spelling of tush. Tapias, plural of tausch. Taus, to rumple, tousle. Taust, simple past and past participle of taus. Tousle, alternative form of tousle. Tousled, simple past and past participle of tousle. Tousling, present participle and gerund of tousle. Tousled, simple past and past participle of tousle. Tousling, present participle and gerund of tousle. Tousles, third person singular simple present indicative of tousle. Touser, one who touses. Tousers, plural of touser. Touses, plural of tous. Tousingant, a surname. Tousingants, plural of tousignant. Tousing, present participle and gerund of tous. Tousle, to put into disorder, to tumble, to touse, to muss. Tousle-haired, having unkempt hair. Tousle-headed, having unkempt hair. Tousled, of hair, in disarray, disheveled, or unkempt. Tousler, one who tousles. Towslers, plural of tousler. Tousles, third person singular simple present indicative of tousle. Tousley, a surname. Tousleys, plural of tousley. Tousling, present participle and gerund of tousle. Touslings, plural of tousling. Tousley, synonym of tousled. Toussaint, a surname from French. Tousy, a surname. Touses, plural of tousy. Tousy, tousled, tangled, rough, shaggy. Out, someone advertising for customers in an aggressive way. Tout court, just simply, without addition or qualification, alone. Tout de suite. Immediately, right away. Tout ensemble. The overall appearance or impression, especially of a work of art. Tout le monde. Everyone, everybody. Tout suite. Alternative form of tout de suite, anglicized form. Tautatis. A god worshipped in ancient Gaul and Britain. Tout. Simple past and past participle of tout. Touter. One who seeks customers as for an inn, a public conveyance, shops, etc. Hence, an obtrusive candidate for office. Touters. Plural of touter. Touting. Present participle and gerund of tout. Toutings. Plural of touting. Touts. Plural of tout. Pouvre. A surname from French. Taos River. A town and river in the Western Cape, South Africa. Tut. Alternative form of Taos. This. Simple past and past participle of tous. Tous. Third person singular simple present indicative of tous. Tousing. Present participle and gerund of tous. Tuesdayan. A surname from Armenian. Tuesdayans. Plural of Tuesdayan. Tuh. Alternative form of Tausel. Tuel. Alternative spelling of tousled. Tuels. Third person singular simple present indicative of tousle. Tousling. Present participle and gerund of tousle. Tui. Alternative form of tausi. A Ukrainian limited liability company. Dalvar. A surname from Spanish. Tavarich. Alternative form of Tavarish. Tavariches. Plural of Tavarich. Tavarish. Alternative form of Tavarish. Tavarishes. Plural of Tavarish. Tavarish. Comrade, especially with reference to the former USSR. Tavarish. Alternative form of Tavarish. Tavarishes. Plural of Tavarish. Tavarishes. Plural of Tavarish. Tavarne. A municipality of Croatia. Tavars. Plural of Tavar. Tove. A river in Northamptonshire, England, tributary to the Great Ouse, which passes Towcester. Dulal. To immerse something, especially kitchenware, into a mikveh. Tovero. A horse whose coloration is a mixture of Tobiano and Overo. Toveras. Plural of Tovera. Dovis. A surname from Chamorro. Doeis. Plural of toes. Tove. A surname from Old Norse. Tovis. Plural of Tovi. Tau. A suburban area and civil parish in Maidstone Borough, Kent, England. OS grid ref TQ 7554. Tavorafnim. A kinase inhibitor used to treat glioma. Tavas. A city and district of Azerbaijan. The initialism of two blanched, optically tracked, wire-guided, a kind of anti-tank missile. A surname. Telbar. A bar or ball, usually at the rear of a vehicle, where a trailer or caravan or other similar item can be attached and towed. Tow bars, plural of tow bar. Tow-haired, alternative spelling of tow-haired. Tow hitch. Tow bar. Tow hitches, plural of tow hitch. Tow iron, a toggle iron used in whaling. Tow irons, plural of tow iron. Tow law, a small town and civil parish with a town council in County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 1139. Tow linen. Linen produced from tow, the shorter flax fibers produced by the retting process, spun on small table wheels, then plied and twisted a second time with additional strands. TOW missile, a kind of anti-tank missile. TOW missiles, plural of TOW missile. Tow ring, an oval area where racehorses are walked. Tow rings, plural of tow ring. Tow rope, alternative spelling of tow rope. Tow ropes, plural of tow rope. Tow the line, acorn of tow the line. Tow truck, a motor vehicle typically equipped with winches, chains, and related equipment and used to tow disabled vehicles. Tow truck, plural of tow truck. Towaway zone, an area where car parking is not allowed and where illegally parked cars will be removed by tow truck. Towaway zones, plural of towaway zone. Tow color, of a pale yellow color like that of flax. Tow-haired, having almost white blonde hair. Towhead, alternative form of towhead. Towheaded, alternative spelling of towheaded. Towheads, plural of towhead. Tow truck, alternative form of tow truck. Tow trucks, plural of tow truck. Synonym of Gemis Tannon language. Towability, that half of being towable. That can be towed. Towable, plural of towable. Towako, an unincorporated community in Montville, Morris County, New Jersey, United States. Towant, the act of towing. Towages, plural of towage. Towhigh, the tree Terraphila silva. Cola. Doe, a sand dune. Towanta, a village in McLean County, Illinois, United States. Towans, plural of Towan. Toleak, a census-designated place in Montezuma County, Colorado, United States. Door, a coastal village south of Dunoon, Argyll, and Butte Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 1367. Towavilius, superlative form of towardly, most towardly. Towardliness, the state or quality of being towardly. Towardly, promising, propitious. Towardness, the quality or state of being toward. Towardnesses, plural of towardness. Towards, alternative form of toward. Towaway, the process of towing away a vehicle. Towaways, plural of towaway. Towback, a current that tends to pull things backward. Towbacks, plural of towback. Towball, A connector on a vehicle, like a tow bar but spherical, allowing for swiveling and articulation. Towbows, plural of tow ball. Tow bar, alternative spelling of tow bar. Tow bars, plural of tow bar. Tow board, a board typically fitted with survey equipment towed behind a vessel. Tow boards, plural of tow board. Towboat, a towboat. Towboater, someone who pilots a towboat or generally works on towboats in the intercoastal waterways of the U.S. Towboaters, plural of towboater. Towboats, plural of towboat. Towbodies, plural of towbody. Towbody, an object towed behind an airborne or underwater vehicle, usually carrying scientific equipment. Towcaster, a market town and civil parish with a town council in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in South Northamptonshire District OS Grid Ref SB 6948. A surname. Tow. Simple past and past participle of tow. Towed the line. Simple past and past participle of tow the line. Tow. A vehicle, vessel, etc. being towed. Tow is plural of towy. Towel, a cloth used for wiping, especially one used for drying anything wet, such as a person after a bath. Towel down, to dry something or someone with a towel. Towel gourd, love a plant. Towel gourds, plural of towel gourd. Towel off, to dry oneself or another person or thing completely using a towel. Towel rail, a rail or system of rails sometimes heated in a bathroom on which towels are hung to dry. Towel rails, plural of towel rail. Towel snap, a school prank in the act of the person twisting a damp towel making it look whip-like. The person whips the victim with the end of the towel making a snapping noise and with contact of the victim in pain. Towel snaps, plural of towel snap. Towel up, to thoroughly defeat an opponent in a fight or competition. Towel horse, towel rat. Towel horses, plural of towel horse. Toweled, wearing a towel. Towel is down, simple past and past participle of towel down. Toweled off, simple past and past participle of towel off. Toweled up, simple past and past participle of towel up. Towelette, a small towel, hand or face wipe, either dry or more commonly impregnated with water or a cleansing fluid. Towelettes, plural of towelette. Toweled, a member of the Muslims, Arabs, Sikhs, and other groups that traditionally wear headdress such as a turban, keffiyeh, or headscarf. Towel-headed, Arabic. Towel-eds, plural of towel head. Toweling, alternative form of toweling. Toweling down, present participle and gerund of towel down. Toweling off, present participle and gerund of towel off. Toweling up, present participle and gerund of towel up. Towelings, plural of toweling. Towel, a surname. Toweled, wearing a towel. Toweled down. Simple past and past participle of towel down. Toweled off. Simple past and past participle of towel off. Toweled up. Simple past and past participle of towel up. Towelless. Without a towel or towels. Towel. Resembling or characteristic of a towel. Toweling. Any fabric suitable for towels, such as huckaback or terry cloth. Toweling down. Present participle and gerund of towel down. Toweling off. Present participle and gerund of towel off. Toweling up. Present participle and gerund of towel up. Towelings. Plural of toweling. Towels. Plural of towel. Towelry. Towels collectively. Towels. Plural of towel. Towels down. Third person singular simple present indicative of towel down. Towels off. Third person singular simple present indicative of towel off. Towels up. Third person singular simple present indicative of towel up. Toweth. Simple past of Togo. Tower. The Tower of London, especially seen as a place of imprisonment or punishment. Tower bastion. A bastion of masonry, often with chambers beneath it, built at an angle of the interior polygon of some works. Tower bastions. Plural of tower bastion. Tower block. A tall residential or office building. Tower blocks. Plural of tower block. Tower bridge. A bascule bridge in London crossing the River Thames. Built in the late 19th century. Tower crane. A crane consisting of a balanced beam erected on top of a tall metal, normally self-erecting tower, used in the construction of tall buildings. Tower cranes. Plural of tower crane. Tower defense. Alternative form of tower defense. Tower defense. A style of real-time strategy video game in which the player attempts to stop enemies from crossing a map by building traps to slow them down and towers or turrets which shoot at them as they pass within range. Tower hamlets. A London borough in the East End, Greater London. Tower Hill. A number of places in England. Tower house. A tall, fortified stone building intended for habitation. Tower houses. Plural of tower house. Tower ladder. A kind of extensible ladder, usually with a platform or bucket at the top end. Tower ladders. Plural of tower ladder. Tower muster. Turitis glabricin. Arabis glabra. A tall, slim, gray-green plant with small creamy flowers at the top of the stem. Tower of Babel. A tower erected at Babel by the descendants of Noah's son Ham to reach the sky, and whose completion God thwarted by making the workers speak different languages so that they were unable to understand one another. Tower of Hanoi. A mathematical puzzle or game which consists of 3 rods and a number of discs of different sizes that can slide onto any rod. The aim is to transfer a stack of discs, one move at a time, to a different rod, while never allowing a larger disc to be on top of a small one. Tower of Hanoi. A solitaire card game based on the Tower of Hanoi puzzle, starting with 3 columns of 3 cards from 1 to 9. The object of the game is to build only one column with all the 9 cards. Tower of London. A riverside fortress in London, used as a palace, a prison, and now a museum housing the crown jewels. Tower of London tests. A test used in neuropsychology to assess executive function, specifically to detect deficits in planning. It is related to the Tower of Hanoi puzzle. Tower of Pisa. Uncommon form of leaning Tower of Pisa. Tower of Silence. A low, cylindrical, open-topped tower where Zoroastrians placed the bodies of deceased people to disintegrate from exposure and consumption by carrion birds such as vultures, the remaining bones being kept in an ossuary. Tower of Strength. A person who supplies strong and reliable support, especially in difficult times. Tower over. To be much taller or higher than something, to loom over. Tower block. Alternative form of tower block. Tower blocks. Plural of tower block. Tower. Simple past and past participle of tower. Towered over. Simple past and past participle of tower over. Towerer. One who towers. Towerers. Plural of towerer. Towerhead. A fan of the American R&B and funk band Tower of Power. Towerheads. Plural of towerhead. Towering. Present participle and gerund of tower. Towering inferno. A tall fire, as of a building. Towering infernos. Plural of towering inferno. Towering over. Present participle and gerund of tower over. Toweringly. In a towering manner. Towerings. Plural of towering. Towerless. Without a tower or towers. Towerlet. A small tower. Towerlets. Plural of towerlet. Towerlie. Resembling or characteristic of a tower. Towerman. A person employed in a railroad switch tower to control and direct the movement of cars and trains. Towerman. Plural of towerman. Towers. A habitational surname. Towers of Babel. Plural of Tower of Babel. Towers of Hanoi. A puzzle in which stacks of discs are moved one at a time from one of three spindles to another so that no disc ever rests on a smaller disc. Towers of Silence. Plural of Tower of Silence. Towers of Strength. Plural of Tower of Strength. Towers over. Third person singular simple present indicative of tower over. Towerscape. A landscape dominated by towers. Towerscapes. Plural of towerscape. Towerwise. In the manner of a tower. Tower. Construction in the form of a tower or towers. Towery. A surname. Toweries. Plural of towery. Toes. A surname. Toes. A surname from Irish. Towies. Plural of towie. Tovish. An object towed behind a vessel in the water carrying sonar equipment. Tovihis. Plural of tovish. Towit. A blonde person whose very pale, almost white hair resembles the hair of such a person. Tomade. Having pale blonde hair resembling toe. Towheads. Plural of towhead. Tove. Any of several species of birds of the genera Papilio and Melazone. Towies. Plural of tovi. The Only Way is Essex, a television reality show based in Essex, England. Towies. Plural of towie. Tova. A surname. Towand. To whirl around, revolve. Towe. Present participle and gerund of tow. Towing bis. Any of the vertical posts on a vessel to which towing or mooring lines are secured. Towing bits, plural of towing bit. Towing path, synonym of towpath. Towing paths, plural of towing path. Towing the line, present participle and gerund of tow the line. Towings, plural of towing. Tow, a business owner, boss, especially a Chinese Malaysian or Chinese Singaporean boss. Toges, plural of toke. Tow, a surname. Tower, a surname. Towers, plural of toller. Tols, plural of towel. Tolai, resembling or characteristic of tow, towy. Towline, a line or rope used for towing a vehicle or vessel. Towlines, plural of tow line. Towmaster, one who is employed to manage the towing of a vessel. Towmasters, plural of towmaster. Town, a surname. Town and gown. On the one hand, the members of the city, borough, or similar community near a university, and on the other hand, the students and faculty of the university itself, especially when understood as rivals in a state of tension or conflict. Town ball, a non-varsity softball game typically played by youths, usually girls under the age of 18, frequently played in small cities and towns, sponsored by a local business and coached by volunteers. Town belt, an area of undeveloped land around an urban area that is protected from large-scale housing. Green belt. Town belts, plural of town belt. Town bicycle, a woman who is promiscuous. Town bicycles, plural of town bicycle. Town bike, synonym of town bicycle. Town bikes, plural of town bike. Town camp, a suburban shanty town inhabited by Aboriginal people. Town camps, plural of town camp. Town car, a car having a kind of body style produced from 1908 to 1939 with an external or open-topped driver's position and an enclosed compartment for passengers. Town cars, plural of town car. Town center, U.S. spelling of town center. Town centers, plural of town center. Town center, the main commercial or business area of a town containing the principal shops, banks, restaurants, and public traffic hub. Town centers, plural of town center. Town clerk, the chief administrative officer of a town, responsible for maintaining its records. Town clerks, plural of town clerk. Town council, the governing body of people elected to oversee management of a town and represent the interests of residents. Town councillor, an elected member of a town council. Town councillors, plural of town councillor. Town councils, plural of town council. Town cress, garden cress or peppergrass. Town crier, a person who is employed by a town council to make public announcements in the streets. Town criers, plural of town crier. Town crow, a Padstonian. Town drunk, an English stock character who is depicted as mostly drunk. Town drunks, plural of town drunk. Town dweller, a person who lives in a town. Town dwellers, plural of town dweller. Townmen, a number of places in England including town gas, any of several flammable gases sold and distributed by a municipal gasworks for lighting and heating in a town, including coal gas and water gas. Town Green, a suburban area in Aughton Parish, West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4005. Town Hall, a building that houses the local government offices of a town. Town halls, plural of town hall. Town head, a number of places in England including townhouse, alternative form of townhouse. Townhouses, plural of townhouse. Town mail, a piece of green pasturage attached to a house. Town mails, plural of town mail. Town manager, a municipal official responsible for the operations of a town, usually appointed by a town or city council rather than elected. Town managers, plural of town manager. Town meeting, a meeting of the town council. Town planner, someone who works in town planning. Town planners, plural of town planner. Town planning, synonym of urban planning. Town proper, former name of Zone 4 Poblacion, at Barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Town square, an open area commonly found in the heart of a traditional town, used for community gatherings. Town squares, plural of town square. Town twinning, the pairing of towns or cities from geographically distinct areas in order to foster human contact and cultural links. Town twinnings, plural of town twinning. Town wall, singular of town walls. Town walls, a large historic line of walls encircling a town that normally dates back at least to the Middle Ages. Town Yethome, a village in Yethome Parish, Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 8128. Town and gown, alternative form of town and gown. Town building game, synonym of city building game. Town clerk, alternative form of town clerk. Town clerks, plural of town clerk. Town dweller, alternative spelling of town dweller. Town dwellers, plural of town dweller. Tonem, alternative form of toname. Town ball, any of various games resembling rounders and baseball played in North America in the 18th and 19th centuries. Town clerk, alternative form of town clerk. Town clerks, plural of town clerk. Town dweller, alternative spelling of town dweller. Town dwellers, plural of town dweller. Town, a surname. Town, having towns, containing many towns. Townie, alternative form of townie. Townies, plural of townie. Townelly, a surname from Old English. Townies, plural of townelly. Townen, a surname. Towder, a surname. Talmer County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Cando. Towders, plural of towner. Towns, plural of town. Towns-Brock's syndrome, a rare genetic disorder causing various bodily malformations. Taumet. A net pulled through the water to collect objects or specimens, a dragnet. Taumats, plural of townnet. Townfield. A field divided up between a number of farmers. Townfields, plural of townfield. Townfolk, synonym of townsfolk. Townfolks, synonym of townsfolk. Townful, as many people as a town can hold. Townfuls, plural of townful. Town hall, alternative form of town hall. Town halls, plural of town hall. Townhead, a number of places in Scotland. Townhill, a townland in County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland. Townhome, a townhouse or row house. Townhomes, plural of townhome. Towns, the status or period of being a town. Townhouse, a row house or terraced house. Townhouses, plural of townhouse. Townie, a person from Charlestown, Massachusetts, especially a working-class person of Irish American heritage. Towvie, comparative form of townie, more townie. Townies, plural of townie. Towniest, superlative form of townie, most town. Townify, simple past and past participle of townify. Townifies, third person singular simple present indicative of townify. Townify, to turn into a town or adapt for a town, to make urban. Townifying, present participle and gerund of townify. Towniness, the quality of being towny. Townish, characteristic of a certain type of town. Townshy, in a townish manner. Townishness, the quality of being townish. Townland, a geographical unit of land smaller than a parish. Townlands, plural of townland. Townless, without a town or towns. Townlessness, absence of towns. Townlet, a small town. Townlets, plural of townlet. Townley, a surname. Townleys, plural of townley. Townley, resembling or characteristic of a town. Townling, an inhabitant of a town. Townlings, plural of townling. Townley, characteristic of a town or its inhabitants. Townman, a town dweller, townsman. Townmate, a friend with whom one shares a hometown, especially a small one. Townmates, plural of townmate. Townman, plural of townman. Town people, alternative form of townspeople. Towns, plural of town. Towns County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Hiawassee. Town's gas, alternative form of town gas. Townscape, a view of a town or a subjective image of a town. Townscaped, simple past and past participle of townscape. Townscaper, one who townscapes, a town planner. Townscapers, plural of townscaper. Townscapes, plural of townscape. Townscaping, present participle and gerund of townscape. Townsel, a surname. Townslike, bourgeois, plebeian. Townsall, a surname. Townsells, plural of townsell. Townsells, plural of townsel. Townsend, a surname. Townsend avalanche, synonym of Townsend discharge. Townsend avalanches, plural of Townsend avalanche. Townsend daisies, plural of Townsend daisy. Townsend daisy, any of the genus Townsendia of wildflowers. Townsend deprivation index, a measure of material deprivation within a population based on 4 variables: unemployment, non-car ownership, non-home ownership, and household overcrowding. Townsend discharge, a gas ionization process where free electrons accelerated by a sufficiently strong electric field give rise to electrical conduction to a gas by avalanche multiplication caused by the ionization of molecules by ion impact. Townsend discharges, plural of Townsend discharge. Townsend solitaire, the median size thrush Myotis townsendi. Townsend storm petrel, Hydrabates Socceronsis, a seabird in the family Hydrabatidae. Townsendian, of or relating to the Townsend Plan of 1933, proposing an old age pension in response to the Great Depression and leading to a social and political movement. Townsendite, a supporter of the Townsend Plan of 1933, proposing an old age pension in response to the Great Depression and leading to a social and political movement. Townsendites, plural of Townsendite. Townsends, plural of Townsend. Townsfellow, a townsman. Townsfellows, plural of townsfellow. Townsfolk, the people who live in a town, especially the lower and middle classes. Townsfolks, townsfolk. Townsful, plural of townful. Towngen, a surname. Township, a subdivision of a county. Township music, any of various music genres created by Bantu peoples living in poor, racially segregated urban areas of South Africa. Townships during the 20th century. Townships, plural of township. Township Y, throughout a township. Townsite, a barangay of Maluso, Basilan, Philippines. Townsites, plural of townsite. Townsley, a surname. Townsleys, plural of Townsley. Townsman, a man who is a resident of a town, especially of one's own town. Townsmate, a person with which one shares a town. Townsmates, plural of townsmate. Townsman, plural of townsmen. Townsend, a surname originating as a patronymic. Townspeople, plural of townsperson. Townsperson, an inhabitant of a town. Townspersons, plural of townsperson. Townsville, a coastal city in northern Queensland, Australia. Townsvillian, a native or inhabitant of the city of Townsville, Queensland, Australia. Townsvillian, a native or inhabitant of the city of Townsville, Queensland, Australia. Townsvillians, plural of Townsvillian. Townswoman, a woman who is a resident of a town, especially of one's own town. Townswoman, plural of townswoman. Townward, towards a town. Townwards, towards a town, townward. Townwear, everyday clothing suitable for wearing in a town as opposed to activewear. Townlie, extending throughout a town. Towme, alternative spelling of townie. Toeing, the Shire of Toong, a local government area in northeast Victoria, Australia. Towpath, a path alongside a canal or river, originally for horses towing barges, now more often used as a footpath. Towpaths, plural of towpath. Tower, obsolete form of tower. Towers, plural of tower. Tory, a surname. Tories, plural of tory. Tow rope, a rope or cable used for towing heavy objects. Tow ropes, plural of tow rope. Tory, a surname. Tories, plural of tory. Tows, takeoff warning system. Plural of TOW. Tows, plural of tow. Tows the line, third person singular simple present indicative of tow the line. Tow that, a kind of burlap sack, a gunny sack. Tow das, plural of tow sack. Tows, alternative form of touse. Toased, simple past and past participle of toes. Toller, a given name for a dog. Tow this, third person singular simple present indicative of tows. Towship, a ship used to tow other vessels. Towships, plural of towship. Towsing, present participle and gerund of tows. Towsel, alternative form of tousle. Towselt, simple past and past participle of tousle. Towzols, third person singular simple present indicative of tousle. Towsley, a surname. Towsleys, plural of Tosley. Tosling, present participle and gerund of tousle. Towson, a surname. Towsons, plural of Towson. Tosie, alternative form of Tosie. Towthorpe, a hamlet and site of a medieval village in Fimber Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 9062. Towton, a village and civil parish served by Towton, Grimston and Kirkby Wharf with North Milford Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District. OS Grid Ref SC 4839. Tow truck, alternative form of tow truck. Tow trucks, plural of tow truck. Alternative form of Tywee, a river in Wales. Towan, a coastal town in Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 9779. Toes, alternative spelling of Touse. Toast, Simple past and past participle of toes. Toter. Alternative form of tozer. Tozery gang. A group of swindlers who set up fraudulent auctions with shill bidders. Tozery gangs. Plural of tozery gang. How this? Third person singular simple present indicative of toes. Tove. Comparative form of tosy, more tosy. Toliest. Superlative form of tosy, most tosy. Tolling. Present participle and gerund of toes. Tozel. Alternative form of tousle. Tozelt. Simple past and past participle of tozel. Tozels. Third person singular simple present indicative of tozel. Tolling. Present participle and gerund of tozel. Shaggy and unkempt. Ux. Clipping of toxicity. Thus. Alternative form of toxy before a vowel. Toxemia. Alternative spelling of toxemia. Organic blood poisoning. Toxemias. Plural of toxemia. Toxeme. Alternative spelling of toxemic. Toxalbumin. A protein which is toxic, i.e. organic and poisonous. Toxalbumins. Plural of toxalbumin. Toxamen. A hypothetical substance in cereals that interferes with calcium and phosphorus metabolism and leads to rickets. Toxin. Synonym of toxic and poisonous substance. Toxins. Plural of toxin. Toxaphene. An acaricide and insecticide that is a mixture of chlorinated camphines, now considered a persistent organic pollutant. Toxaphenes. Plural of toxaphene. Toxarch. The captain of a group of archers in ancient Greece, particularly the mercenaries at Athens. Toxarches. Synonym of toxarch. Toxarchs. Plural of toxarch. Toxosclerosis. Any disease caused by the presence of parasites of the genus Toxoscaris. Toxcatl. The fifth 20-day month of the Aztec calendar, lasting approximately from 5 to 22 May. Toxemia. Blood poisoning. Adverse reaction to toxic byproducts of systemic infection. Toxemia of pregnancy. Synonym of preeclampsia. Toxemias. Plural of toxemia. Toxeme. Affected by or otherwise relating to toxemia, organically poisoned. Toxi. Poison. Toxe. Having a chemical nature that is harmful to health or lethal if consumed or otherwise entering into the body in sufficient quantities. Toxic anterior segment syndrome. Accuses sterile inflammation of the anterior segment of the eye following generally an eventful cataract and anterior segment surgery. Toxic asset. A financial asset that has fallen in value significantly and for which there is no longer a functioning market. Toxic assets. Plural of toxic asset. Toxic debt. Debt that is acquired through normal financial transactions which later proves to have little or no actual value. Toxic debt. Plural of toxic debt. Toxic femininity. The systemic pressure on women to conform to standards of beauty, femininity, modesty, etc. to the detriment of individual agency and well-being. Toxic health. A terrible mess or very unpleasant situation. Toxic health stews. Plural of toxic health stew. Toxic masculinity. The aspects of traditional masculinity pursued to reinforce aggression emotionlessness, and other negative qualities. Toxic megacolon. An acute and severe form of megacolon, usually a complication of inflammatory bowel disease. Toxic megacolons. Plural of toxic megacolon. Toxic oil syndrome. An unusual disease that broke out in Spain in 1981, resembling a lung infection but unaffected by antibiotics, caused by the consumption of imported rapeseed oil intended for industrial use that had been sold as olive oil. Toxic positivity. The excessive and insistent promotion of a positive mindset, often at the expense of acknowledging and addressing negative emotions. Toxic shock syndrome. An acute infection caused by Staphylococcus bacteria, characterized by sudden high fever, muscle aches, joint pain, vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, and fainting. Toxic shock syndromes. Plural of toxic shock syndrome. Toxic syndrome. Synonym of toxic oil syndrome. Toxic waste. Any waste that can cause death or injury to living creatures, especially poisonous chemical compounds. Toxic wastes. Plural of toxic wastes. Toxicemia. Alternative form of toxicemia. Toxical. Archaic form of toxic. Toxically. In a toxic manner. Toxicant. Capable of causing damage or dysfunction by toxicity. Toxicants. Plural of toxicant. Toxicase. A particular steroid glycoside. Toxicarol. An organic compound isolated from Tephrosia toxicaria. Toxicate. To metabolize a drug or other compound to produce a toxic metabolite. Toxication. The metabolism of a drug or other compound to produce a toxic metabolite. Toxications. Plural of toxication. Toxemia. Toxemia. Blood poisoning. Toxicities. Plural of toxicity. Toxicity. The quality or degree of being toxic. Toxicness. Synonym of toxicity. Toxico. Alternative form of toxi. Toxicodendrol. Synonym of urushiol. Toxicodendron. Any of the plants in the genus Toxicodendron, including poison ivy, poison oak, etc. Toxicodendrons. Plural of toxicodendron. Toxicodynamic. Of or pertaining to toxicodynamics. Toxicodynamically. In a toxicodynamic manner. Toxicodynamics. The actions and interactions of an exogenous compound within an organism, including the compound's effects on processes at the organ, cellular, and molecular levels. Toxicophora. Any squamate reptile of the clade Toxicophora. Toxicophrans. Plural of toxicophren. Toxicogenesis. The production of toxins or poisons. Toxicogenetics. The study of the genetic influences on the responses of organisms to toxins. Toxicogenic. Producing poison or toxins. Toxicogenicity. The quality of being toxicogenic. Toxicogenome. A genome that has been modified by a toxic substance. Toxicogenomes. Plural of toxicogenome. Toxicogenomic. Of or pertaining to toxicogenomics. Toxicogenomics. The study of the toxic effects of substances on genetic material with an attempt to use this information to predict its toxic effect on organisms. Toxicogma, one of a pair of modified legs on a centipede which function as poison fangs. Toxicognath, plural of toxicognath. Toxicoi, resembling a toxin but not the same. Toxicoinfection, infection by a material, typically a bacteria that produces toxins. Toxicoinfections, plural of toxicoinfection. Toxicoinfectious, relating to or causing a toxicoinfection. Toxicokinetic, of or pertaining to toxicokinetics. Toxicokinetically, in a toxicokinetic manner. Toxicokinetics, the application of pharmacokinetics to the study of toxicity. Toxicologic, of or pertaining to toxicology. Toxicological, of or pertaining to toxicology. Toxicologically, in a toxicological manner, with regard to toxicology. Toxicologies, plural of toxicology. Toxicologist, a scientist or physician who specializes in toxicology. Toxicologists, plural of toxicologists. Toxicology, the branch of pharmacology that deals with the nature, effect, detection, and treatment of poisons and poisoning. Toxicomania, an insane desire for poisonous or intoxicating substances. Toxicomanias, plural of toxicomania. Toxicometry, the quantitative assessment of toxicity and the hazards of potentially toxic substances. Toxicopathic, that causes disease, etc. by means of a poison. Toxicopathologic, toxicopathological. Toxicopathological, relating to toxicopathology. Toxicopathology, the study of structural and functional changes in cells, tissues, and organs that are induced by toxicants, toxins, and physical agents. Toxicophagus, having an addiction to poisonous substances. Toxicopharmacological, of or pertaining to toxicopharmacology. Toxicopharmacology, the pharmacology of toxic substances. Toxicophobia, a morbid fear of poisons or being poisoned. Toxicophore, the part of a substance's chemical structure that is responsible for its toxicity. Toxicophores, plural of toxicophore. Toxicophoric, describing the potential toxicity of a substance due to its structure. Toxicoprotomics, the application of protomics to toxicology. Toxicosis, plural of toxicosis. Toxicosis, illness due to poisoning. Toxicotic, relating to toxicosis. Toxicoeconomic, relating to toxicoeconomics. Toxicoeconomics, the study of toxins delivered in venom. Toxicovigilance, the active identification, investigation, and evaluation of potentially toxic hazards in the environment. Toxase, toxic wastes. Toxases, an extrusum near the mouth of some carnivorous protozoans. Toxasis, plural of toxasis. Toxidermia, the presence of skin lesions as a result of the action of toxins or allergens. Toxidermias, plural of toxidermia. Toxidermic, relating to toxidermia. Toxidermitis, any form of dermatitis caused by a poison. Toxidrome, a syndrome induced by a toxin. Toxidromes, plural of toxidrome. Toxiferine, a carrier toxin and nicotinic acetylcholine receptor antagonist. Toxiferines, plural of toxiferine. Toxiferous, conveying or producing a poison. Toxification, the metabolic conversion of a substance into a toxin. Toxifications, plural of toxification. Toxify, simple past and past participle of toxify. Toxifier, that which toxifies, something poisonous. Toxifiers, plural of toxifier. Toxifies, third person singular simple present indicative of toxify. Toxivillain, an actin present in chromasts of the genus Toxoplasma. Toxify, to make or render toxic. Toxifying, present participle and gerund of toxify. Toxigenesis, alternative form of toxicogenesis. Toxigenic, toxicogenic. Toxigenicities, plural of toxigenicity. Toxigenicity, quality or degree of VA toxigenic. Toxigenomic, alternative form of toxicogenomic. Toxinfection, alternative form of toxinfection. Toxinfections, plural of toxinfection. Toxinfectious, alternative form of toxinfectious. Toxicology, misspelling of toxicology. Toxin, a toxic substance, specifically a poison produced by the biological processes of organisms. Toxin, archaic form of toxin. Toxinemia, the presence of a toxin in the blood. Toxinemias, plural of toxinemia. Toxins, plural of toxine. Toxinfection, infection with a toxin. Toxinfections, plural of toxinfection. Toxinfectious, relating to toxinfection. Toxine, relating to a toxin. Toxin-like, resembling or characteristic of a toxin. Toxinogenesis, alternative form of toxicogenesis. Toxinogenic, toxicogenic. Toxinogenicities, plural of toxinogenicity. Toxinogenicity, toxicogenicity. Toxinological, relating to toxinology. Toxinologists, a scientist whose specialty is toxinology. Toxinologists, plural of toxinologists. Toxinology, the study of the chemistry, biochemistry, pharmacology, and toxicology of toxins. Toxinome, all the toxins produced by a particular organism. Toxinomes, plural of toxinome. Toxonomic, relating to taxonomies or to taxonomics. Taxonomics, the study and classification of taxonomes. Taxonoses, plural of toxinosis. Toxinosis, pathogenesis caused by a bacterial toxin alone and not necessarily involving bacterial infection, as when the bacteria have died but have already produced toxin which is subsequently ingested. Toxinotype, any strain of an organism that has a specific set of toxin genes. Toxinotypes, plural of toxinotype. Toxinotyping, the classification of toxinotypes. Toxins, plural of toxin. Toxophobia, alternative form of toxicophobia. Toxophobias, plural of toxophobia. Toxophoric, alternative form of toxicophoric. Toxism, any structure in an organism in which toxins are created. Toxisms, plural of toxisum. Toxotably, tablets of mercuric chloride or mercuric bichloride, formerly used to treat syphilis. Toxide, synonym of toxicity. Toxo, toxoplasmosis. Toxo, alternative form of toxi. Toxocarol, of or relating to Toxocara nematodes. Toxicariasis, a zoonotic, helminthic infection of humans caused by roundworms of the genus Toxocara. Toxocarid, any roundworm in the family Toxocaridae. Toxocarids, plural of toxocarid. Toxicarosis, synonym of toxicariasis. Toxocheliid, any extinct sea turtle in the genus Toxochles. Toxocheliids, plural of Toxocheliid. Toxicon, an organism or fossil with a toxiconic shell or the shell itself. Toxicons, plural of toxicone. Toxiconic, having a coiled shell of very open form. Toxodon, a gigantic extinct herbivorous mammal from South America, having teeth bent like a bow. It is the type of the order Toxodonta. Toxodons, plural of toxodon. Toxodont, any of the Toxodontia, an extinct notungulate suborder of Mammalia with long curved incisors, found in the South American Tertiary Formation. Toxodontian, synonym of toxodontid. Toxodontians, plural of toxodontian. Toxodontid, any mammal in the family Toxodontidae. Toxodontids, plural of toxodontid. Toxodonts, plural of toxodont. Toxoflavin, a toxic bicyclic heterocycle 1,6-diethylpyrimidine 5,41,2,4-triazine 5,7,1-H6H-dione that has antibiotic properties. Toxogenic, toxicophoric. Toxogemin, synonym of obidoxime. Toxoglossan, any mollusk of the superfamily Toxoglossa. Toxoglossans, plural of toxoglossan. Toxoi, a toxin that has had its toxic properties removed, but retains its ability to generate an immune response. Toxoidal, of or pertaining to a toxoid. Toxoid, converted into a toxoid. Toxoids, plural of toxoi. Toxology, archery, or more broadly, the study of projectiles and trajectories. Toxum, all the toxic materials in an organism or an environment. Toxomes, plural of toxome. Toxinosis, plural of toxinosis. Toxinosis, alternative form of toxinosis. Toxophil, having an affinity with an organic poison toxin. Toxophile, alternative spelling of toxophil. Taxiphiliac, fond of archery. Taxiphiliacs, plural of taxophiliac. Toxophilism, a love of archery. Toxophilite, pertaining to archery. Toxophilites. Plural of toxophilite. Toxophylitic. Relating to archery. Toxophilus. Synonym of toxophiliac, fond of archery. Toxophily. Ill love of or an addiction to archery. Toxophore. The chemical group that produces the toxic effect in a toxin molecule. Toxophores. Plural of toxophore. Toxophoric. Alternative form of toxicophoric. Toxophorus. Synonym of toxicophoric. Toxoplasma. Any member of the genus Toxoplasma of parasitic sporozoans. Toxoplasmicidal. That kills toxoplasmas. Toxoplasmal. Alternative form of toxoplasmic. Toxoplasmas. Plural of toxoplasma. Toxoplasmastases. The equivalent of bacteriostases and toxoplasmas. Toxoplasmata. Plural of toxoplasma. Toxoplasmic. Pertaining to toxoplasmas. Toxoplasmoses. Plural of toxoplasmosis. Toxoplasmosis. A disease caused by the parasite Toxoplasma gondii that primarily affects felids, but also other mammals including humans. Toxoplasmatic. Of or relating to toxoplasmosis. Toxotnustid. Any sea urchin in the family Toxotnustidae. Toxotnustids. Plural of toxotnustid. Toxosazine. Alternative form of toxosazine. Toxosazine. Synonym of alexin. Toxosazines. Plural of toxosazine. Toxosazines. Plural of toxosazine. Toxistases. The toxic effect of cholestasis. Toxistatic. Relating to toxistases. Toxotai. Plural of toxotes. Toxotes. Sagittarius theater. Toxodid. Any member of the family Toxotidae of archerfish. Toxotids. Plural of toxotid. Toxtazine. Any of a class of TOX-T transcription inhibitors. Toxtazines. Plural of toxtazine. Toxta. An inner city area of Liverpool, Merseyside, England. Toxemgen. A toxic substance produced by the biological processes of organisms that is transferred to the external surface of another animal via a physical delivery mechanism with or without direct contact between the secreting animal and the victim, such as by spitting, spraying, or smearing. Toxemia. Obsolete form of toxemia. Toxemias. Plural of toxemia. Toxeme. Obsolete form of toxemic. Toxie. Plural of toxemia. A surname. Toy boy. Alternative spelling of toy boy. Toy boys. Plural of toy boy. Toy car. A small, handheld toy, often of realistic die-cast design, which may be able to move with the aid of a remote control, a type of model car. Toy cars. Plural of toy car. Toy collie. Synonym of Shetland sheepdog. Toy collies. Plural of toy collie. Toy currency. The synonym of play money. Toy dar. Any of several breeds of small dogs kept as pets. Toy dogs. Plural of toy dar. Toy drive. A charity event that collects toys to be distributed to children in need. Toy drives. Plural of toy drive. Toy fox terrier. A toy terrier bred from the fox terrier and several toy breeds in the United States. Toy fox terriers. Plural of toy fox terrier. Toy line. Alternative form of toy line. Toy lines. Plural of toy line. Toy model. Synonym of toy theory. Toy models. Plural of toy model. Toy much. Synonym of toy. A headdress of linen or wool that hangs down over the shoulders, worn by elderly women of the lower classes. Toy muches. Plural of toy much. Toy poodle. A small poodle measuring less than 10 inches 28 cm. Toy poodles. Plural of toy poodle. Toy problem. A simplified problem with clear constraints and parameters, usually used as a tool to understand a related real-world problem. Toy problems. Plural of toy problem. Toy shop. Alternative spelling of toy shop. Toy shops. Plural of toy shop. Toy soldier. A figurine created to resemble a miniature of a person outfitted for military combat. Toy soldiers. Plural of toy soldier. Toy store. Alternative form of toy store. Toy stores. Plural of toy store. Toy theories. Plural of toy theory. Toy theory. A highly simplified model used to explore systems qualitatively. Toy way. To handle something in a careless or frivolous manner. Toy boy. Alternative form of toy boy. Toy boys. Plural of toy boy. Toy. A surname. Toy. A female given name. Toyama. A prefecture of Japan. Toyas. Plural of toya. Toyba. One of a breed of small and compact cats with short kinked tails. Toybobs. Plural of toybob. Toybox. A box for storing toys. Toy boxes. Plural of toy box. Toyboy. A young male partner for a woman or man. Toyboys. Plural of toy boy. Toy chest. A chest for storing toys. Toy chests. Plural of toy chest. Toyum. The world or sphere of toys. Toy. A surname. Toyer. This year in this year, during the year. Toy. Simple past and past participle of toy. Toy with. Simple past and past participle of toy with. Toyer. One who toys, one who is full of trifling tricks, a trifler. Toyers. Plural of toyer. Toys. Plural of toy. Toy. S. Second person singular simple present indicative of toy. Toy. Third person singular simple present indicative of toy. Toetic. Suitable to be made into a marketable toy. Toddle. Full of trifling play. Toager. A domestic cat of a breed with a tiger-like striped coat. Toygers. Plural of toyger. Toy house. A house for children to play in or play with. Toy houses, plural of toy house. Toy toy, a dance from southern Africa, used especially during political protests. Toy toy, simple past and past participle of toy toy. Toy toying, present participle and gerund of toy toy. Toy toys, plural of toy toy. Toyification, the act or process of becoming a toy. Toyifications, plural of toyification. Toying, present participle and gerund of toy. Toying with, present participle and gerund of toy with. Toying in a toying manner, so as to toy with someone or something. Toyings, plural of toying. Toyish, sportive. Trifling, wanton. Toyishly, in a toyish manner. Toyishness, the state or quality of being toyish. Toykind, all toys, considered as a group. Toyland, an imaginary land inhabited by living toys. Obsolete form of toil. Toiled, simple past and past participle of toil. Toils, third person singular simple present indicative of toil. Toilsome, obsolete form of toilsome. Toilless, without toys. Toylessness, absence of toys. Toylie, resembling a toy or toys. Toyline, a series of related toys produced by the same company. Toylines, plural of toyline. Toiling, present participle and gerund of toil. Toilsome, obsolete form of toilsome. Toy maker, a craftsman who makes toys. Toy makers, plural of toy maker. Toy making, the work of a toy maker, the manufacture of toys. Toyman, a male seller of toys. Toyman, plural of toyman. Toy, a surname. Toyns, plural of toying. Toyo, soy sauce. Toyecomycin, a nucleoside type antibiotic, 4-aminopyrrole-2,3-D pyrimidine, 5-carbonitrile 7-beta-D-ribofuranocide, analog of adenosine isolated from a species of Streptomyces. Toyota, a surname from Japanese. Toyohei, a tetragonal dipyramidal gray mineral containing iron, sulfur, and tin. Toyohashi, a city in Aichi Prefecture, Japan. Dayakawa, a surname from Japanese. Toyoko, a female given name from Japanese. Tayao, an undead infant in Indonesian and Malay folklore, typically invoked as a helper by black magic. Tayal, plural of toyal. Toyamancy, soy sauce mixed with calamansi juice. Toya, a chiefly Californian ornamental evergreen shrub, Photinia arbutifolia, sin. Heteromels arbutifolia of the rose family, having white flowers succeeded by red berries. Toyamaka, a city in Osaka Prefecture, Japan. Toyans, plural of toyan. Toyosaburo, a male given name from Japanese. Toyota, the Toyota Motor Corporation, a Japanese manufacturer of cars. Toyotaism, Alternative form of Toyotism. Toyotas. Plural of Toyota. Toyotism. The management culture and associated business practices associated with Japanese manufacturing companies. Toyas. Having little importance, trivial, pointless. Toas. Plural of toy. Toas Hill. A hamlet and hill in Brasted Parish, Sevenoaks District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4751. Toys in the attic. Insanity or craziness. Toys way. Third person. Singular simple present indicative of toy with. Toys to Life. A video game feature that allows physical figurines to be recognized by the machine through radio tagging, image recognition, etc., and incorporated into gameplay. Toy seller. One who sells toys. Toy sellers. Plural of toy seller. Toy shop. A shop that sells toys. Toy shops. Plural of toy shop. Toy so. Playful, playfully affectionate, amorous. Toy store. A toy shop. Toy stores. Plural of toy store. Toy town. An imaginary town inhabited by living toys. Toy town techno. A subgenre of techno music of the early 1990s that incorporated samples from children's television programs. Toy woman. A female seller of toys. Toy women. Plural of toy woman. Toywort. The shepherd's purse, Capsella bursa pastoris. Toyworts. Plural of toywort. Toes. Alternative form of toes. Toes. Simple past and past participle of toes. Tother. A surname. Tothers. Plural of tozer. Toes. Third person singular simple present indicative of toes. Tother. A surname. Toziers. Plural of tozier. Tocilizumab. Alternative form of tocilizumab. Tozanamarin. The international non-proprietary name of a COVID-19 vaccine developed by BioNTech in cooperation with Pfizer. Tothing. Present participle and gerund of toes. Tothing. Slightly intoxicated, tipsy. Tozy-mozy. Drunk, intoxicated, tipsy. Tado. A surname from Italian. Taltaxi. A village in Gmina Szydielowo, Sokolka County, Podlaski Voivodeship, Poland. Ity. Initialism of termination point. Ity. Initialism of toilet paper. Ity. Simple past and past participle of TP. Ity. Present participle and gerund of TP. TBs. Third person singular simple present indicative of TP. Initialism of ton s per annum. TBA. Acronym of technological pedagogical content knowledge. TBA. Initialism of tetrapropylammonium perthenate. Plural of TPA. Initialism of trade paperback. Plural of TPB. Initialism of transmit power control. Initialism of teaching primary care trust. Plural of TPCT. Initialism of Tobacco Products Directive. 88. Initialism of Tanzania People's Defense Force. A. Initialism of Thermoplastic Elastomer. TPED. Simple past and past participle of TP. A. Plural of TP. 88. Initialism of tibial plateau fracture. 88. Plural of TPF. 88. Initialism of trains per hour. 88. Alternative letter case form of TPH trains per hour. 88. Initialism of tracks per inch. 88. Initialism of teeth per inch, a measure used on saw blades. TPing, present participle and gerund of TP. TPJ. Initialism of temporoparietal junction. TPJ. Plural of TPJ. TPK. Initialism of total party kill, the situation where all of the player characters in a role-playing game have been killed. TPK. Abbreviation of turnpike. TPK. Abbreviation of turnpike. TPK. Abbreviation of turnpike. TPKS. Plural of TPKE. TPK. Plural of TPK. TPLA. Initialism of Tin Pot Little African Country. TPLA. Plural of TPLA. TPLEX. Acronym of Tarlac Pangasinan Union Expressway. TVLF. The Tigray People's Liberation Front. Abbreviation of Toperemate. AVMS. Initialism of Tire Pressure Monitoring System. Plural of TPM. Initialism of Triphosphopyridine TDNT. Initialism of Territory of Papua and New Guinea. Initialism of Thermoplastic olefin. TPA. Alternative letter case form of TPA. TPA. Alternative letter case form of TPA. Plural of TPO. TPA. Initialism of tree-based pipeline optimization tool, a type of computational method developed by scientist Jason H. Moore. Initialism of Trans-Pacific Partnership. Initialism of temperature programmed reduction. Abbreviation of Trooper. Plural of TPI. ABS. Initialism of Toronto Police Service. Plural of TP. TPS report. An abstract item of corporate bureaucracy. TPS reports. Plural of TPS report. ABS. Plural of TP. TPS. TPS says. Plural of TPS. Initialism of the powers that be. Initialism of top pair top kicker. Initialism of thermoplastic polyurethane, a type of plastic. Plural of TPU. TPUSA. Initialism of Turning Point USA. Abbreviation of Tippernavier. TPW. Initialism of Tactical Provost Wing. APWS. Train Protection and Warning System. TPIO. Deliberate misspelling of typo. TPIOs. Plural of TPIO. TQ. Abbreviation of thank you. Tikamali. Alternative form of Tikamali. EQFT. Initialism of topological quantum field theory. TQM. Initialism of total quality management. TQP. Initialism of teacher quality partnerships. Initialism of Theodore/Teddy Roosevelt, 26th U.S. President. Abbreviation of translator. Abbreviation of trustee. TR00. Leet spelling of true. TR4. Initialism of Tanzania Revenue Authority. Synonym of iridescent shark. A shark catfish of species Pangasianata and hypothalamus. Tra-Vinh, a province of Vietnam. Trala, alternative form of tralala. Tralala, meaningless syllables used when humming a tune. Tra, a structural element within a sponge formed by the fusion of dendroclones. Trabacali, plural of trabacolo. Trabacolo, a kind of two-masted Adriatic Sea sailing coaster. Trabacolos, plural of trabacolo. Trabacali, plural of trabacolo. Trabacolo, alternative form of trabacolo. Trabacolos, plural of trabacolo. Trabacula, alternative form of trabecula, small, dense piece of collagenous tissue. Trabeculae, plural of trabacula. Trabant, a make of East German car. Trabants, plural of Trabant. Travis, plural of Trabi. Trapai, a hamlet in East Ayrshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 4321. Trevi, a Trabant car. Travia, a toga of purple or ornamented with purple horizontal stripes worn by kings, consuls, and augurs. Trebi, plural of Trabia. Trebel, Trebede. Trebata, an ancient Roman comedy dealing with middle-class life. Trebati, plural of Trebata. Trebet, synonym of trebated. Trebated, built with horizontal beams, furnished with an entablature. Trebation, beams used instead of arches or vaulting. Trebations, plural of trebation. Trabtidin, a particular antineoplastic drug. Trabtome, an instrument used in minimally invasive glaucoma surgery. Trabdomes, plural of trabdome. Trabecula, a small supporting beam. Trabeculae, plural of trabecula. Trabecular, of or pertaining to a trabecula. Trabecularization, alternative form of trabecularization. Trabecularization, plural of trabecularization. Trabecularized, alternative form of trabecularized. Trabecularization, synonym of trabeculation. Trabecularizations, plural of trabecularization. Trabecularized, formed from trabecula. Trabeculary. Alternative form of trabecular. Trabeculas. Plural of trabecula. Trabeculate. Having trabeculae crossbarred. Trabeculated. Marked by trabeculation. Trabeculate. Trabeculating. That forms a trabeculation. Trabeculation. The formation of trabeculae. Trabeculations. Plural of trabeculation. Trabecule. Alternative form of trabecula. Trabeculectomies. Plural of trabeculectomy. Trabeculectomize. To carry out a trabeculectomy. Trabeculectomize. Simple past and past participle of trabeculectomize. Trabeculectomy. A surgical procedure used in the treatment of glaucoma to relieve intraocular pressure by removing part of the eye's trabecular meshwork and adjacent structures. Trabecules. Plural of trabecule. Trabeculi. Plural of trabeculus. Trabeculites. Plural of trabeculitis. Trabeculitis. Inflammation of the trabeculae. Trabeculotus genesis. Dysgenesis of a trabecula. Trabeculoplasties. Plural of trabeculoplasty. Trabeculoplasty. A glaucoma treatment in which small openings are made in the eye's trabecular meshwork. Trabeculoplasty. Misspelling of trabeculoplasty. Trabeculotomies. Plural of trabeculotomy. Trabeculotomy. Incision into a trabecula. Trabeculus. Synonym of trabecula. Trabersin. A synthetic antisense oligonucleotide designed to block some malignant tumors. Traben-Trarbach. A town in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. The two halves of the town, Traben and Trarbach, are separated by the river Moselle. Traber. A surname. Trapaxopine. An antipsychotic drug. Drugs. Plural of trav. Trabuco. A surname. Trabucos. Plural of trabuco. Trabu. A surname. Trabus. Plural of trabu. Trabzon. A province and metropolitan municipality in northeastern Turkey on the Black Sea coast. Trabzonite. A monoclinic colorless mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Dra. A homoconic string processing programming language used from around 1965 to 1985. Traceable. Misspelling of traceable. Dracosolite. A pyrazolapyridine drug. Trace. A short form of the female given name Tracy or Tracy. Trace down. To track down. Trace element. A chemical element present in a sample in very small quantities. Trace elements. Plural of trace element. Trace fossil. A type of fossil reflecting the reworking of sediments and hard substrates by organisms rather than the physical remains of the organism itself. This includes structures such as burrows, trails, impressions, coprolites, and borings. Trace fossils. Plural of trace fossil. Trace horse. One of the outside horses in a team of 3 or more horses that are harnessed side by side, drawing a load or vehicle. Trace horses. Plural of trace horse. Trace et alien. A star fort. Trace out. To draw by tracing. Trace scheduling. an optimization technique for compilers that rearranges traces instruction sequences according to their frequency of execution and inserts additional code to compensate for any effects of the rearrangement. Traceabilities, plural of traceability. Traceability, the ability to trace, identify, and measure all the stages that led to a particular point in a process that consists of a chain of interrelated events. Traceable, containing a Hamiltonian path. Traceableness, the quality of being traceable. Traceably, in a traceable manner. Traceback, determination of origin, the process of tracing something back to its source. Tracebacks, plural of traceback. Dress, simple past and past participle of trace. Traced down, simple past and past participle of traced down. Trace, a program or a process that is being traced. Traces, plural of tracy. Traceless, that has no traces. Tracelessly, without leaving a trace. Tracelessness, the quality of being tasteless. Tracelet, a short fragment of the trace of execution of a computer program used in automated systems that attempt to understand and optimize source code. Tracelets, plural of tracelet. Traceological, relating to traceology. Traceology, use-where analysis. Tracepoint, a kind of breakpoint that performs a custom action. Tracepoints, plural of tracepoint. Tracer, a compound, element, or isotope used to track the progress or history of a natural process. Tracer ammunition, bullets or other projectiles which include a pyrotechnic component allowing their path through the air to be seen. Tracer bullet, a bullet which includes a pyrotechnic component allowing its path through the air to be seen. Tracer bullets, plural of tracer bullet. Tracer element, a radioactive isotope of a normal element used to trace the path of a substance or process in a system. Tracer elements, plural of tracer element. Tracer log, a type of log that measures fluid movement in a well by tracking a radioactive tracer that is injected into the wellbore in order to determine injection flow profiles and detect leaks or channels. Tracer logs, plural of tracer log. Tracer round, a type of ammunition that contains a pyrotechnic compound that ignites upon firing, creating a visible trail of light or smoke, allowing the shooter to track the trajectory of their bullets. Tracer rounds, plural of tracer round. Tracer shell, synonym of tracer round. Tracer shells, plural of tracer shell. Trayery, decorated with tracery. Trayeries, plural of tracery. Tray routes, the route taken by packets over an IP network. Traceroute, simple past and past participle of traceroute. Tray routes, plural of traceroute. Tracerouting, present participle and gerund of traceroute. Tracers, plural of tracer. Trayery, bars or ribs, usually of stone or wood or other material that subdivide an opening or stand in relief against a door or wall as an ornamental feature. Traces, plural of trace. Traces down, third person singular simple present indicative of trace down. Traces Italians. Plural of trace Italian. Traces. Second person singular simple present indicative of trace. Tresa. Third person singular simple present indicative of trace. Trasor. A practitioner of Parker. Traors. Plural of Tresor. Trazers. A female practitioner of Parker. Trazuses. Plural of Trasus. Tracy. A surname from Old French, a spelling variant of Tracy. Dra. Etracheotomy or tracheostomy. Trach. Etracheostomy or tracheostomy tube. Trachea. A thin-walled, cartilaginous tube connecting the larynx to the bronchi. Trachea. Plural of trachea. Trachea. Of or pertaining to the trachea. Trachealis. That lacks a trachea. Trachealgia. Pain in the trachea. Tracheolis. A smooth muscle that bridges the gap between the free ends of C-shaped cartilages at the posterior border of the trachea, adjacent to the esophagus, and allows air to be expelled forcefully. Trachealization. The formation of rings of cartilage in the esophagus similar to those in the trachea. Tracheally. Via the trachea. Trachean. Having or relating to tracheae. Trachearies. Plural of tracheae. Tracheae. Tracheal. Breathing by means of tracheae. Tracheas. Plural of trachea. Trachete. Having tracheae. Tracheated. Having tracheae. Trachetes. Plural of tracheate. Tracheating. Present participle and gerund of tracheate. Tracheation. The arrangement of tracheae in a tracheate arthropy. Tracheations. Plural of tracheation. Direct. Simple past and past participle of trach. Trachade. A trachade cell. Trachade cell. An elongated cell found in plant xylem whose major function is to carry water. Trachade cells. Plural of trachade cell. Trachade. Alternative form of trachade. Trachades. Plural of trachade. Trachadogram. A plot of the radial diameters of tracheids across an annual growth ring of a tree. Trachadograms. Plural of trachadogram. Tracheids. Plural of trachade. Trachatides. Plural of tracheides. Tracheides. Inflammation of the trachea. Tracheal. Alternative form of trachelo. Trachelectomies. Plural of trachelectomy. Trachelectomy. The surgical removal of the uterine cervix. Trachealia. Plural of trachelium. Trachealian. Synonym of cervical. Trachelian. Alternative form of trachelium. Trachelopod. One of the Trachelopoda, a former group of mollusks with a spiral shell and the foot attached to the base of the neck. Trachelopodus. Of or pertaining to the mollusks of the former order Trachelopoda that have their foot attached to the neck. Trachelopods. Plural of trachelopod. Trachelismal. Having or relating to trachelismus. Trachelismus. contraction or spasm of the muscles of the neck. Tracheoleum, the neck of a column. Trachelo, neck or neck-like structure. Trachelooccipital, relating to the nape of the neck and the occiput. Tracheloplasties, plural of tracheloplasty. Tracheloplasty, cervical circlage, insertion of a strong suture into and around the cervix early in the pregnancy, and its removal towards the end of the pregnancy when the greatest risk of miscarriage has passed. Trachelorrhaphies, plural of trachelorrhaphy. Trachelorrhaphy, the operation of sewing up a laceration of the neck of the uterus. Trachelostylid, any spiratrich of the family Trachelostyllidae. Trachelostillids, plural of trachelostylid. Trachenchima, a vegetable tissue consisting of tracheae. Trachea, relating to the trachea. Tracheobronchopulmonary, relating to the trachea, bronchi, and the lungs. Tracheoesophageal, alternative form of tracheoesophageal. Tracheoblast, an immature tracheole formed from cells that line the trachea. Tracheoblasts, plural of tracheoblasts. Tracheobranchi, the gill-like breathing organs of certain aquatic insect larvae. They contain tracheal tubes somewhat similar to those of other insects. Tracheobacteal, misspelling of tracheobranchial. Tracheobranchial, relating to or located in both the trachea and the bronchi. Tracheobronchitis, inflammation of the trachea and the bronchi. Tracheobronchomalacia, the combination of tracheomalacia and bronchomalacia. Tracheobronchomaly, a rare disease of the lungs and airways where the trachea and bronchi become abnormally wide, leading to sputum collection in the lungs and repeated chest infections and bronchiectasis. Tracheobronchopneumonia, inflammation of the trachea, bronchi, and lung parenchyma. Tracheobronchoscope, a kind of endoscope used in tracheobronchoscopy. Tracheobronchoscopes, plural of tracheobronchoscope. Tracheobronchoscopic, relating to tracheobronchoscopy. Tracheobronchoscopies, plural of tracheobronchoscopy. Tracheobronchoscopy, a medical examination of the trachea and bronchi. Tracheostomy, odor. Tracheostols, plural of tracheosal. Tracheocutaneous, relating to the skin of the trachea. Tracheesophageal, relating to or connecting the esophagus and the trachea. Tracheogenesis, the formation and development of the trachea. Tracheogenic, originating in the trachea. Tracheoinnominate, relating to or connecting the trachea and the innominate artery. Tracheal, relating to the tracheole. Tracheolaryngeal, relating to the trachea and the larynx. Tracheal, one of the fine branching tubes of the trachea of an insect, which penetrates the tissues to provide oxygen. Tracheals, plural of tracheal. Tracheomalacia, a condition in which the cartilaginous tissue in trachea is soft, such that the trachea partly collapses during respiration. Tracheomediastinum, relating to the trachea and the mediastinum. Tracheomycosis, a fungal disease that causes coffee trees to wilt. Tracheomycete, relating to or causing tracheomycosis. Tracheonasal, relating to the trachea and the nose. Tracheoesophageal. Alternative spelling of tracheoesophageal. Tracheope. Disease of the trachea. Tracheopharyngeal. Relating to the trachea and pharynx. Tracheophone. Relating to birds that sing from the trachea rather than from the syrinx. Tracheophyte. Any plant possessing vascular tissue xylem and phloem, including ferns, conifers, and flowering plants. Tracheophytes. Plural of tracheophyte. Tracheophytic. Relating to tracheophytes. Tracheoplasties. Plural of tracheoplasty. Tracheoplasty. Plastic surgery to the trachea. Tracheoscope. A form of bronchoscope used in tracheoscopy. Tracheoscopes. Plural of tracheoscope. Tracheoscopic. Relating to tracheoscopy. Tracheoscopically. By means of tracheoscopy. Tracheoscopies. Plural of tracheoscopy. Tracheoscopy. Examination of the interior of the trachea using a tracheoscope. Tracheaceae. A spherical group of basal stem cells present in the trachea. Tracheaspheres. Plural of tracheosphere. Tracheosternal. Relating to or connecting the trachea and the sternum. Tracheostoma. An opening into the trachea as a result of tracheostomy. Tracheostomal. Relating to or as a result of a tracheostomy, relating to a tracheostoma. Tracheostomies. Plural of tracheostomy. Tracheostomies. Alternative form of tracheostomize. Tracheostomize. Simple past and past participle of tracheostomize. Tracheostomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tracheostomize. Tracheostomizing. Present participle and gerund of tracheostomize. Tracheostomize. To perform tracheostomy on. Tracheostomize. Simple past and past participle of tracheostomize. Tracheostomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tracheostomize. Tracheostomizing. Present participle and gerund of tracheostomize. Tracheostomy. A surgical procedure in which an incision is made into the trachea through the neck and a tube inserted so as to make an artificial opening in order to assist breathing. Tracheopharyngeal. Relating to or connecting the trachea and the syrinx. Tracheatom. A medical instrument used to perform an incision in the trachea. Tracheatoms. Plural of tracheatom. Tracheotomies. Plural of tracheotomy. Tracheotomize. Alternative form of tracheotomize. Tracheotomize. Simple past and past participle of tracheotomize. Tracheotomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tracheotomize. Tracheotomizing. Present participle and gerund of tracheotomize. Tracheotomist. The surgeon who performs a tracheotomy. Tracheotomists. Plural of tracheotomists. Tracheotomize. To perform a tracheotomy on. Tracheotomize. Simple past and past participle of tracheotomize. Tracheotomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tracheotomize. Tracheotomizing. Present participle and gerund of tracheotomize. Tracheotomy, a surgical procedure in which an incision is made into the trachea through the neck and a tube inserted so as to make an artificial opening in order to assist breathing. Trachs, plural of trach. Turkey, plural of trachea. Trachyptid, any fish in the family Trachyptidae. Trachyptids, plural of trachyptid. Trachyptiform, any fish of the order Trachyptiformes. Trachyptiforms, plural of Trachyptiform. Trache, present participle and gerund of trach. Trachinid, any fish in the family Trachinidae. Trachinids, plural of trachinid. Trachiniform, any fish of the order Trachiniforms. Trachiniforms, plural of trachiniform. Trachinoi, of, pertaining to, or like fish of genus Trachinus the weavers. Trachinoids, plural of trachinoid. Trachypterid, any fish in the family Trachypteridae, the ribbon fishes. Trachypterids, plural of trachypterid. Trachytis, alternative form of Tracheides. Trachodont, any dinosaur of the genus Trachodon. Trachodonta, any dinosaur in the family Trachodontidae, is synonym of the Hadrosauridae. Trachodontids, plural of trachodontid. Trachodonts, plural of trachodont. Trachoma, an infectious disease of the eyelid caused by the bacterium Chlamydia trachomatis. Trachomas, plural of trachoma. Trachomata, plural of trachoma. Trachomatis, relating to a trachoma. Trachoni, a village in Limassol district. In Akrotiri and Dachylia, Cyprus. Trachonechia, a condition in which rough accentuated linear ridges develop on the nails. Plural of trach. Traxel, a surname from German. Traxels, plural of Traxel. Trachtenberg, a Jewish surname from German. Trachyandesite, an extrusive igneous rock with a composition between that of trachyte and andesite. Trachyandesites, plural of trachyandesite. Trachyandesitic, relating to or composed of trachyandesite. Trachybasalt, a volcanic rock with a composition between trachyte and basalt. Trachybasaltic, of or relating to trachybasalt. Trachybasalts, plural of trachybasalt. Trachystrata, any extinct ammonite in the family Trachystratidae. Trachystatids, plural of trachystratid. Trachytacite, a type of acid volcanic rock containing around 1/10 alkali and over 1/5 quartz. Trachydacites, plural of trachydacite. Trachydacitic, of or pertaining to trachydacite. Trachydolerite, a type of volcanic rock with characteristics of both trachyte and dolerite. Trachydorites, plural of trachydolerite. Trachydowitic, of or relating to trachydorite. Trachylit, any hydrozoan in the subclass Trachylidae. Trachylids, plural of trachylid. Tracholobane, a particular bridged tetracyclic diterpene that is isomeric with bairan, coran, and atosiran. Tracholobanes, plural of tracholobane. Trachymejusa. Any cnidarian of the order Trachymejusae. Trachymejusae. Plural of Trachymejusa. Tachyonychia. Alternative form of Trachyonychia. Trachypachid. Any beetle in the family Trachypachidae. Trachypachids. Plural of Trachypachid. Trachophonia. Hoarseness of the voice. Trachophonolite. Trachytic phonolite. Trachophonolites. Plural of trachophonolite. Trachophonolytic. Relating to or composed of trachophonolite. Trachopone. A sterically hindered dimer bianthraquinone of an anthraquinone. Trachopones. Plural of trachopone. Trachyptera. Any member of the family Trachypteridae of ribbonfish. Trachypterids. Plural of Trachypterae. Trachy. A pale igneous rock consisting mostly of potassium feldspar and plagioclase. Trachytes. Plural of trachyte. Trachyd. Relating to or composed of trachyte. Trachytid. Any mite in the family Trachytidae. Trachytids. Plural of trachytid. Trachytoi. Resembling trachyte. Trachuropodid. Any mite in the family Trachuropodidae. Trachuropodids. Plural of trachuropodid. Trachazoid. Misspelling of tachyzoid. Traci. A female given name transferred from the surname, variant of Tracy. Tracial. Of or pertaining to the trace of a projection. Traciality. The condition of being tracial. Taisana. A natural isomorphism of a functor f such that fxy right fyx. Traceators. Plural of traceator. Traceable. Able to be broken. Tracy. A female given name. Traces. Plural of Tracy. Trace. The reproduction of an image made by copying it through translucent paper. Tracing down. Present participle and gerund of trace down. Tracing paper. A translucent paper on which may be traced the design of whatever it is placed on. Tracing papers. Plural of tracing paper. Tracingly. So as to trace something. Tracings. Plural of tracing. Tresinski. A surname from Polish. Trasinskis. Plural of Trasinski. Dra. A mark left by something that has passed along. Track and bowl system. A saucer-shaped depression surrounded by tracks, dubbed by the male kakapo to enhance its booming mating call. Track and bowl systems. Plural of track and bowl system. Track and field. A group of athletic sports consisting mainly of various kinds of running, jumping, and throwing that take place on a track in an enclosed field. Track and trace. A process of determining the current and past locations and other information of a unique item or property. Trackbed. Alternative form of tract. Track beds. Plural of trackbed. Track by. A stripped down, lightweight bicycle with the fixed gear mechanism and no brakes designed for racing on a velodrome. Track bikes. Plural of track bike. Track brake. A magnetic brake fitted to a rail vehicle, which is pressed against a rail in rail railway track. Track brakes, plural of track brake. Track circuit, an electrical circuit in a railway track used for signaling purposes. Track circuits, plural of track circuit. Track cycling, a form of cycling on a specially designed track, especially a velodrome. Track cyclist, someone who cycles on a track. Track cyclists, plural of track cyclists. Track down, to hunt for or locate, to search for, to find. Track event, an athletics discipline that takes place on the track, such as sprints or hurdling. Track events, plural of track event. Track gauge, the specified distance between the rails of a railway. Track gauges, plural of track gauge. Track light, a light bulb used in track lighting. Track lighting, a system of light bulbs that are affixed movably to tracks. Track lights, plural of track light. Track magnet, a magnet incorporated in railway track for various purposes. Track magnets, plural of track magnet. Track mark, singular of track marks. Track marks, the conspicuous signs of artery and vein damage as a result of chronic intravenous injection of drugs. Track meet, an athletic contest for track and field sports. Track meets, plural of track meet. Track pan, a long trough placed between the rails in a railroad track which enabled a steam locomotive to replenish its water supply without stopping by lowering a scoop. Track panel, an assembled section of railway track. Track panels, plural of track panel. Track pans, plural of track pan. Track pants, sweatpants. Track pizza, a person hit by a train after jumping or falling in front of it. Track plan, a diagram of the track layout at a particular place. Track plans, plural of track plan. Track record, the past performance of a person, organization, or product, viewed in its entirety and usually for the purpose of making a judgment. Track records, plural of track record. Track shoe, a kind of running shoe fitted with spikes on the bottom. Track shoes, plural of track shoe. Track spy, a lightweight shoe with spikes screwed into its bottom in order to maximize traction and therefore performance when running or jumping. Track spikes, plural of track spike. Track stand, a technique used by bicycle riders to remain virtually stationary by adjusting their weight. Track stands, plural of track stand. Track star, somebody who is swift or excels in athletic running or in an occupation like into it. Track stars, plural of track star. Track stick, synonym of pointing stick. Track sticks, plural of track stick. Tracksuit, alternative form of tracksuit. Tracksuits, plural of tracksuit. Track weight, synonym of track, the distance between two opposite wheels on a same axletree. Track widths, plural of track width. Track width, to associate or go out with. Track worker, alternative form of track worker. Track workers, plural of track worker. Track and field, referring to track and field athletics. Track boat, a boat towed by a line from the shore. Track boats, plural of track boat. Track circuited, of a section of railway line provided with track circuits. Track circuiting, the provision of track circuits. Track mounted, mounted on tracks, said, for example, of a tank, crane, or other self-propelled heavy vehicle. Track road, a towpath. Track roads, plural of track road. Trackside, alternative form of trackside. Track sides, plural of trackside. Track to track seek time, synonym of minimum seek time. Track to track seek times, plural of track to track seek time. Trackability, the quality of being trackable. Trackable, able to be tracked, or worth being tracked. Trackables, plural of trackable. Dratted, railway tracks collectively. Trackage rights, synonym of running powers. Trackages, plural of trackage. Trackback, a protocol for a system that allows a blogger to see who has seen the original post and has written another entry concerning it. Trackback, a method to keep track of links to content, especially blog entries. Trackbacks, plural of trackback. Trackball, a pointing device consisting of a ball housed in a socket. Trackballs, plural of trackball. Trackbar, a widget allowing the user to select a value on a sliding scale. Trackbars, plural of trackbar. Tracked, the layer of gravel or other foundation on which a railway track is laid. Tracked, plural of tracked. Tracked, simple past and past participle of track. Tracked down, simple past and past participle of track down. Tracked with, simple past and past participle of track with. Tratty, one who is tracked. Draggies, plural of tracky. Tratter, agent noun of track, one who or that which tracks or pursues, as a man or dog that follows game. Tracker mortgage, a variable rate mortgage where the amount of interest paid on the loan is linked to the Bank of England's base rate by a fixed differential. Tracker mortgages, plural of tracker mortgage. Tracker ball, alternative form of trackball. Tracker balls, plural of tracker ball. Tracker phone, a small handheld positioning device whose main functionality is tracking people or things, and which also allows hands-free voice calling. Tracker phones, plural of tracker phone. Tratters, plural of tracker. Trackast, second person singular simple present indicative of track. Tratta, third person singular simple present indicative of track. Trackhoe, an excavator machine mounted on caterpillar tracks. Most are large, some are miniature for small jobs. Trackhoes, plural of trackhoe. Trackhound, synonym of scent hound. Trackhounds, plural of trackhound. Dratty, a tracksuit. Tracky bottoms, sweatpants. Tracky dacks, tracksuit bottoms, tracksuit trousers / pants. Dratties, plural of tracky. Dragon. Pronunciation spelling of tracking. Tracke. The act or process by which something is tracked. Tracking down. Present participle and gerund of track down. Tracking poll. An opinion polling method in which responses are solicited at fixed intervals over time. Tracking polls. Plural of tracking poll. Tracking resistance. An indication of how an insulating material withstands certain loads on its surface or how resistant a material is to environmental influences. Tracking shot. A continuously recorded segment containing no edits, in which the camera is moved off and mounted on a dolly rolling on tracks so as to sweep through an extensive area or to follow the physical movement of characters or events. Tracking shots. Plural of tracking shot. Tracking stock. A specialist equity offering issued by a company that is based on the operations of a wholly owned subsidiary of a diversified firm. Tracking stocks. Plural of tracking stock. Tracking way. Present participle and gerund of track with. Trackings. Plural of tracking. Track layer. A workman whose work involves putting the track in place. Track layers. Plural of track layer. Track laying. The work that involves putting the track in place. Trackomet. A savory condiment, for example a mustard, relish, or chutney, especially one served with meat. Trackoments. Plural of trackomet. Trackless. Not having tracks or paths untrodden. Trackless train. A road-going passenger transportation articulated vehicle. Trackless trains. Plural of trackless train. Tracklessly. Without a track. Tracklessness. The state or quality of being trackless. Tracklet. A fragment of the track followed by a moving object as constructed by an image recognition system. Tracklets. Plural of tracklet. Tracklifting. The process of removal of railway track, in particular from a railway line permanently closed to traffic. Tracklie. Resembling or characteristic of a track. Track high. The line along which something was tracked. Track lines. Plural of track line. Trackless. A track listing. A list of tracks appearing on an album, EP, LP, etc. Track listing. A list of tracks appearing on an album, EP, LP, etc. Track listings. Plural of track listing. Track lists. Plural of track lists. Track I. An ordered sequence of GPS coordinate measurements stored by a satellite navigation system. Track lives. Plural of track law. Track maker. An organism that leaves tracks as it moves, especially one whose tracks can be found in fossils. Track makers. Plural of track maker. Trackman. A railway employee who inspects and maintains the permanent way of a railway installation. Trackmanship. The role or work of a trackman. Trackmaster. One who is in charge of a railroad track. Trackmasters. Plural of trackmaster. Trackman. Plural of trackman. Tratmo. A demo that is loaded directly from the physical tracks of a floppy disk instead of loading through the file system. Trackmos. Plural of trackmo. Track-mounted. Alternative spelling of track-mounted. Track-out. Navigational assistance providing by tracking a boat or plane as it starts on a course, ensuring that it is following the correct trajectory. Trackouts. Plural of trackout. Trackpad. Touchpad. Trackpads. Plural of trackpad. Trackpants. Alternative form of track pants. Track people. Plural of trackerson. Trackerson. A trackman or trackwoman. Trackersons. Plural of trackerson. Trackplan. Alternative form of trackplan. Trackplans. Plural of trackplan. Trackpoint. An individual record within a GPS of a visited location. Trackpoints. Plural of trackpoint. Dress. Plural of track. Tracks down. Third person singular simple present indicative of track down. Tracksway. Third person singular simple present indicative of trackway. Track high. Alternative form of trekshuit. Track heights. Plural of track heights. Track scat. Alternative form of trekshuit. Track scouts. Plural of track scouts. Track shoe. A shoe designed to be worn when running or exercising at an exercise track. Track shoes. Plural of track shoe. Tracks high. Located to the side of a track, especially a racetrack or set of railroad tracks. Track sides. Plural of trackside. Trackside. A site where trackways footprints, especially fossilized, are found. Trackside. Plural of tracksite. Trackstar. Alternative spelling of trackstar. Track stars. Plural of tracks. Star. Tracksuit. A garment, usually consisting of a top and trousers, commonly known as tracksuit bottoms, worn as an outer layer by participants in sporting events such as athletics. The tracksuit is usually designed to be easily removed or replaced before or after competing. Tracksuits have also been adopted in some cultures as lesser wear. Tracksuit bottoms. A type of soft, lightweight trousers used for sports or informal occasions, U.S. sweatpants. Tracksuit. Dressed in a tracksuit. Tracksuits. Plural of tracksuit. Trackwalker. A person employed to walk over and inspect a section of railway track. Trackwalkers. Plural of trackwalker. Trackwalking. The work of a trackwalker, walking over and inspecting a section of railway track. Trackway. A set of tracks or footprints left in soft ground by a human or animal, especially if fossilized. Trackways. Plural of trackway. Trackwheel. A small wheel incorporated into a mouse or smartphone that controls scrolling. Trackwheels. Plural of trackwheel. Trackweight. The width of a track. Trackwidths. Plural of trackwidth. Trackwoman. A female railway employee who inspects and maintains the permanent way of a railway installation. Trackwomen. Plural of trackwoman. Trackwork. Construction or maintenance of railroad tracks. Trackworker. A person who installs or maintains railway tracks or trackside equipment. Track workers. plural of track worker. Drati, alternative form of tracky tracksuit. Drake, acronym of Terminal Radar Approach Control. Drake, alternative spelling of Tracken. Drake, plural of Tracken. Drakens, plural of Tracken. Tracker RNA, initialism of transactivating crRNA. Tracker RNAs, plural of tracker RNA. Tract, an area or expanse. Tract home, a tract house. Tract homes, plural of tract home. Tract house, any of many houses of a similar or identical plan and design built on a tract of land. Tract houses, plural of tract house. Tract housing, tract houses generally. Tract mansion, a very large and luxurious tract house. Tract mansions, plural of tract mansion. Tract of land, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see tract of land. Tractabilities, plural of tractability. Tractability, the state of being tractable or docile, docility, tractableness. Tractable, capable of being easily led, taught, or managed. Tractableness, the state of being tractable, tractability. Tractably, in a tractable manner, with compliance or docility. Tractarian, a member of the Oxford movement. Tractarianism, the principles of the Tractarians. Tractarianize, to convert or adapt to Tractarian beliefs. Tractarianize, simple past and past participle of tractarianize. Tractarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tractarianize. Tractarianizing, present participle and gerund of tractarianize. Tractarians, plural of tractarian. Tractate, a treatise. Tractates, plural of tractate. Tractation, treatment or handling of a subject, discussion. Tractator, in medieval commerce, the person who handles or transports merchandise on behalf of an investor, an entrepreneur. Tractators, plural of tractator. Tracted, simple past and past participle of tract. Tractale, plural of tractellum. Tractellum, an anterior locomotive flagellum. Trati, plural of tractus. Tractile, capable of being drawn or stretched out in length. Tractility, the quality of being tactile, capable of being drawn or stretched out at length. Tracting, present participle and gerund of tract. Traction, the act of pulling something along a surface using motive power. Traction alopecia, a condition where hair loss is caused by chronic pulling of the hair. Traction alopecia is plural of traction alopecia. Traction batteries. Plural of traction battery. Traction battery, a rechargeable battery used to power the electric motor S of the battery electric vehicle BV or hybrid electric vehicle HEV. Traction engine, a wheeled steam engine used to move heavy loads, plow ground, or provide power at a chosen location. Traction engines, plural of traction engine. Traction motor, an electric motor used for the propulsion of a vehicle such as a tram, trolleybus, electric or diesel electric locomotive or train. Traction motors. Plural of traction motor. Tractionmo. Of, pertaining to, or caused by traction. Tractionally. In a tractional way. Traction. Simple past and past participle of traction. Tractioneer. An operator of a farm tractor, steam tractor, or gas tractor. Tractioneering. The work of a tractioneer. Tractioneers. Plural of tractioneer. Tractioning. Present participle and gerund of traction. Tractionless. Without traction. Tractionlessness. Absence of traction. Tractions. Plural of traction. Tracti. A tractarian. Tractites. Plural of tractite. Tractive. Pertaining to traction. Tractive effort. The tractive force that can be generated by a prime mover to pull a load. Cardinal examples are a locomotive pulling a train, a semi-tractor pulling a trailer, or a tractor pulling a plow. Tractive efforts. Plural of tractive effort. Tractive force. Synonym of tractive effort. Tractive forces. Plural of tractive force. Tractiveness. The state or quality of being tractive. Tractlet. A pamphlet or brochure. Tractlets. Plural of tractlet. Tractogram. A tractographic image. Tractograms. Plural of tractogram. Tractograph. A device used to measure the range of motion of a joint. Tractograph. Simple past and past participle of tractograph. Tractographic. Relating to tractography. Tractographical. Alternative form of tractographic. Tractographies. Plural of tractography. Tractographs. Plural of tractograph. Tractography. Imaging of the neural tracts. Tractometric. Relating to tractometry. Tractometry. Tractographic measurement. Tractor. A vehicle used in farms, for example, for pulling farm equipment and preparing the fields. Tractor beam. A device-generated beam used to attract other objects from a distance. Tractor beams. Plural of tractor beam. Tractor boy. Someone connected with Ipswich Town Football Club as a fan, player, coach, etc. Tractor boys. Plural of tractor boy. Tractor driver. One who drives a tractor. This entity is a translation hub. Tractor drivers. Plural of tractor driver. Tractor out. To dismiss a tenant, etc. while replacing manual labor with tractors. Tractor pull. A motorsport competition in which antique or modified tractors pull a heavy drag or sled along a track, the winner being the tractor that manages the greatest distance. Tractor pulls. Plural of tractor pull. Tractor trailer. Alternative spelling of tractor trailer. Tractor trailers. Plural of tractor trailer. Tractor unit. A large road vehicle, usually consisting of a 2- or 3-axled chassis and fitted with a cab, engine, and drivetrain, used for hauling semi-trailers. Tractor units. Plural of tractor unit. Tractor vaporizing oil. A type of paraffin untaxed used to fuel agricultural machinery. Tractor-trailer. A large truck consisting of an engine and cab section, a tractor, and a cargo carrying semi-trailer or trailer. Tractor-trailers. Plural of tractor-trailer. Tractorable. Suitable for the driving of a tractor. Tractoration. Organism. Tractored. Simple past and past participle of tractor. Tractored out. Simple past and past participle of tractor out. Tractories. Plural of tractory. Tractory. Present participle and gerund of tractor. Tractoring out. Present participle and gerund of tractor out. Tractorization. Alternative form of tractorization. Tractorize. Alternative form of tractorize. Tractorize. Simple past and past participle of tractorize. Tractorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tractorize. Tractorizing. Present participle and gerund of tractorize. Tractorism. Perkinism. Tractorists. A tractor driver. Tractorists. Plural of tractorists. Tractorization. The use of tractors to replace other farming techniques. Tractorize. To adapt a farm to use tractors. Tractorize. Simple past and past participle of tractorize. Tractorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tractorize. Tractorizing. Present participle and gerund of tractorize. Tractoless. Without a tractor. Tractoli. Resembling or characteristic of a tractor. Tractors. Plural of tractor. Tractors out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tractor owls. Tractory. A tractrix. Tractotomies. Plural of tractotomy. Tractotomy. The surgical excision of nerve tracts in the medulla of the brain. Tractrices. Plural of tractrix. Tractricoi. A surface formed by revolving a tractrix about its asymptote. Tractricoids. Plural of tractricoi. Tractrix. A curve that satisfies the following property: that segment of the tangent line that lies between the point of tangency and a fixed line has length independent of the point of tangency chosen. Tractroi. Synonym for tractricoi. Tractroids. Plural of tractroi. Drax. Plural of tract. Tracts of land. Plural of tract of land. Dractes. A tract. Tractuses. Plural of tractus. Tracy. A surname from Old French. Tracies. Plural of Tracy. Tracitin. A census-designated place in Washington. Traditional. Trad bolted. Being a bolted traditional climb. Trad climber. Traditional climber. Trad climbers. Plural of trad climber. Trad jazz. Shortening of traditional jazz. Trad pub. Synonym of trad pub. Trad pub. A work that has been published through a third-party publishing company or a traditional publisher. Trad pub. Simple past and past participle of trad pub. Trad pubbing. Present participle and gerund of trad pub. Trad pubs, plural of trad pub. Trad, abbreviation of tradition. Tradability, the property of being tradable. Tradable, capable of being traded. Tradables, plural of tradable. Trada, a Catholic who seeks to change the practices of Catholicism back to the norms of before the Second Vatican Council. Tradas, plural of tradca. Trahin, a person of traditionalist conservative politics. Tradkins, plural of trakin. Te, comparative form of tradi, more tradi. Tais, superlative form of tradi, most tradi. Tradi, traditional, traditionalist. Tre, buying and selling of goods and services on a market. Trade acceptance, a negotiable instrument in the course of international trade similar to a banker's acceptance BA except it is drawn on and accepted by a buyer/importer as opposed to a bank, may be sold to a bank or investor at a discount becoming a marketable money market instrument. Trade acceptances, plural of trade acceptance. Trade agreement, an agreement between nations to engage in trade. Trade agreements, plural of trade agreement. Trade away, to relinquish, to yield. Trade balance, the balance of trade. Trade balances, plural of trade balance. Trade barrier, a government-induced restriction on international trade. Trade barriers, plural of trade barrier. Trade bloc, a group of nations united by trade agreements. Trade blocs, plural of trade bloc. Trade blotter, a record of each trade that was transacted for a given period of time, usually one day. Trade blotters, plural of trade blotter. Trade book, a book that is marketed to a general audience as opposed to books that have specialized audiences, such as academic books. Trade books, plural of trade book. Trade card, an early precursor of the business card, first produced at the beginning of the 17th century. Trade cards, plural of trade card. Trade counter, a counter in a shop or business at which sales are made only to customers practicing a particular trade and not intended for sales to retail customers. Trade counters, plural of trade counter. Trade days, the date on which a security trade occurs. Trade dates, plural of trade date. Trade deal, an agreement between two or more countries, often in the form of a treaty, establishing the conditions under which products from each country may be exported to the other. Trade deals, plural of trade deal. Trade deficit, a negative balance of trade. Trade deficits, plural of trade deficit. Trade dispute, a dispute between workers and their employer. Trade disputes, plural of trade dispute. Trade diversion, the changing of import sources as a result of political agreements, rather than to increase mutual benefit. Trade diversions, plural of trade diversion. Trade dollar, a silver coin minted as a trade coin by various countries to facilitate trade with China and the Orient. Trade dollars, plural of trade dollar. Trade down. To lose value on the stock exchange. Trade dress. Those characteristics of the visual appearance of a product or its packaging that may be registered and protected from use by competitors, trademarks, word marks, liveries, and so on. Trade dresses. Plural of trade dress. Trade fair. An exhibition at which members of a specific industry exhibit or demonstrate their products to prospective customers and to each other. Trade fairs. Plural of trade fair. Trade hands. To change ownership. Trade in. To give a piece of merchandise as part of the payment or trade for something new. Trade journal. Synonym of trade paper. Trade journals. Plural of trade journal. Trade language. Synonym of lingua franca. Trade languages. Plural of trade language. Trade law. Synonym of commercial law. Trade line. Alternative spelling of trade line. Trade lines. Plural of trade line. Trade loading. Synonym of channel stuffing. Trade magazine. A magazine dedicated to the dissemination of information related to a particular industry. Trade magazines. Plural of trade magazine. Trademark. Alternative spelling of trademark. Trademarks. Plural of trademark. Trade minister. Alternative letter case form of trade minister. Trade minister. A cabinet minister or government official typically responsible for overseeing trade, especially international trade. Trade ministers. Plural of trade minister. Trade ministers. Plural of trade minister. Trade name. A name used to identify a commercial product or service, may or may not be a registered trademark. Trade names. Plural of trade name. Trade newspaper. A newspaper dedicated to the dissemination of information related to a particular industry. Trade newspapers. Plural of trade newspaper. Trade-off. To choose something in exchange for something else, where having both at once is not an available option. Trade paint. Make physical contact between two motorized vehicles while driving. Trade paper. A magazine or newspaper whose target audience is people who work in a particular trade or industry. Trade paperback. A softcover edition of a previously hardcover book, usually produced with the exact same text as the hardcover. Trade paperbacks. Plural of trade paperback. Trade papers. Plural of trade paper. Trade places. Synonym of change places. Trade press. Printed media that is written and published for a particular industry. Trade route. A route used by traders for commercial transport of goods. Trade routes. Plural of trade route. Trade row. A disagreement over trade, generally milder than a trade war. Trade rows. Plural of trade row. Trade school. Vocational school. Trade secret. A type of intellectual property comprising confidential business information that provides a company with a competitive edge. Trade secrets. Plural of trade secret. Trade show. A trade fair. Trade shows. Plural of trade show. Trade standard. A commonly agreed upon description of an expected quality of a product. Trade standards, plural of trade standard. Trade stimulator. Any of various kinds of coin-operated countertop machines used to encourage shoppers to indulge in a game of chance, popular in American saloons during the 1880s. Trade stimulators. Plural of trade stimulator. Trade study. A review of existing solutions or proposed solutions within the same area of concern, interest, industry, or trade, which helps make a decision on how best to solve a technical problem. Trade surplus. A positive balance of trade. Trade surpluses. Plural of trade surplus. Trade term. A type of detail relating to prices and quotas in an agreement between nations trading with each other. Trade terms. Plural of trade term. Trade tests. A test given to determine the examinee's proficiency in a given trade or occupation. Trade tests. Plural of trade tests. Trade union. An organization whose members belong to the same trade and that acts collectively to address common issues. Trade unionism. The system or practice of trade unions. Trade unionists. A member of a trade union. Trade unionists. Plural of trade unionists. Trade unions. Plural of trade union. Trade up. To gain value on the stock exchange. Trade war. The practice of nations creating mutual tariffs or similar barriers to trade. Trade wars. Plural of trade war. Trade wind. A steady wind that blows from east to west above and below the equator. Trade winds. Plural of trade wind. Trade-in. Property used as part payment for a new purchase. Trade-ins. Plural of trade-in. Trade last. A compliment heard about another person, offered to be repeated to that person in exchange for another repeated compliment about the speaker. Trade lasts. Plural of trade last. Trade off. Any situation in which the quality or quantity of one thing must be decreased for another to be increased. Trade-offs. Plural of trade-off. Trade show. To exhibit or showcase products or services at a trade show event. Trade showed. Simple past and past participle of trade show. Trade showing. Present participle and gerund of trade show. Trade shows. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade show. Trade wind. Alternative form of trade wind. Trade winds. Plural of trade wind. Tradeability. Alternative form of tradeability. Tradable. Alternative spelling of tradable. Tradables. Plural of tradable. Tradecraft. The skills acquired through experience of a trade. Tradecrafts. Plural of tradecraft. Trade. Simple past and past participle of trade. Traded away. Simple past and past participle of trade away. Traded down. Simple past and past participle of trade down. Traded hands. Simple past and past participle of trade hands. Traded in. Simple past and past participle of trade in. Traded off. Simple past and past participle of trade off. Traded places. Simple past and past participle of trade places. Traded up. Simple past and past participle of trade up. Trade fallen. Out of work or business, unemployed. Trade full. Full of trade. Busy with commerce or involved in a large amount of business. Tradeless. Without trade. Trade line. Any credit account as shown on a consumer credit report. Trade lines. Plural of trade line. Trademark. A word, symbol, or phrase used to identify a particular company's product and differentiate it from other company's products. Trademark dilution. The use of an image, sign, expression, etc. sufficiently close to one that is trademarked that it causes confusion, blurs about, or brings disrepute, tarnishes to the trademarked item. Trademark erosion. The situation that occurs when a trademarked name becomes a generic name through constant use. Trademark erosions. Plural of trademark erosion. Trademark infringement. Alternative form of copyright infringement. Trademark symbol. The symbol trade, consisting of the letters TM in superscript, used to indicate that a term is a trademark whether registered or not. Trademark symbols. Plural of trademark symbol. Trademark troll. An entity that registers a trademark without intending to use it and who then threatens to sue others who use that mark. Trademark trolls. Plural of trademark troll. Trademarkability. The quality of being trademarkable. Trademarkable. That can be trademarked. Trademarked. Registered as a trademark. Trademarker. One who trademarks something. Trademarkers. Plural of trademarker. Trademarking. Present participle and gerund of trademark. Trademarks. Plural of trademark. Trade name. Alternative spelling of trade name. Trade names. Plural of trade name. Trade. A person who is responsible for preserving and handing down traditions, especially oral traditions. The term is generally used in the context of the Bible and rabbinic Jewish traditions. Trade-off. An advantage or improvement that necessitates the corresponding loss or degradation of something else. Trade-offs. Plural of trade-off. Trade post. Trading posts. Trade posts. Plural of trade posts. Trader. A surname. Traitorous. Alternative form of traitorous. Traitoresses. Plural of traitorous. Traitors. Plural of traitor. Tradership. A place or business that trades or sells items. Traderships. Plural of tradership. Trades. Plural of tray. Trades away. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade away. Trades down. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade down. Trades hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade hands. Trades in. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade in. Trades off. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade off. Trades places. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade places. Trades union. Dated form of trade union. Trades unionists. Dated form of trade unionist. Trades unionists. Plural of trades unionists. Trades unions. plural of trades union. Trades up. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade up. Trades ganja. Any of the genus trades ganja of spiderworts. Trades ganjas. Plural of trades ganja. Tradesfolk. People employed in trade, tradesmen and tradeswomen. Tradesfolks. Synonym of tradesfolk. Trade shop. A shop where goods can be traded, a trading post. Trade shops. Plural of trade shop. Trade show. Alternative form of trade show. Trade shows. Plural of trade show. Tradesies. Trades/trading. Tradesman. A skilled manual worker in applied mail. Tradesman's entrance. Dinas. Tradesman's entrances. Plural of tradesman's entrance. Tradesmanlike. Resembling or characteristic of a tradesman. Tradesmanly. Befitting a tradesman. Tradesmanship. The state or business of a tradesman. Tradesman. Plural of tradesmen. Tradespeople. Plural of tradesperson. Tradespeoples. Plural of tradespeople. Tradesperson. A skilled manual worker. Tradespersons. Plural of tradesperson. Tradespeople. Treatise. Second person singular simple present indicative of trade. Tradeswoman. A female skilled manual worker. Tradeswoman. Plural of tradeswoman. Tradeswork. Alternative form of trade work. Trade. Third person singular simple present indicative of trade. Tradewind. Alternative form of trade wind. Tradewinds. Plural of trade wind. Trade work. The work of one who practices a trade and occupation in the secondary sector. Tradie. Alternative form of trade. Tradie. Tradies. Plural of tradie. Tradhan. Portmanteau of the words traditional and feminine, most commonly used in online discourse when discussing the traditional cultural ideals of which women should embody, usually used within a Western context. Tradify. Syllabic abbreviation of traditional finance. Trade. A tradesman, tradesperson. Trades. Plural of tradie. Tradidital. Produced through a combination of traditional and computer-based techniques. Traden. Pronunciation spelling of trading. Trade. Present participle and gerund of trade. Trading away. Present participle and gerund of trade away. Trading card. A collectible card, sometimes sticker, usually made out of paperboard or thick paper, which usually contains an image of a paperboard or thick paper, which usually contains an image of a certain person, place, or thing fictional or real, and a short description of the picture, along with other text attacks, statistics, or trivia. There's a wide variation of different types of cards, like sports, cars, natural history, film characters, or other information of interest to purchasers. Sometimes is included with tobacco, food or confectionery products. Trading cards, plural of trading card. Trading curve, a financial regulatory instrument to prevent stock market crashes from occurring by temporarily shutting down trading to allow accurate information to flow between parties. Trading curbs, plural of trading curve. Trading down, present participle and gerund of trade down. Trading estate, an area of land used by a number of businesses for commercial and industrial purposes. Trading estates, plural of trading estate. Trading floor, an indoor Trading floors, plural of trading floor. Trading hands, present participle and gerund of trade hands. Trading in, present participle and gerund of trade in. Trading in influence, synonym of influence peddling. Trading off, present participle and gerund of trade off. Trading partner, a country that another country does business with, usually on a regular basis. Trading partners, plural of trading partner. Trading pit, an area on a trading floor that is a focus for trading certain items, often specially furnished with equipment or taking the shape of a small amphitheater. Trading pits, plural of trading pit. Trading places, present participle and gerund of trade places. Trading posts, a place where trading of goods takes place. Trading posts, plural of trading posts. Trading stamp, a small paper coupon given by a retailer to a customer that may be saved up and redeemed for goods. Trading stamps, plural of trading stamp. Trading turret, a specialized telephony key system generally used by financial traders on their trading desks. Trading turrets, plural of trading turret. Trading up, present participle and gerund of trade up. Tradings, plural of trading. Trash, traditional, relating to Native American traditions. Tradition, a part of culture that is passed from person to person or generation to generation, possibly differing in detail from family to family, such as the way to celebrate holidays. Traditional, of, relating to, or derived from tradition. Traditional agriculture, agriculture or farming practices rooted in tradition and local knowledge that favors crop diversity and organic practices. Traditional art, art that is a part of the culture of a group of people, skills and knowledge of which are passed down through generations from master craftsmen to apprentices. Traditional arts, plural of traditional art. Traditional birth attendant, a person who provides basic maternity care primarily from experience as well as the traditions and practices of a community. Traditional birth attendants, plural of traditional birth and osteopathy, for preventing or treating illness or promoting health and well-being, in China and to an extent elsewhere still often used in concert with scientific medicine as complementary medicine. Traditional climber, someone who participates in traditional climbing. Traditional climbing, a style of rock climbing in which the climbers place all gear required to protect against falls and remove it when a passage is complete. Traditional counties, plural of traditional climbers place all gear required to protect against falls and remove it when a passage is complete. Traditional counties, plural of traditional county. Traditional county, a county without direct administrative functions, e.g. Yorkshire, Perthshire, Dublin, or Suffolk County, Massachusetts. Traditional Egyptian, synonym of Neo-Middle Egyptian. Traditional grip, A method of holding drumsticks in which the right hand uses an overhand grip and the left hand uses an underhand grip. Traditional jazz. Jazz music from the early 20th century, or music played in that style. Traditional Latin Mass. The form of the Roman Rite Mass that was general before the Second Vatican Council, celebrated in the Latin language and now typically according to texts promulgated in 1962 the extraordinary form. Traditional Latin Masses, plural of traditional Latin Mass. Traditional marriage. A heterosexual marriage, a social or legal union between two people of opposite sex. Traditional marriages, plural of traditional marriage. Traditional medicine, a system of medicine developed before the era of modern medicine, especially one that is associated with a single culture. Traditional medicines, plural of traditional medicine. Traditional owner, a descendant of the tribe or ethnic group that occupied a particular region before European settlement, especially when that occupation is recognized by Australian law. Traditional owners, plural of traditional owner. Traditional publisher, a publishing company that contracts with writers, usually providing advances, royalties, and other payment as opposed to self-publishing. Traditional publishers, plural of traditional publisher. Traditional right, a subsistence privilege or right, which is owned legally or by custom by an indigenous community or village. Traditional rights, plural of traditional right. Traditional student, in a college or university, a student who enrolls immediately after graduating high school does not work during their enrollment and is not financially independent. Traditional students, plural of traditional student. Traditionalize, alternative form of traditionalize. Traditionalize, simple past and past participle of traditionalize. Traditionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of traditionalize. Traditionalizing, present participle and gerund of traditionalize. Traditionalism, the adherence to traditional views or practices, especially with regard to cultural or religious matters. Traditionalisms, plural of traditionalism. Traditionalist, a person who adheres to tradition, especially in cultural or religious practices. Traditionalistic, of supporting or pertaining to traditionalism. Traditionalistically, in a traditionalistic manner. Traditionalists, plural of traditionalists. Traditionalities, plural of traditionality. Traditionality, the state or condition of being traditional. Traditionalization, the process of making something traditional. Traditionalizations, plural of traditionalization. Traditionalize, to make traditional, to turn into a tradition. Traditionalize, simple past and past participle of traditionalize. Traditionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of traditionalize. Traditionalizing, present participle and gerund of traditionalize. Traditionally, in a traditional manner. Traditionalness, the state or condition of being traditional. Traditionals, plural of traditional. Traditionaries, plural of traditionary. Traditionarily, traditionally. Traditionary, traditional of or relating to tradition. Traditionate, to inculcate in a set of traditions. Traditionative, simple past and past participle of traditionate. Traditionates, third person singular simple present indicative of traditionate. Traditionating, present participle and gerund of traditionant. Tradition bound. Bound by tradition. Traditioned. Simple past and past participle of tradition. Traditioner. Someone who adheres to tradition. A traditionalist. Traditioners. Plural of traditioner. Traditioning. Present participle and gerund of tradition. Traditionism. Synonym of traditionalism. Traditioness. A person who upholds a tradition. Traditionists. Plural of traditionists. Traditionitis. Insistence on a traditional approach, resistance to modern practices. Traditionize. Synonym of traditionalize. Traditionize. Simple past and past participle of traditionize. Traditionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of traditionize. Traditionizing. Present participle and gerund of traditionize. Traditionless. Without traditions. Traditionless. Absence of tradition. Traditions. Plural of tradition. Tradita. Transmitted or transmissible from parent to child or from older to younger by oral communication. Traditional. Traditor. A deliverer, a name of infamy given to Christians who delivered the scriptures or the goods of the church to their persecutors to save their lives. Traditors. Plural of traditor. Traditors. Plural of traditor. Traditorship. The role or state of a traditor. Traller. To pretend that one is living a traditional or historical lifestyle. To LARP as trad. Trallart. Simple past and past participle of tradlarp. Trallarper. Someone pretending to live a traditional or historical lifestyle. Tradlarpers. Plural of tradlarper. Tradlarping. Present participle and gerund of tradlar. Trallarps. Third person singular simple present indicative of tradlar. Trata. Abbreviation of United States Army Training and Doctrine. Command. Tradpub. Synonym of tradpub. Tradpub. Simple past and past participle of tradpub. Tradpubbing. Present participle and gerund of tradpub. Tradtubs. Third person singular simple present indicative of tradpub. Traderess. A female trader. Traderesses. Plural of tradress. Dras. Plural of trad. Trathot. A woman whose self-professed support of traditional Western gender roles is viewed as insincere or opportunistic. Trathots. Plural of tradthos. Tradus. To malign a person or entity by making malicious and false or defamatory statements. Tradus. Simple past and past participle of tradus. Tradusement. The act of tradusing, calumny, slander. Tradusments. Plural of tradusement. Traducent. Slanderous. Traducer. One who traduces, one who maligns another by making malicious and false or defamatory statements. Traducers. Plural of traducer. Traduces. Third person singular simple present indicative of tradus. Traducian. One who believes that a child's soul is inherited from its parents. Traducianism. The doctrine that the soul or spirit is inherited from one or both parents. Traducianus. One who subscribes to the religious theory of Traducianism. Traducianus, plural of traducianus. Traducians, plural of traducian. Traducible, capable of being derived or propagated. Traducing, present participle and gerund of traduce. Traducingly, malignantly, slanderously. Traducings, plural of traducing. Tract, that which is traduced or translated. Tracted, simple past and past participle of traduct. Traduction, the act of converting text from one language to another. Traductionism, the belief that the soul of a child is propagated by traduction from the soul of the parent. Traductionist, a believer in traductionism. Traductionists, plural of traductionists. Traductions, plural of traduction. Traductive, capable of being deduced, derivable. Traductology, the study of the theory and practice of translating and interpreting, especially in an academic context, combining elements of social science and the humanities, more commonly known as translation studies or translatology. Traductor, translator. Traductors, plural of traductor. Tracts, plural of traduct. Tradwife, a wife who fulfills a traditional gender role based on Western middle-class femininity of the mid-20th century. Tradwives, plural of tradwife. Traeger, a surname. Traegers, plural of traeger. Draft, acronym of toss, refer, act, file, a principle of organization describing the possible responses to an incoming message or work item. Draft, abbreviation of traffic. Trafalgar, a headland in the province of Cádiz in the southwest of Spain. Trafalgar Day, an annual celebration of the victory won by the Royal Navy, commanded by Vice Admiral Horatio Nelson, over the combined French and Spanish fleets at the Battle of Trafalgar on 21 October 1805. Trafalgar Night Dinner, a Royal Navy dinner that celebrates the British victory at the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, held annually on or around October 21st. Trafalgar Night Dinners, plural of Trafalgar Night Dinner. Trafalgar Square, a square in the city of Westminster, the site of Nelson's Column, National Gallery, and the scene of frequent demonstrations. Trafe, alternative spelling of trafe. Traframin, a recombinant form of human basic fibroblast growth factor BFGF used to treat skin ulcers. Tra, moving pedestrians or vehicles, or the flux or passage thereof. Traffic advisories, plural of traffic advisory. Traffic advisory, a TCAS caution message alerting the pilot of an aircraft to the presence of nearby traffic which does not yet pose an imminent collision hazard. Traffic barrel, synonym of construction barrel. Traffic barrels, plural of traffic barrel. Traffic barrier, synonym of crash barrier. Traffic barriers, plural of traffic barrier. Traffic beam, a headlight setting intended for roads with traffic on them at night. Traffic beams, plural of traffic beam. Traffic boy, a young male crossing guard. Traffic boys, plural of traffic boy. Traffic bump, synonym of speed bump. Traffic bumps, plural of traffic bump. Traffic calming, the deliberate slowing of traffic in residential areas by the installation of obstacles to progress. Traffic circle, an intersection with a circular shape and, usually, a central island. Traffic circles, plural of traffic circle. Traffic code, the laws governing the use of roads by vehicles. Traffic codes, plural of traffic code. Traffic cone, a cone-shaped marker, generally made out of plastic or rubber, that is placed on roads or footpaths to temporarily redirect traffic in a safe manner. Traffic cones, plural of traffic cone. Traffic conference area, area that they had a worldwide subdivisions used at the Traffic conference areas, plural of traffic conference area. Traffic cop, a police officer who enforces traffic laws and manages the traffic. Traffic cops, plural of traffic cop. Traffic furniture, items installed on roads and streets used to control traffic. Traffic generator, a destination that generates traffic other than a populated place, such as a park, museum, or university. Traffic generators, plural of traffic generator. Traffic island, a raised area in a roadway or traffic circle bordered by curbs used to control traffic. Traffic islands, plural of traffic island. Traffic jam, a situation in which road traffic accumulates until it is stationary or very slow. Traffic jams, plural of traffic jam. Traffic lead, unarmed traffic police. Traffic leash, synonym of traffic lead, short dog leash. Traffic leashes, plural of traffic leash. Traffic light, a signaling device positioned at a road intersection or pedestrian crossing indicating the moment it is safe to drive, ride, or walk using a universal color code. Traffic light coalition, a German political coalition consisting of the Social Democratic Party, the Free Democratic Party, and the Greens. Traffic light coalitions, plural of traffic light coalition. Traffic light protocol, a system that uses traffic light colors to indicate how widely information or sensitive documents can be shared. Traffic lights, plural of traffic light. Traffic mile, any unit of the total obtained by adding the passenger miles and ton miles in a railroad's transportation for a given period. Traffic miles, plural of traffic mile. Traffic of influence, synonym of influence peddling. Traffic officer, an officer who oversees the flow of traffic on public roads. Traffic officers, plural of traffic officer. Traffic paddle, a paddle-shaped handheld signal used by police, airport ground staff, etc. for directing traffic. Traffic paddles, plural of traffic paddle. Traffic shaping, the technique of slowing down internet packet flow rate by narrowing the bandwidth to avoid a possible system overload. Traffic sign, a sign for the control of traffic or the information of drivers. Traffic signal, a traffic light. Traffic signal box, any of the large metal boxes containing traffic signal controls found at roadsides and intersections, and often made available by the local council for artistic work. Traffic signal boxes, plural of traffic signal box. Traffic signals, plural of traffic signal. Traffic signs, plural of traffic sign. Traffic spikes, synonym of spike strip. Traffic stop, a temporary detention of a driver of a vehicle and its occupants by police to investigate a possible crime or a minor violation of the law. Traffic stopper, something that attracts astonished admiration, especially by being stunningly physically attractive. Traffic stoppers, plural of traffic stop. Traffic stops, plural of traffic stop. Traffic ticket, a notice issued by a law enforcement official to a motorist or other road user, indicating that the user has violated traffic laws. Traffic tickets, plural of traffic ticket. Traffic violation, a violation of the rules of the road. Traffic violations, plural of traffic violation. Traffic warden, a civilian employed by the police to regulate traffic and issue parking tickets. Traffic wardens, plural of traffic warden. Traffic free, of a road or area free of, without, or devoid of road traffic. Traffic light, alternative spelling of traffic light. Traffic lights, plural of traffic light, alternative spelling of traffic lights. Trafficability, a vehicle's ability to traverse a specified terrain. Trafficable, able to be trafficked or traded, marketable. Trafficant, a person or vehicle in road traffic. Trafficants, plural of trafficant. Trafficator, a blinking light on a motor vehicle that indicates the direction in which it is about to turn. Trafficators, plural of trafficator. Alternative spelling of traffic now, especially of illegal goods. Trafficability, alternative form of trafficability. Trafficable, alternative form of trafficable. Tracked, carrying traffic, subject to traffic. Trafficker, someone who traffics, a trader or merchant of illegal products or of legal products in an illegal setting. Traffickers, plural of trafficker. Traffickist, second person singular simple present indicative of traffic. Traffica, third person singular simple present indicative of traffic. Trafficking, present participle and gerund of traffic. Traffickings, plural of trafficking. Tracks, third person singular simple present indicative of traffic. Traffic, characterized by traffic, having the noise and commotion of motor vehicles. Trafficless, without traffic. Trikes, plural of traffic. Trafficway, a highway intended for use by motorized traffic. Trafficways, plural of trafficway. Trafficways, in terms of traffic. Traffic, obsolete spelling of traffic. Travit, simple past and past participle of traffic. Trafics, plural of traffic. Trafficking, present participle and gerund of traffic. Travel, a metropolitan borough of Greater Manchester, England. Trafford Park, a mainly industrial area in the metropolitan borough of Trafford, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7996. Traffords, plural of Trafford. Trafficante, a surname from Italian. Trafficantes, plural of traficante. Traft, a tray or trough for washing fish. Trafton, a surname. Traftons, plural of Trafton. Trada, a more extreme form of dharna in which the complainant harms or kills himself or some member of his family as a form of vengeance. Tragicanth, a polysaccharide gum extracted from several species of leguminous plants of the genus Astragalus, formerly used medicinally and now as a food additive, also more fully gum tragicanth. Tragicanthin, the water-soluble part of tragicanth. Tragicanths, plural of tragicanth. Tradial, relating to the tragus. Tragilism, lustones. Tradar, a surname. Tradessa, locus bean gum. Shradide, an instance of giving someone an extremely bizarre or cringeworthy name, especially one that is a fanciful respelling of a more common name. Tragedies, plural of tragedy. Tragediel, of or relating to a tragedy. Tragedian, an actor who specializes in tragic roles. Tragedians, plural of tragedian. Tragidic, relating to tragedy, the genre. Tragedical, tragic, relating to works of tragedy. Tragically, tragedy, obsolete spelling of tragedy. Tragedian, a female tragedian, a woman who acts in tragic drama. Tragedian, alternative form of tragedian. Tragedians, plural of tragedian. Tragedians, plural of tragedian. Tragedies, plural of tragedy. Tragedies of the commons, plural of tragedy of the commons. Tragedietta, a short tragedy type of dramatic work. Tragediettas, plural of tragedietta. Tragedias, being or causing a tragedy, tragic. Tragedist, a writer of tragedies. Tragedists, plural of tragedists. Tragedization, the process of tragedizing. Tragedize, to dramatize in the form of a tragedy. Tragedized, simple past and past participle of tragedize. Tragedizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tragedize. Tragedize, present participle and gerund of tragedize. Tragedy, a drama or similar work in which the main character is brought to ruin or otherwise suffers the extreme consequences of some tragic flaw or weakness of character. Tragedy mask, a mask representing tragedy. Tragedy of the commons, a situation in which unmanaged use of a shared resource such as the atmosphere or an ocean by a number of participants results in the unintended ruin or total consumption of that resource. Tragolaph, any member of the genus Tragolaphus of spiral-horned antelopes. Tragolaphi, plural of Tragolaphus. Tragolathe, hybrid, neither fish nor fowl. Tragolaphine, of pertaining to or resembling the bovid tribe Tragolaphini, sometimes considered a subfamily, Tragolaphini, which includes African antelopes such as bushbucks, elands, cutis, and Nyalas. Tragelaphines, plural of tragelaphine. Tragelas, plural of tragelaph. Tragelaphus, a fictional animal, half goat, half stag, used by the philosopher Aristotle as an example of something that is noble even though it does not exist. Treasure, a surname. Treasure approach, a technique combining movements and meditation to attempt to facilitate relaxation and mental clarity. Tragers, plural of trager. Tradesser, a surname from German. Tradessers, plural of tradesser. Tradesty, a tragedy, a travesty, a disastrous, appalling situation. Tragedy, plural of tragedo. Tragedo, a gondola that ferries people across the Grand Canal in Venice. Tragedos, plural of tragedo. Trade, plural of tragus. Trade, causing great sadness or suffering. Tragic carpet, the green cloth that was spread on the stage in in 17th century plays for the actors to die on so they would not dirty their clothes. Tragic flaw, a personality trait or other characteristic of a real or fictional individual which is immoral, destructive, or otherwise faulty and which leads to the ruin or profound suffering of that individual. Tragic flaws, plural of tragic flaw. Tragic hero, a hero who suffers from a tragic flaw that eventually causes his downfall. Tragic heroes, plural of tragic hero. Tragic heroine, a heroine who suffers from a tragic flaw that eventually causes her downfall. A female tragic hero. Tragic heroines, plural of tragic heroine. Tragical, tragic. Tragicality, the quality of being tragical. Tragically, in a tragic manner. Tragicalness, the state or quality of being tragical. Tragicaster, a petty or inferior tragedian. Tragicasters, plural of tragicaster. Tragicize, to speak or write in the manner of a tragedy, to adopt a grandiloquent style. Tragicize, simple past and past participle of tragicize. Tragicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tragicize. Tragicizing, present participle and gerund of tragicize. Trad, obsolete form of tragic. Tragically, archaic form of tragically. Tragicness, the state or quality of being tragic. Tragico-farcical, having elements of both tragedy and farce. Tragicomedian, a writer or performer of tragicomedy. Tragicomedians, plural of tragicomedian. Tragicomedic, of or pertaining to tragicomedy, both comedic and tragic. Tragicomedian, a female tragicomedian. Tragicomedians, plural of tragicomedian. Tragicomedies, plural of tragicomedy. Tragicomedy, the genre of drama that combines elements of tragedy and comedy. Tragicomic, of pertaining to or resembling tragic comedy, having both tragic and comic aspects. Tragicomical, having the characteristics of a tragicomedy. Tragicomicality, the quality of being tragicomic. Tragicomically, in a tragicomic manner. Tradix, plural of tragic. Tragicus, an intrinsic muscle of the outer ear, a short, flat, and vertical band on the lateral surface of the tragus. Tragifarce, a dramatic work that combines elements of tragedy and farce. Tragifarces, plural of tragifarce. Tradon, an anthropometric point in the notch above the tragus of the ear. Tradens, plural of trajan. Trajapan, any of several species of Asian pheasant of the genus Trajapan. Tragopans, plural of tragopan. Tragopagan, either of two goatsbeards, Tragopagan pratensis meadows salsify or Tragopagan porifolius common salsify, or in later use any other member of the genus Tragopagan. Tragopagans, plural of Tragopagan. Tragilla, a type of javelin, used in ancient Sparta, attached to the thrower's wrist by a rope. Tragily, plural of tragula. Tragillus, plural of tragula. Tragua, a chevrotain genus Tragulus. Tragules, plural of tradu. Tragulid, any member of the family Tragulidae of mouse deers. Tragulids, plural of tragulid. Tragulin, belonging to the infraorder Tragulina. Tradas, the small piece of thick cartilage on the inner side of the external ear that is immediately in front of and petally closing the ear canal. Tragodes, plural of tragody. Tragody, obsolete spelling of tragedy. Tran, a surname from French. Train, the leg of a stocking whose foot part has worn away. Trains, plural of trahin. Trower, a surname. Trahera, the South American ray-finned fish Hoplias malabaricus. Traheras, plural of trahera. Trasen, Triazon. Trasen des clerks, a compromise of intellectual integrity by members of an intelligentsia. Trasen des clerks, plural of Trasen des clerks. Tre, the name of a number of locations in Romania. Traian, Vulia, a commune of Timis County, Romania. Tres, alternative spelling of Trafe. Trafe, alternative spelling of Trafe. Tregai, a commune and city in Chile. Tre, a city in British Columbia, Canada. Trail Angel, a person who helps hikers, cyclists, etc. by voluntarily maintaining trails, offering food and transportation, etc. Trail Angels, plural of Trail Angel. Trail away, alternative form of trail off. Trail behind, to increase or to succeed at a rate lower than something else. Trail bike, a bicycle or motorcycle which is designed and used for off-road travel on rugged or inclined surfaces. Trail bikes, plural of trail bike. Trail boat, synonym of packraft lightweight inflatable boat. Trail boats, plural of trail boat. Trail braking, a driving and motorcycling technique where the brakes are used beyond the entrance to a turn and then gradually released. Trail camera, an outdoor camera that can be left unattended to take photographs or video footage at regular intervals or whenever motion is detected, used for game surveillance by hunters. Trail cameras, plural of trail camera. Trail hand, alternative spelling of trail hand. Trail hands, plural of trail hand. Trailhead, alternative form of trailhead. Trailheads, plural of trailhead. Trail hitter, one who converts to a revivalist form of Christianity. Trail hitters, plural of trail hitter. Trail hunt, synonym of drag hunt. Trail hunted, simple past and past participle of trail hunt. Trail hunting, present participle and gerund of trail hunt. Trail hunts, plural of trail hunt. Trail map, a map used to aid in navigation and can symbolize an assorted amount of information of a particular area or contain only a single representation of the data it represents. Trail maps, plural of trail map. Trail mix, a blend of foods for snacking on the go, as during hikes, usually consisting of some combination of dried fruit, nuts, seeds, granola, and sometimes small candies, cereal, etc. Trail mixes, plural of trail mix. Trail name, a hiker's nickname within the hiking community. Trail names, plural of trail name. Trail net, a dragnet. Trail nets, plural of trail net. Trail of Tears, the route followed by American Indians moved from their homelands in the southeastern United States to lands west of the Mississippi River by the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Trail of Tears, a forced removal of American Indian or First Nation peoples or other alleged injustice against them, like the original Trail of Tears. Trail off, of a phenomenon, voice, etc. to slowly diminish in frequency, intensity, or volume, also to diminish more quickly over time. Trail ridge scrub grasshopper, Melanoplis ordwai, a species of North American spur-throat grasshopper. Trail ridge scrub grasshoppers, plural of trail ridge scrub grasshopper. Trailblazing, alternative spelling of trailblazing. Trailable, of a system of points arranged so that the train may run through them in a trailing direction, even if it is not set for that route. Trail baston, a type of court during the reign of Edward I that put down violent opposition to the crown. Trail bastons, plural of trail baston. Trailblaze, to create blaze a new trail that others can then follow. Trailblazed, simple past and past participle of trailblaze. Trailblazer, an innovative leader in a field, a pioneer. Trailblazers, plural of trailblazer. Trailblazes, third person singular simple present indicative of trailblaze. Trailblazing, resembling a trailblazer, innovative or pioneering. Trailboard, a decorative board at the bow of a ship, sometimes bearing the ship's name. Trailboards, plural of trailboard. Trailbreak, to establish a trail for the first time. Trailbreaker, a trailblazer Trailbreakers, plural of trailbreaker. Trailbreaking, the establishment of a trail for the first time. Trailbreaks, third person singular simple present indicative of trailbreak. Trailbroke. Acclimated to being on a trail. Trailbroken. Acclimated to being on a trail. Trailpim. Trail camera. Trailcams. Plural of trailcam. Trailcutter. One who makes a trail, particularly by cutting timber. Trailcutters. Plural of trailcutter. Trail. Simple past and past participle of trail. Trailed away. Simple past and past participle of trail away. Trailed behind. Simple past and past participle of trail behind. Trailed off. Simple past and past participle of trail off. Trailer. Someone who or something that trails follows behind. Something that is trailing. Trailer car. An unpowered car / coach / carriage included in the formation of a diesel multiple unit or an electric multiple unit. Trailer cars. Plural of trailer car. Trailer court. Synonym of trailer park. Trailer courts. Plural of trailer court. Trailer hitch. A hitch used to draw a trailer with a car or a traction engine. Trailer hitches. Plural of trailer hitch. Trailer park. An area containing mobile homes for rent or places to station them if owned, normally providing utilities and services. Trailer park trash. Alternative form of trailer trash. Trailer parker. A resident of a trailer park. Trailer parkers. Plural of trailer parker. Trailer parks. Plural of trailer park. Trailer sailor. A sailboat designed to be carried on a towed trailer. Trailer sailors. Plural of trailer sailor. Trailer sailor. Alternative form of trailer sailor. Trailer sailors. Plural of trailer sailor. Trailer trash. A poorly-educated and usually white individual of low social status who stereotypically reside in a trailer park. Trailer truck. A semi-tractor truck. Trailer trucks. Plural of trailer truck. Trailerable. Capable of being transported by trailer. Trailercore. A trend and genre in popular music emerged in the 2010s, characterized by trailers of films, television shows, or video games being accompanied by cover versions of well-known songs performed in a summer and slow-down style. Trailer. Simple past and past participle of trailer. Trailerful. As much as a trailer will hold. Trailerfuls. Plural of trailerful. Traileries. Plural of trailery. Trailering. Present participle and gerund of trailer. Trailerist. A person who lives or stays in a trailer. Trailerists. Plural of trailerists. Trailright. A person who lives or stays in a trailer. Trailrights. Plural of trailerite. Trailerization. The act of trailerizing, adapting a piece of music for use in the trailer of a film or television show. Trailerizations. Plural of trailerization. Trailerize. To adapt a piece of music for use in the trailer of a film or television show. Trailerize. Simple past and past participle of trailerize. Trailerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of trailerize. Trailerizing. Present participle and gerund of trailerize. Trailerless, without a trailer. Trailer-like, resembling a trailer towable vehicle sometimes used as a dwelling. Trailer-load, as much as a trailer can hold. Trailer loads, plural of trailer load. Trailers, plural of trailer. Trailer ship, a ship designed to transport entire trailers taken off trucks. Trailer ships, plural of trailer ship. Trailery, material or ornamentation with a trailing design or effect. Trailer, second person singular simple present indicative of trail. Trailer, third person singular simple present indicative of trail. Trail and a cowboy or skilled horseman who routinely rides through the rural countryside. Trail ends, plural of trail end. Trailhead, the beginning of a trail, often specifically a hiking trail. Trailheads, plural of trailhead. Trailing, pronunciation spelling of trailing. Trailing, that converge in the direction of travel. Trailing arbutus. The Mayflower, Epigea repens of eastern North America. Trailing arbutuses, plural of trailing arbutus. Trailing away, present participle and gerund of trail away. Trailing axle, on a steam locomotive, an axle connecting a coupled pair of unpowered wheels located behind the driving wheels. Trailing axles, plural of trailing axle. Trailing behind, present participle and gerund of trail behind. Trailing commission, commission paid to the broker on the cost of policy renewal or ongoing contributions. Trailing commissions, plural of trailing commission. Trailing edge, the rearmost edge of a wing or other airfoil. Trailing edges, plural of trailing edge. Trailing off, present participle and gerund of trail off. Trailing points, a set of points at which two routes converge in the direction of travel. Trailing spoke, in wheel building, a spoke that points from the hub flange in the opposite direction to the rotation of the wheel. Trailing spokes, plural of trailing spoke. Trailing spring, a spring fixed in the axle box of the trailing wheels of a locomotive engine, and so placed as to assist in deadening any shock which may occur. Trailing springs, plural of trailing spring. Trailing truck, on a steam locomotive, a railroad truck to which wheel axles and, hence, wheels for one or more coupled pairs of unpowered wheels are attached through bearings located behind the driving wheels. Trailing trucks, plural of trailing truck. Trailing wheel, on a steam locomotive, an unpowered wheel or axle located behind the driving wheels. Trailing wheels, plural of trailing wheel. Trailingly, in a way that trails. Trailings, plural of trailing. A surname. Trail County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Hillsborough. Trails flycatcher, a supposed species of tyrant flycatcher, now regarded as two distinct but closely related species, the alder flycatcher Impidinax ulnorum and the willow flycatcher Impidinax trailii. Trailless, without a trail. Traillessness, absence of trails. Trail maker, one who constructs a trail. Trail makers, plural of trail maker. Trail making, the construction of a trail. Trailman, Alternative form of trailsman. Trailman. Plural of trailman. Trails. Plural of trail. Trails away. Third person singular simple present indicative of trail away. Trails behind. Third person singular simple present indicative of trail behind. Trails of tears. Plural of trail of tears. Trails off. Third person singular simple present indicative of trail off. Trails high. Beside a trail. Trailsman. A person skilled in outdoor survival on the trail. Trailsman. Plural of trailsman. Trailway. A trail or rural route. Trailways. Plural of trailway. Trailer. Clothing designed to be worn while hiking on a trail. Trailie. That trails. Tray. A mechanical, originally steam-powered, now typically diesel or electrical vehicle carrying a large number of passengers and freight along a designated track or path. A line of connected wagons considered overall as a mode of transport. Train bombing. The dropping of a series of bombs one after another. Train bottle. An ornamental glass bottle in the shape of a locomotive. Train bottles. Plural of train bottle. Train captain. A person employed to travel on a driverless train and assist passengers in the event of an emergency. Train captains. Plural of train captain. Train crash. Synonym of train wreck. Train crashes. Plural of train crash. Train crew. Alternative form of train crew. Train crews. Plural of train crew. Train crossing. An area on a road where a train crosses. Train crossings. Plural of train crossing. Train ferries. Plural of train ferry. Train ferry. A ferry used to transport rail vehicles from one railway line to another across a stretch of water. Train hopper. Alternative spelling of train hopper. Train hoppers. Plural of train hopper. Train hopping. Alternative spelling of train hopping. Train mate. Alternative spelling of train mate. Train mates. Plural of train mate. Train mile. A unit used in estimating railway running expenses, etc. The total number of miles run by all the trains of a railroad or system of railroads as within a given time or for a given expenditure. Train miles. Plural of train mile. Train of thinking. Alternative form of train of thought. Train of thought. The flow of thinking. Train of thoughts. The flow of different thoughts one experiences when thinking. Train oil. Oil obtained from the blubber of marine mammals, especially whale oil. Train oils. Plural of train oil. Train operating companies. Plural of train operating company. Train operating company. A company that operates passenger trains on the mainline railway network in Great Britain under franchise or license from the government. Train order. Formerly, a telegraphed or written instruction issued by a dispatcher to train crews and other railroad employees concerning changes in operation of a particular train. Train orders. Plural of train order. Train pipe. A brake pipe on a rail vehicle through which compressed air or vacuum is passed to operate the brakes throughout a train. Train pipes. plural of train pipe. Train set, a small model railroad with trains that move around the tracks by electricity, formerly by clockwork. Train sets, plural of train sets. Train shed, a building adjacent to a railway station building covering the tracks and platforms with a roof. Train sheds, plural of train shed. Train sickness, alternative form of train sickness. Train spotter, alternative spelling of train spotter. Train spotters, plural of train spotter. Train spotting, the hobby of collecting the numbers and names of locomotives seen at railway stations and other vantage points. Train station, a place where trains stop for passengers to embark and disembark. Train stations, plural of train station. Train surf, to either stand on the roof of a moving train and surf it like a wave, or to hang on and ride on the exterior of a train. Train surfing, present participle and gerund of train surf. Train time, the time when a scheduled passenger train departs or arrives according to the timetable. Train times, plural of train time. Train track, a railroad track, a railway track. Train track braces, a form of braces teeth straightening device consisting of metal brackets cemented to the front of the teeth and connected by a wire threaded through them. Train tracks, plural of train track. Train up, to train or educate. Train wreck, a train crash. Train wrecked, simple past and past participle of train wreck. Train wrecking, present participle and gerund of train wreck. Train wrecks, plural of train wreck. Train bearer, an attendant who supports the train of a dignitary. Train bearers, plural of train bearer. Train mate, someone with whom one rides in a train. Train mate. Plural of train mate. Trainophore, relating to a monitoring protocol for neuromuscular blockade, where the muscle response to 4 consecutive stimuli delivered along the path of a nerve is measured to determine the level of blockade. Trainophores, plural of trainophore. Train wreck, dated form of train wreck. Train wrecks, plural of train wreck. Traina, a surname from Italian. Trainability, the state or condition of being trainable. Trainable, capable of being trained, teachable, educatable. Trainableness, the state or condition of being trainable. Trainables, plural of trainable. Trained, conveyance by train. Trainograph, an instrument for recording the pressures in a train's braking system. Trainographs, plural of trainograph. Trainas, plural of traina. Trainasium, an assault course raised some height above the ground, used for training paratroopers. Trainband, a company of trained civilian militia operating in England and North America between the 16th and the 18th centuries. Train bands, plural of train band. Trainbearer, someone who holds up the train of a dress, robe, etc. Trainbearers, plural of train bearer. Trainboy, a young trainman. Trainboys, plural of trainboy. Train care, the maintenance and care of passenger rolling stock, usually multiple units. Train crew, the crew of employees that operate a railway train. Train crews, plural of train crew. Traino, a kind of decorated sleigh, sometimes resembling an animal. Trainos, plural of traino. Trained, having undergone a course of training sometimes in combination. Trained up, simple past and past participle of train up. Trainee, someone who is still in the process of being formally trained in a workplace. Trainees, plural of trainee. Traineeship, the condition of or the time served by a trainee training. Traineeships, plural of traineeship. Trainal, a dragnet. Trainals, plural of trainal. Trainer, a person who trains another, a coach. Trainer bra, synonym of training bra. Trainer bras, plural of trainer bra. Trainer liner, a short low sock that does not reach the ankle. Trainer liners, plural of trainer liner. Trainer sock, a short sock that covers the foot and beyond that, not essentially more than the ankle. Trainer socks, plural of trainer sock. Trainer, wearing trainers. Traineress, a female trainer. Traineresses, plural of traineress. Trainerless, without a trainer. Trainers, plural of trainer. Trainess, second person singular simple present indicative of train. Traina, third person singular simple present indicative of train. Trainful, the quantity contained in a train. Trainfuls, plural of trainful. Traingate, a 2016 controversy around a video of the politician Jeremy Corbyn sitting on the floor of a supposedly crowded train, which Corbyn used in support of his policy to reverse the 1990s privatization of British Railways. Later, CCTV images were released that appeared to show Corbyn walking past available seats, leading to accusations that the incident had been staged for political gain. Train hopper, one who engages in train hopping. Train hoppers, plural of train hopper. Train hopping, synonym of freight hopping. Trainiac, a railway enthusiast. Trainiacs, plural of trainiac. Train, pronunciation spelling of training. Training, present participle and gerund of train. Training area, synonym of range and area for military training or equipment testing. Training areas, plural of training area. Training bib, synonym of bib. Training bibs, plural of training bib. Training bra, a type of bra used by girls, usually teenage girls, when their busts are still small. Training bras, plural of training bra. Training collar, a choke collar. Training collars, plural of training collar. Training exercise, a military exercise. Training exercises, plural of training exercise. Training ground, a place or ground used for training. Training grounds, plural of training ground. Training pants, undergarments worn by incontinent people, typically infants, to aid in toilet training during the transition between diapers and underpants. Training school, a former type of specialist school in England that specialized in adult education and teacher training. Training ship, a ship, often a sailing ship, used to train people as sailors. Training ships, plural of training ship. Training up, present participle and gerund of train up. Training wall, a wall, bank, or jetty built to confine and direct the flow of a river, watercourse, or tide. Training walls, plural of training wall. Training wheel, a wheel forming part of the machinery of a cannon or a similar firearm which is turned to train or aim the weapon at a target. Training wheels, anything designed to make something easier for a novice. Trainings, plural of training. Trainless, without a train in various senses. Trainlessness, absence of trains, rail vehicles. Trainline, resembling or characteristic of a train rail vehicle. Trainload, the amount that can be transported by a train. Trainloads, plural of trainload. Trainman, a person who works on trains on a railroad. Trainmaster, a superintendent or supervisor of a freight railroad responsible for train movements, crew assignments, derailments, and more. Trainmasters, plural of trainmaster. Trainmate, alternative form of trainmate. Trainmates, plural of trainmate. Trainman, plural of trainman. Traino, a train station. Trainer, a surname from Irish. Trainers, plural of trainer. Trainos, plural of traino. Train pipe, alternative form of train pipe. Train pipes, plural of train pipe. Trains, plural of train. Trains command, a specific unit assigned to a division that is the headquarters for one or more trains. Trains of thinking, plural of train of thinking. Trains of thought, plural of train of thought. Trains of thoughts, plural of train of thoughts. Trains up, third person singular simple present indicative of train up. Train set, a locomotive and carriages coupled together to form a unified set of equipment. Train sets, plural of train set. Trainsful, plural of trainful. Train shed, alternative form of train shed. Train sheds, plural of train shed. Train sick, suffering from sickness, nausea, or dizziness due to the motion of a train. Train sickness, a feeling of nausea, dizziness, etc. caused by the motion of a train, a form of motion sickness. Train spot, to take part in train spotting. Train spots, third person singular simple present indicative of train spot. Train spotted, simple past and past participle of train spot. Train spotter, a person whose hobby is train spotting. Train spotterish, like a train spotter, obsessively nerdy. Train spotters, plural of train spotter. Train spottery, synonym of train spotterish. Train spotting, alternative spelling of train spotting. Trainward, toward a train. Trainway, a railway. Trainways, plural of trainway. Trainwoman, a woman who works on trains on a railroad. Trainwoman, plural of trainwoman. Trainwreck, alternative spelling of train wreck. Trainwreck in slow motion, a catastrophe wherein the failure is obvious to everybody while it is happening. Trainwrecked, simple past and past participle of trainwreck. Trainwrecking, present participle and gerund of trainwreck. Trainwrecks, plural of trainwreck. Trainwrecks in slow motion, plural of trainwreck in slow motion. Trainee, resembling or pertaining to train oil. Trainyard, rail yard. Trainyards, plural of train yard. Trips, to walk in a messy or unattractively casual way, to trail through dirt. Trapsed, simple past and past participle of traipse. Traipser, one who traipses. Traipsers, plural of traipser. Traipses, plural of traipse. Traipsen, pronunciation, spelling of traipsing. Traipsing, present participle and gerund of traipse. Traipsings, plural of traipsing. Dress, an identifying characteristic, habit, or trend. Trait d'union, a non-physical connection or link between two things or concepts. Traitor, a restaurateur. Traitors, plural of traitor. Trailus, without traits. Trait-like, having characteristics of a trait. Traitor, someone who violates an allegiance and betrays their country, someone guilty of treason, one who, in breach of trust, delivers their country to an enemy or yields up any fort or place entrusted to their defense, or surrenders an army or body of troops to the enemy unless when vanquished. Traitor tracing, a copyright infringement detection system which adds a unique salt to each copy of the material so that, if it is leaked, the person who leaked it can be identified. Traitorum, the activities or actions of a traitor, treason, treachery. Traitor, simple past and past participle of traitor. Traidoress, a female traitor. Traidoress, obsolete spelling of traidoress. Traidoresses, plural of traitores. Traitorhood, the quality of being a traitor. Traitories, plural of traitory. Traitoring, present participle and gerund of traitor. Traidorge, traitorly, treasonous. Traitorism, traitorous behavior, treachery. Traitorisms, plural of traitorism. Traitorize, to be a traitor to, betray. Traitorless, without a traitor. Traitor-like, traitorly. Traitorly, like a traitor, traitorous. Traitorous, characteristic of a traitor, disloyal. Traitorously, in a traitorous manner, treacherously. Traitorous, the state or quality of being traitorous. Traitors, plural of traitor. Traitorship, the state, condition, character, or conduct of a traitor. Traitorous. Characteristic of a traitor, traitorous. Traitor-wise. In the manner of a traitor, traitorously. Trayery. Treachery, acts of a traitor. Traitor. Obsolete spelling of traitor. Traitoi. Obsolete form of traitorly. Traitorous. Obsolete form of traitorous. Traitorously. Rare spelling of traitorously. Traitors. Plural of traitor. Traitorous. Obsolete form of traitorous. Traitorous. Obsolete form of traitoress. Traitresses. Plural of traitress. Trites. Plural of trait. Trajan. A Roman emperor who ruled from AD 98 to 117. Trajanian. Of or relating to Trajan 53-117 AD, emperor of ancient Rome from 98 AD until his death. Trajanic. Of or relating to Trajan 53-117 AD, emperor of ancient Rome from 98 AD until his death. Trajanka. A transliteration of the Macedonian female given name Te-er Cyrillic letter 458 and Ka Trajanka. Traject. A place for passing across, a passage of ferry. Trajected. Simple past and past participle of traject. Trajecting. Present participle and gerund of traject. Trajection. The act of trajecting or moving, often of light or sound. Trajections. Plural of trajection. Trajectory. A solid shape that traces a periodic trajectory when rolled down a slope. Trajectoids. Plural of trajectoid. Trajector. An instrument once used to track bullets in a body through the entrance wound. Trajectorio. Related to or described by a trajectory. Trajectorially. In a trajectorial manner. Trajectories. Plural of trajectory. Trajectorize. To establish a trajectory for. Trajectorize. Simple past and past participle of trajectorize. Trajectors. Plural of trajector. Trajectory. The path an object takes as it moves. Trajectory-wise. With regards to a trajectory. Trajects. Plural of traject. Trajanura. A type of small colorful boat maneuvered with a pole. Trajanuras. Plural of trajanura. Tradica. A transliteration of the Macedonian female given name Te-er Cyrillic letter 458 Ka Trajka. Tradishko. A transliteration of the Macedonian male given name Te-er Cyrillic letter 458 Ka or Trajko. Trajtenberg. A surname from Spanish in turn from German. Trait. Alternative spelling of track. Traicaner. A light warm-blood breed of horse. Traicaners. Plural of traicaner. Trakes. Plural of trake. Trachtenberg. A surname from German. Tralala. Alternative form of tralala. Tralatition. Tralatatious. Tralatitiary. Synonym of tralatatious. Tralatatious. Alternative form of tralatitious. Tralation. The use of a word in a figurative or extended sense, a metaphor, a trope. Tralations. Plural of tralation. Tralatition. A metaphor. Tralatitians. Plural of tralitatian. Tralitatious. Transfer. Tralitatiously. In a tralitatious manner, metaphorically. Tralee. A town in and the county town of County Kerry, Ireland. Tralee. Initialism of transfusion-related acute lung injury. Tralinate. To deviate, to stray, to wander. Tralineate. Simple past and past participle of tralineate. Tralineates. Third person singular simple present indicative of tralineate. Tralineating. Present participle and gerund of tralineate. Tralera. Alternative form of tralala. Traucoxidum. A particular cyclohexane herbicide. Trallin. A member of a Thracian barbarian tribe that served Hellenistic kings. Trallians. Plural of Trallian. Tralokinumab, a human monoclonal antibody targeting interleukin-13, designed for the treatment of asthma and inflammatory diseases. Tralumvarin, a certain pyrethroid insecticide. Drouse, both true and false. Translucent, translucent. Dwa, a passenger vehicle for public use that runs on tracks in a road called a streetcar or trolley in North America. Tram driver, a person who drives a tram. This entity is a translation hub. Tram drivers, plural of tram driver. Tramon, a locality in Muchduchurch Parish, southwest Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Refso 4633. Tramline. Alternative spelling of tramline. Tram lines. Plural of tram line. Tram locomotive. A steam locomotive specially built or modified to run on a street or roadside tramway track, hauling trains of wagons or carriages. Tram locomotives, plural of tram locomotive. Tram rail, alternative form of tramrail. Tram rails, plural of tram rail. Tram stop, a designated point on a tram route where passengers may board or leave the tram. Tram stops, plural of tram stop. Tram track, the track on which a tram runs, the tramway. Tram tracks, plural of tram track. Tram train, a design of tram which can operate over a standard railway track as well as tram track. Tram trains, plural of tram train. Chala, the inner fleshy portion of a mushroom's base yakup, distinct from the outer pilipellas or cuticle and from the spore-bearing hymenium. Tramadol, a synthetic opioid analgesic administered orally in the form of its hydrochloride CH-NO-HCl to treat moderate to severe pain. Tramadol hydrochloride, synonym of tramadol. Tramadols, plural of tramadol. Drame, plural of trauma. Dremel, relating to traumas. Traumas, plural of trauma. Tramezoline, a chemical compound used in nasal decongestant preparations. Trambio, an old monetary unit of Kutch worth half a docta. Tremble, a surname. Trembled, simple past and past participle of tramble. Trambles, plural of tramble. Trambling, present participle and gerund of tramble. Traphar, A street car. Tramcars. Plural of tramcar. Trammel. A surname. Trammel. A surname. Trammels. Plural of trammel. Trammels. Plural of trammel. Trametinol. A particular anti-cancer drug. Tramzini. Plural of tramzino. Tramzino. A usually triangular sandwich constructed from 2 slices of soft crustless white bread, popular in Italy. Travel. Enough to fill a tram. Tramfols. Plural of tramfol. Tramiprosate. A glycosaminoglycan neuroprotective drug. Tramless. Without a tram. Tramline. The rails that a tram runs on. Tramline. Mark with tramlines. Tramlines. Plural of tramline. Tramlining. Present participle and gerund of tramline. Tramload. Enough to fill a tram. Tramloads. Plural of tramload. Tramad. The conveyance of goods by tram. Dramen. An elder tree. Tramens. Plural of tramen. Tram. Simple past and past participle of tram. Trammel. A surname. Trammel of Archimedes. A mechanism consisting of 2 perpendicular channels or rails and a rod connected by pivots along them, which is able to draw an ellipse. Trammel wheel. A circular plate or a cross with 2 or more cross grooves intersecting at the center, used on the end of a shaft to transmit motion to another shaft not in line with the first. Trammel wheels. Plural of trammel wheel. Trammel. Simple past and past participle of trammel. Trammler. One who uses a trammel net. Trammellers. Plural of trammeller. Trammeling. Present participle and gerund of trammel. Trammellings. Plural of trammeling. Trammel. A surname from German. Trammel. Simple past and past participle of trammel. Trammler. Alternative form of trammeller. Trammellers. Plural of trammeller. Trammeling. Present participle and gerund of trammel. Trammellings. Plural of trammeling. Trannels. Plural of trammel. Trammels. Plural of trammel. Trammels of Archimedes. Plural of trammel of Archimedes. Trammer. A mine worker who transported the mine material by dragging a tram. Trammers. Plural of trammer. Tramme. Present participle and gerund of tram. Tramontana. A surname from Italian. Tramontanas. Plural of Tramontana. Tramontane. Residing in or coming from the far side of a mountain range, especially from north of the Alps. Tramontanes. Plural of Tramontane. Tramore. A coastal town in County Waterford, Ireland. Drop. A homeless person, a vagabond. Dramp ant. Any of various invasive species of ant, often inadvertently transported in soil with cargo on ships, trains, etc. Tramp ants. Plural of tramp ant. Trap art, a style of American woodwork of the late 19th century, typified by simple tools, reuse of wood from other sources, chip or notch carving, and the layering of materials into geometric shapes using glue or nails. Tramp chair, a small cage in the shape of a chair, designed to restrain a victim and put them on display. Tramp chairs, plural of tramp chair. Tramp data, data which is passed via one function to another and not otherwise used by the first. Tramp iron, stray metallic particles or objects such as staples, baling wire, and nails that contaminate foodstuffs, animal feed, or silage. Tramp juice, very strong lager or cider. Tramp stamp, a tattoo on a woman's lower back, stereotypically said to label her as promiscuous. Tramp stamps, plural of tramp stamp. Tramp steamer, a commercial steamship that has no regular schedule or published ports of call. Tramp steamers, plural of tramp steamer. Tramp tray, the commercial activity of a tramp steamer. Tramp pick, a kind of pick forced by the foot into the ground. Tramp picks, plural of tramp pick. Trantham, the realm or sphere of trance vagrants. Draft, simple past and past participle of tramp. Traver, one who tramps. Trampers, plural of tramper. Trampess, a female tramp vagrant. Trampesses, plural of trampess. Dravith, alternative form of trampet. Trampets, plural of trampet. Trambat, a small trampoline. Trambats, plural of trampet. Travud, the state or condition of being a tramp vagrant. Travir, comparative form of trampy, more trampy. Trampiest, superlative form of trampy, most trampy. Trampily, in a trampy manner. Treppin, pronunciation spelling of tramping. Trampiness, the state of being tabby. Trepping, present participle and gerund of tramp. Tramping Lake, a lake in west-central Saskatchewan, Canada, bordered by the rural municipality of Tramping Lake, rural municipality of Mariposa, rural municipality of Grandview, and rural municipality of Rafford, No. 379. Trampings, plural of tramping. Trampish, like a tramp, homeless person, scruffy. Trampishly, in a trampish manner. Trampism, the way of life of a tramp, homelessness. Tramplite, a type of iron rail used on a tramroad. Tramplates, plural of tramplate. Trample, to crush something by walking on it. Trample, simple past and past participle of trample. Trampler, one who tramples. Tramplers, plural of trampler. Tramples, plural of trample. Trampleless, second person singular simple present indicative of trample. Trampola, third person singular simple present indicative of trample. Tramply, resembling or characteristic of a tramp vagrant. Trampling, present participle and gerund of trample. Trampolinely, in a trampling way. Tramplings, plural of Trampoline. Trampoline, dated form of trampoline. Trampoline, a gymnastic and recreational device consisting of a piece of taut, strong fabric or rubber stretched over a usually steel frame using many coiled springs as anchors. Trampoline effect. The phenomenon by which the baseball jumps off the bat at contact. Trampoline. Simple past and past participle of trampoline. Trampoliner. Synonym of trampolinist. Trampoliners. Plural of trampoliner. Trampolines. Plural of trampoline. Trampolining. Present participle and gerund of trampoline. Trampolinist. A person who takes part in trampolining. Trampolinists. Plural of trampolinists. Trampolines. Plural of trampoline. Trampers. To walk laboriously or heavily. Trampers. Simple past and past participle of trampers. Trampuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of trampers. Trampusing. Present participle and gerund of trampus. Traphat. The support in which an upright spindle is stopped. Trampots. Plural of trampot. Tramphouse. Alternative form of trampus. Tramphouse. Simple past and past participle of tramphouse. Tramphouses. Third person singular simple present indicative of tramphouse. Tramphousing. Present participle and gerund of tramphouse. Traps. Plural of tramp. Trampy. Like a tramp or homeless person. Tramrail. An overhead rail forming a track on which a trolley runs to convey a load, as in a shop. Tramrails. Plural of tramrail. Tramroad. A road designed for use by trams or wagons. Tramroads. Plural of tramroad. Drows. Plural of tram. Tramsful. Plural of tramful. Trampe. A building where trams are housed, a tram depot. Tramheads. Plural of tramshed. Tram stop. A designated point where trams stop to allow passengers to leave or board. Tram stops. Plural of tram stop. Tramway. The track on which a tram streetcar runs. Tramwayman. A man who works on a tramway. Tramwaymen. Plural of tramwaymen. Tramways. Plural of tramway. Tren. A surname from Vietnamese. John. A municipality of Piedmont, Italy. Trenata. Canada, viewed as excessively supportive of trans rights or hostile toward gender-critical beliefs and policies. Tranarchist. A transgender person who espouses anarchist views. Tranarchists. Plural of tranarchists. Tranation. The act of swimming over. Tranatostid. Any member of the family Tranatostidae, which is represented by the sole species Tranatostis argillarius, a cetacean. Tranatostids. Plural of tranatostid. Tras. Fras. Transgate. A sequencer effect that breaks up a continuous sound according to a programmed rhythm. Transgates. Plural of transgate. Trance music. A style of dance music with fast beats, short melodic synthesizer phrases, and a musical form that builds up and down throughout a track, often played in nightclubs. Trance out, to go into a trance. Trance-like, similar to or reminiscent of a trance. Trancecore, a music genre combining elements of trance music and metalcore. Trance, held as if in a trance, captivated. Tranced out, simple past and past participle of trance out. Tranceatly, while entranced. Tranceful, in or inducing a state of trance. Trance-like, having the characteristics of a trance. Trancer, a person who enters a state of trance. Trancers, plural of trancer. Trances, plural of trance. Trances out, third person singular simple present indicative of trance out. Transaster, a musician who composes trance music. Transestors, plural of transaster. Transaster, a forebear or foreigner to a trans person or to modern transgender people in general. Transestors, plural of transaster. Transuer, the techniques used to induce hypnotic trance. Trancy, trance like. Trach, to carve, to slice. Trash, a slice, section, or portion. Trach, simple past and past participle of tranche. Trenches, plural of trench. Trenchit, a Neolithic flint chisel produced by the removal of a thick flake at a right angle to the main axis of the tool. Tranchits, plural of tranchit. Trentina, a surname from Italian. Trentinas, plural of tranchina. Trenching, present participle and gerund of tranche. Transily, which causes or results from a trance, a dazed or unconscious condition. Trancing, trance. Trancing out, present participle and gerund of trance out. Trancings, plural of trancing. Trancoville, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Trancy, resembling a trance or trance-like state. Transitosis, misspelling of transitosis. Trandolapral, az inhibitor. Trandolapralat, az inhibitor. Transduce, misconstruction of transduce. Transduce, simple past and past participle of transduce. Transduces, third person singular simple present indicative of transduce. Transducing, present participle and gerund of transduce. Trenin, the least amount, a whit or jot. Trenins, plural of training. Trenimo, a town and municipality in Västra Götaland, Sweden. Trenin, a town in East Lothian Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 4072. Tring Samic, of or pertaining to Tring Samic acid or its derivatives. Tranexamic acid, a synthetic compound derived from cyclohexane which inhibits the breakdown of fibrin in blood clots and is used to treat hemorrhage. Transfected, misspelling of transfected. Transfection, alternative form of transfection. Transfections, plural of transfection. Due, a surname from Vietnamese. Tranda, a showy or worthless article. Trendens, plural of trangam. Transgenic, alternative form of transgenic. Tranga, one of the rarely used diminutives of the fess bar or chief, a fillet or closet. Triangles, plural of triangle. Trigram, something intricately contrived, a puzzle. Trangrams, plural of trangram. Dwe, a barangay of Catarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. Trenilast, an antiallergic drug. Trenai, anime, especially when viewed as being disproportionately liked by transgender people. Traniversaries, plural of traniversary. Traniversary, alternative form of traniversary. Drag, an oblong piece of skin from which the pieces for a glove are cut. Trika, a long cylindrical box that is balanced on a person's feet as part of a juggling performance. Trankas, plural of tranka. Drekt, simple past and past participle of trank. Trangi, a kind of boat used in the Persian Gulf and adjoining seas. Trankies, plural of tranki. Treke, present participle and gerund of trank. Trex, plural of trank. Tracum, obsolete form of trangram. Trankums, plural of Trancum. Tranmere, a surname. Tranmere, a suburb of Birkenhead, metropolitan borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3287. Tranmere Park, a suburb of Guiseley, metropolitan borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1741. Trenel, alternative form of Treno. Trenels, plural of Tranel. Trainer, a transgender person. Trainers, plural of trainer. Trene, alternative spelling of tranny mechanical transmission. Trines, the Dow Jones Transportation Average. Traniversaries, plural of traniversary. Traniversary, the anniversary of coming out as transgender or of transitioning. Tren, a transgender person, especially a trans woman. Tranny chaser, someone who is sexually attracted to transgender or transsexual people, generally in a fetishistic way. Tranny chasers, plural of tranny chaser. Trenidom, the realm or sphere of transgender people and / or cross-dressing. Traeza, transgenderism or transvestism. Drek, clipping of tranquilizer. Drekt, simple past and past participle of trank. Trekken, present participle and gerund of trank. Tranks, plural of trank. Tranquibar, former name of Theringham Abbey. Tranquil, free from emotional or mental disturbance. Tranquiller, comparative form of tranquil, more tranquil. Tranquilis, superlative form of tranquil, most tranquil. Tranquilization, alternative form of tranquilization. Tranquilizations, plural of tranquilization. Tranquilize, alternative spelling of tranquilize. Tranquilize, simple past and past participle of tranquilize. Tranquilizer, Alternative spelling of tranquilizer. Tranquilizers, plural of tranquilizer. Tranquilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tranquilize. Tranquilizing, present participle and gerund of tranquilize. Tranquilizingly, alternative form of tranquilizingly. Tranquilities, plural of tranquility, alternative spelling of tranquility. Tranquility, an unincorporated community in Green, Sussex, New Jersey, United States. Tranquilization, alternative form of tranquilization. Tranquilizations, plural of tranquilization. Tranquilize, to calm a person or animal or put them to sleep using a tranquilizer dart. Tranquilize, simple past and past participle of tranquilize. Tranquilizer, a drug used to reduce anxiety or tension. Tranquilizer dart, a projectile used to inject a drug into a target, usually an animal, from a distance in order to immobilize it. Tranquilizer darts, plural of tranquilizer dart. Tranquilizers, plural of tranquilizer. Tranquilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tranquilize. Tranquilizing, of a drug having the effect of calming a person or animal or putting them to sleep, sedating, sedative. Tranquilizingly, alternative form of tranquilizingly. Tranquiller, comparative form of tranquil, more tranquil. Tranquillist, superlative form of tranquil, most tranquil. Tranquilization, alternative spelling of tranquilization. Tranquilizations, plural of tranquilization. Tranquilize, alternative spelling of tranquilize. Tranquilize, simple past and past participle of tranquilize, alternative spelling of tranquilize. See, tranquilize. Tranquilizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of tranquilizer. Tranquilizers, plural of tranquilizer. Tranquilizing, present participle and gerund of tranquilize. Tranquilizingly, alternative form of tranquilizingly. Tranquilities, plural of tranquility. Tranquility, a census-designated place in Fresno County, California, United States. Tranquility-ate, a hexagonal dark red mineral containing iron, oxygen, silicon, titanium, yttrium, and zirconium. Tranquility-ates, plural of tranquility-ate. Tranquilization, the act of tranquilizing, calming. Tranquilizations, plural of tranquilization. Tranquilize, alternative spelling of tranquilize. Tranquilize, simple past and past participle of tranquilize. Tranquilizer, alternative spelling of tranquilizer. Tranquilizers, plural of tranquilizer. Tranquilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tranquilize. Tranquilizing, present participle and gerund of tranquilize, alternative spelling of tranquilizing. Tranquilizingly, so as to tranquilize. Calmingly. Tranquilly, in a tranquil manner. Tranquilness, the state or quality of being tranquil, tranquility. Duratus, plural of transbash, to physically or verbally assault or victimize someone due to the victim's being or appearing to be transgender, including non-binary. Transbash. Simple past and past participle of transbash. Transbashes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transbash. Transbashing. The act of physically or verbally assaulting or victimizing someone due to the victim's being or appearing to be transgender or non-binary. Trans boy. A transgender boy. Trans boys. Plural of trans boy. Trans broken arm syndrome. The tendency of medical providers to center transness when caring for transgender patients, typically by connecting unrelated medical conditions or symptoms to the transition process or asking for medical information for example, gender confirmation surgery status that is not relevant to the patient's complaint. Trans communities. Plural of trans community. Trans community. The community of transgender and transsexual people. Trans cult. The transgender community, viewed as cult-like. Trans cults. Plural of trans cult. Trans effect. The labelization making unstable of ligands which are trans to certain other ligands. Trans effects. Plural of trans effect. Trans fat. An unsaturated fat with carbon-carbon double bonds in the trans configuration, especially one prepared by partial hydrogenation, associated with an elevated risk of coronary heart disease. Trans fats. Plural of trans fat. Trans fatty acid. An unsaturated fatty acid in which one or more of the double bonds has the trans orientation instead of the usual cis orientation. Trans fatty acids. Plural of trans fatty acids. Trans female. Female and trans, that is, being a female who was assigned male at birth. Trans females. Plural of trans female. Trans girl. A transgender girl. Trans girls. Plural of trans girl. Trans guy. A trans boy, trans man, or non-binary trans masculine. Trans guys. Plural of trans guy. Trans lesbian. A trans woman who is a lesbian, i.e. attracted to women. Trans lesbians. Plural of trans lesbian. Trans male. Male and trans, that is, being a male who was assigned female at birth. Trans males. Plural of trans male. Trans man. A transgender or transsexual woman, a woman who was assigned male at birth. Trans men. Plural of trans man. Trans panic. An emotional reaction characterized by intense discomfort, fear, or anxiety upon encountering or discovering that someone is trans. Trans panic defense. A claim of self-defense against an unwanted transgender sexual advance. Trans panic defenses. Plural of trans panic defense. Trans patient. A transgender patient. Trans patients. Plural of trans patient. Trans people. Plural of trans person. Trans person. A transgender or transsexual person. Trans persons. Plural of trans person. Trans someone's gender. To make someone transgender. Trans the gay away. To induce a gay person to undergo gender transition so that they become heterosexual. Trans widow. A cis woman who feels her marriage ended or is at risk of ending due to her spouse coming out as a trans woman. Trans widows, plural of trans widow. Trans woman, a transgender or transsexual woman, a woman who was assigned male at birth, that is, a person who was assigned male at birth but has a female or primarily female gender identity. Trans womanhood, the essence of being a trans woman. Trans women, plural of trans woman. Trans woman, feminist spelling of trans woman and trans women. Trans asterisk, non-cisgender, an umbrella term encompassing transgender, transsexual, and often also genderqueer / non-binary, gender fluid, third gender, etc. All gender identities other than cisgender. Dress, extending across, through, or over. Transacting, describing transcription factors that regulate the expression of genes on a different chromosome. Trans-affirmative, affirming the validity of transgender identity, affirming a trans identity is not wrong or bad. Trenta, abbreviation of Trans-American. Trans-Amadi, a neighborhood of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. Transarticularly, alternative form of transarticularly. Transatlantic, alternative spelling of transatlantic. Transbasal, alternative form of transbasal. Transbash, alternative form of transbash. Transbash, simple past and past participle of transbash. Transbashes, third person singular simple present indicative of transbash. Transbashing, present participle and gerund of transbash. Transbutch, alternative form of transbutch. Transbutches, plural of transbutch. Transcontinental, alternative spelling of transcontinental. Transcopernicium, lying beyond Copernicium in the periodic table, having an atomic number greater than 112. Transcurious, interested in one's potential transness. Transcycloctene, a cyclic hydrocarbon with the formula CHCH equals CH, where the two CC single bonds adjacent to the double bond are on opposite sides of the latter's plane. Transdimensional, alternative form of transdimensional. Transnistria, alternative form of Transnistria. Trans-Earth injection, a maneuver in which a spacecraft leaves the orbit of a moon or other planet and travels to orbit around the Earth. Transequatorial, on the other side of or crossing the equator. Transerasure, the tendency to ignore, deny, or minimize the existence of transgender people or transness. Trans-exclusionary, excluding trans people, especially trans women. Trans fat, alternative form of trans fat. Trans fats, plural of trans fat. Trans female, alternative form of trans female. Trans friendly, welcoming of transgender people. Transgender, dated spelling of transgender. Transgenders, plural of transgender, alternative form of transgenders. Trans-Golgi network, a complex network of membranes and associated vesicles within the Golgi apparatus where departing proteins are assigned a destination according to their signal sequence. Trans-Golgi networks, plural of Trans-Golgi network. Trans-Himalayan, synonym of Sino-Tibetan of the Sino-Tibetan languages, one of the major language families. Transhydrogenation, alternative form of transhydrogenation. Transhydrogenations, plural of transhydrogenation. Trans-identified female, transgender male. Trans-identified females, plural of trans-identified female. Trans-identified male, transgender female. Trans-identified males, plural of trans-identified male. Transjordan, alternative form of Transjordan. Transjordania, alternative form of Transjordan. Transjordanian, alternative form of Transjordanian. Transjordanians, plural of Transjordanian. Transjovian, further from the sun than Jupiter is. Transjurisdictional, alternative form of transjurisdictional. Trans-Karak or Amtract, a geographic area along both sides of the Shax-Am River which is de facto administered as part of Kashgar Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China, but which was claimed by Pakistan until 1963 and which is claimed by India as part of Ladakh. Translatina, a trans woman of Latin American ancestry. Translatinas, plural of Translatina. Translatino, spanning the entire Latino community. Translatinos, plural of Translatino. Translesbian, alternative form of translesbian or translesbian. Translesbians, plural of translesbian. Translunar, alternative form of translunar. Translunar injection, a maneuver that moves a spacecraft from orbit around the Earth onto a trajectory towards the Moon. Transmale, alternative form of transmale. Transmales, plural of transmale. Transmars injection, an orbital burn rocket firing used to change orbit from local orbit to a Mars transfer orbit, a solar orbit that will intercept the planet Mars. Transmars injections, plural of transmars injection. Transmartian, lying beyond the orbit of the planet Mars. Transmat, alternative spelling of transmat. Transmats, plural of transmat. Transmisogynous, alternative spelling of transmisogynist. Transmisogynistic, alternative spelling of transmisogynistic. Transmisogynists, plural of transmisogynists. Transmountain, alternative form of transmountain. Trans-Neptunian, lying beyond the orbit of the planet Neptune, especially with regard to planetary bodies. Trans-Neptunian object, any natural object, usually a minor planet, asteroid, or a hypothetical planet in the solar system with all or most of its orbit outside the orbit of Neptune. Trans-Neptunian objects, plural of trans-Neptunian object. Trans-New Guinea, a major language family spoken in large parts of New Guinea. Trans-New Guinean, of or pertaining to the Trans-New Guinea language family. Trans-Pacific, alternative spelling of Trans-Pacific. Trans-Phenomenal, alternative form of Trans-Phenomenal. Tranship, dated form of tranship and tranship. Tranship, simple past and past participle of tranship. Transhipping, present participle and gerund of tranship. Transshippings, plural of transhipping. Transships, third person singular simple present indicative of tranship. Trans-Siberian, Non-standard form of Trans-Siberian. Trans-Siberian Railway. A network of Russian railway lines which stretch from Moscow in the west to Vladivostok in the far east. Trans-Stilbene. A trans-derivative of stilbene, similar to resveratrol. Trans-Stilbenes. Plural of trans-stilbene. Transsystemic. Alternative spelling of transsystemic. Trans-Tasman. Of or pertaining to interrelationships between Australia and New Zealand. Transtesticle. A male to female transsexual person. Transtesticles. Plural of transtesticle. Transwoman. Alternative spelling of transwoman. Transwomen. Plural of transwoman. Trans. Abbreviation of translated. Transabdominal. Across or through the abdominal wall. Transabdominally. Across or through the abdominal wall. Transability. The desire or need of a person identified as able-bodied by other people to transform his or her body to obtain a physical impairment. Transabled. Of a person with body integrity identity disorder, having had an amputation or other surgery performed to remove or alter the healthy organ or part. Transableism. The desire to acquire a disability through choice rather than happenstance, the condition of having a body integrity identity disorder. Transacetylase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of an acetyl group from one molecule to another. It is produced by the structural gene of the lac operin. Transacetylases. Plural of transacetylase. Transacetylation. Transesterification of acetyl groups. Transacetylations. Plural of transacetylation. Transact. To do, carry through, conduct, or perform. Transact SQL. Acronym of Transact Structured Query Language. Transactability. Ability to be transacted. Transactable. Capable of being transacted. Transacted. Simple past and past participle of transact. Transacting. Present participle and gerund of transact. Transactini. Lying beyond Lawrencium, the last actinide in the periodic table, having an atomic number greater than 103. Transactinides. Plural of transactinide. Transaction. The act of conducting or carrying out business and negotiations plans. Transaction block. An atomic sequence of instructions. Transaction blocks. Plural of transaction block. Transaction cost. A cost in making any economic trade when participating in a market. Transaction data. Data describing an event to change as a result of a transaction and usually described with verbs. It always has a time dimension, a numerical value, and refers to one or more objects on which reference data is kept. Transaction journal. A type of accounting record used to enter business activity not involving money changing hands. Transaction journals. Plural of transaction journal. Transaction time. The time during which a fact stored in the database, represented by all the information in a row, is considered to be true and in effect. Transaction times. Plural of transaction time. Transaction utilities. Plural of transaction utility. Transaction utility. The perceived value of getting a good deal. The difference between the amount paid and a notional reference price. Transactional. of, pertaining to or involving transactions. Transactional analyses, plural of transactional analysis. Transactional analysis, a psychotherapeutic system involving analysis of relationships and interactions in terms of ego states that correspond to the roles of parent critical and nurturing, adult rational, and child intuitive and dependent. Transactional memory, a concurrency control mechanism analogous to database transactions for controlling and child intuitive and dependent. Transactional memory, a concurrency control mechanism analogous to database transactions for controlling access to shared memory. Transactionalism, an approach to education, psychology, and anthropology based on ideas of social exchange taking place through transactions, buying and selling, reading and writing, etc., and interpersonal relationships. Transactionalists, a proponent of transactionalism. Transactionalists, plural of transactionalists. Transactionalities, plural of transactionality. Transactionality, the condition of being transactional. Transactionalization, the conversion of something into a transaction or series of transactions. Transactionalize, to make transactional, to make into a transaction or exchange. Transactionalize, simple past and past participle of transactionalize. Transactionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of transactionalize. Transactionalizing, present participle and gerund of transactionalize. Transactionally, with regard to or in terms of transactions. Transactionary, transactional. Transactionless, without transactions. Transactions, plural of transaction. Transactivate, to make a host cell replicate the genetic components of a virus. Transactivated, simple past and past participle of transactivate. Transactivates, third person singular simple present indicative of transactivate. Transactivating, present participle and gerund of transactivate. Transactivation, the activation of something by another entity that has a spatial relationship with it. Transactivational, relating to transactivation. Transactivations, plural of transactivation. Transactivator, an endogenous cellular or viral protein that triggers transactivation. Transactivators, plural of transactivator. Transactivatory, relating to transactivators or to transactivation. Transactive, of or pertaining to exchanging or trading. Transactivism, activism in support of transgender people and issues relevant to them, such as ending discrimination, violence, and prejudice. Transactivist, an activist for transgender issues. Transactivists, plural of transactivists. Transactivities, plural of transactivity. Transactivity, the condition of being transactive. Transactor, a person who transacts business. Transactors, plural of transactor. Transactory, of or pertaining to transactions, transactional. Transacts, third person singular simple present indicative of transact. Transactual, transactional. Transacyclase, misspelling of transacylase. Transacylase, agiltransferase. Transacylases, plural of transacylase. Transacylated, modified by transacylation. Transacylation, the transfer of an alkyl group from one molecule to another or from one position to another. Transacylations, plural of transacylation. Transadmittance, the alternating current equivalent of transconductance. Transadmittances, plural of transadmittance. Transafrican, of or pertaining to Africa entirely. Transaldemination, modification of an aldehyde or amine into an aldimine. Transaldeminations. Plural of transaldemination. Transaldolase, an enzyme of the pentose phosphate pathway that catalyzes the chemical reaction cetoheptulose 7-phosphate plus glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate erythrose 4-phosphate plus fructose 6-phosphate. Transaldolases, plural of transaldolase. Transallelic, across alleles. Transalpine, someone from a country the other side of the Alps seen from the point of view of Italy, a non-Italian. Transalpine Gaulish, an extinct European language of the Indo-European family, spoken in Gaul. Transalpines, plural of transalpine. Transalveolar, across or through an alveolus. Transambulate, to walk through or across, to step over, especially to transit a threshold between one area and another. Transamerican, of or pertaining to America entirely. Transamidase, any transferase that transfers an amide group. Transamidases, plural of transamidase. Transamidate, to cause or to undergo transamidation. Transamidated, simple past and past participle of transamidate. Transamidating, that leads to transamidation. Transamidation, the transfer of an amide group from one compound to another. Transamidations, plural of transamidation. Transamidinase, alternative form of amidinotransferase. Transamidinases, plural of transamidinase. Transamidination, the intramolecular or intermolecular transfer of an amidine group. Transamidinations, plural of transamidination. Transaminase, any of a group of enzymes that catalyze transamination. Transaminases, plural of transaminase. Transaminate, to subject to transamination. Transaminated, simple past and past participle of transaminate. Transaminates, third person singular simple present indicative of transaminate. Transaminating, present participle and gerund of transaminate. Transamination, the transfer of an amino group from an amino acid to another molecule. Transaminations, plural of transamination. Transamminemia, the presence of transaminase in the blood. Transamminemias, plural of transamminemia. Transaminitis, the presence of an elevated level of transaminase in the body. Transammiate, across or through the amnion. Transampullary, across or through an ampulla. Transanal, through the anus. Transanally, through the anus. Transancestral, across ancestral lines. Transanimate, to transfer is soul conveyed from another body or being. Transanimated, Simple past and past participle of transanimate. Transanimates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transanimate. Transanimating. Present participle and gerund of transanimate. Transanimation. The conveyance or passing of a soul from one body to another. Transanimations. Plural of transanimation. Transannual. Across the years. Covering more than 1 year. Transannular. Across a ring or between different parts of a ring. Transannular strain. In medium-sized ring compounds, the strain due to repulsive interactions between substituents attached to non-adjacent ring atoms. Transannular strains. Plural of transannular strain. Transannularity. The quality of being transannular. Transannulally. In an transannular manner. Transannulated. Treated via transannulation. Reaction. Transannulation. Any reaction in which one type of ring system, especially a heterocycle, is converted into a different one, normally via an acyclic intermediate. Transannulations. Plural of transannulation. Transantagonism. Hostility toward transgender people. Transantagonistic. Hostile to transgender people. Transantarctic. Across or spanning the Antarctic. Transantarctics. The Transantarctic Mountains. Transantral. Through or across an antrum. Transaortic. Through the aorta. Transaortically. In a transaortic manner. Transapical. Through the apex. Transapically. Through the apex. Transarcomal. Misspelling of transarcomal. Transarctic. Across or through the Arctic. Transarterial. Via an artery. Transarterial. Across or through an arterial. Transarticular. Through or across a joint of the body. Transarticularly. In a transarticular manner, through or across a joint or joints. Transasiatic. Crossing the whole of Asia. Transat. A type of large deck chair with a footrest that can slide under the seat when not in use. Transatlantic. On, spanning or crossing, or from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Transatlantically. On the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Transatlanticism. The relationship between Britain and America, especially in literature and culture, traditionally based upon a shared history, a common language, shared principles of legal philosophy, a commonality of religious beliefs, and kinship ties. Transat. Through the atrium. Transats. Plural of transat. Transaudient. Permitting the passage of sound. Transaural. Describing a form of binaural sound reproduction. Transauricular. Across or through the auricles of the heart. Transaural. Across an aurora. Transautophosphorilation. Autophosphorylation in which the active site is on a second kinase. Transavant-garde. An Italian form of neo-expressionism. Transaxial. Across an axis. Transaxial plane. Any plane that divides the body into superior and inferior parts, roughly perpendicular to spine. Transverse plane. Transaxial planes. Plural of transaxial plane. transaxially, in a transaxial manner. Transaxillary, between the ambits. Transaxle, a single unit combining transmission gearbox, clutch, final drive, and differential. Transaxles, plural of transaxle. Transaxonal, through an axon. Transaxonally, in a transaxonal manner. Transbaikal, a mountainous region to the east of Lake Baikal in Russia. Transbaikalia, alternative form of Transbaikal. Transbasal, from the transcranial extradual anterior to the midline anterior skull base. Transbay, crossing the San Francisco Bay. Transbe, a trans-lesbian. Transbians, plural of transbian. Transbiliar, across or through a biliar. Transbiliary, through the biliary tract. Transbixen, a transisomer of Bixen. Transblack, identifying as black despite having been born as a member of a different race, typically white. Transbloth, transferred to a second gel for further separation. Transblotted, simple past and past participle of transblot. Transblotter, a device used in transblotting. Transblotters, plural of transblotter. Transblotting, transference to a second electrophoretic gel for further separation. Transporter, beyond the border, on the other side of the border. Transboundary, across a boundary. Transboy, alternative form of transboy. Transboys, plural of transboy. Transbrachial, across or through an arm. Transbrake, in drag racing, a mechanism that selectively places the transmission in first and reverse gears simultaneously, effectively holding the car stationary as if the foot brake were applied. Transbrakes, plural of transbrake. Transbronchial, through a bronchus, especially by means of a bronchoscope. Transbronchially, in a transbronchial manner or direction. Transbuccal, administered through the cheek. Transbuccally, through the cheek. Transbulbar, across or through the medulla oblongata. Transbular, through or across a bulla. Transbullarly, through or across a bulla. Transversal, across or through a bursa. Transbutch, an affab person whose gender identity or gender expression is intermediate between butch and transmasculine. Transbutches, plural of transbutch. Transcalency, the quality or state of being transcalent, conductivity to heat. Transcalent, permitting heat to pass through, conductive to heat. Transcallosal, across or through the corpus callosum. Transcallosally, in a transcallosal manner. Transcapacitance, the ability of the voltage between two nodes to alter the capacitance between another two nodes. Transcapacitances, plural of transcapacitance. Transcapillary, through a capillary. Transcapsidated, subjected to transcapsidation. Transcapsidation, the replacement of the capsid of an adenovirus. Transcapsidations, plural of transcapsidation. Transcapsular, across or through a capsule. Transcapsularly. In a transcapsular manner. Transcapular. Alternative form of transcapular. Transcarbamylase. Any transferase that catalyzes the transfer of a carbamoyl group. Transcarbamylases. Plural of transcarbamylase. Transcarbamylation. The transfer of a carbamoyl group NH2CO to another molecule. Transcarbamylations. Plural of transcarbamylation. Transcarbamylase. Any transferase that catalyzes the transfer of a carbonyl group. Transcarbamylases. Plural of transcarbamylase. Transcarbamylation. Any reaction that moves a carbonyl group from one place/molecule to another. Transcarbamylations. Plural of transcarbamylation. Transcarboxylase. Synonym of carboxyltransferase. Transcarboxylases. Plural of transcarboxylase. Transcarboxylation. The transfer of a carboxyl group. Transcarboxylations. Plural of transcarboxylation. Transcardiac. Across or through the heart. Transcardiac way. In a transcardiac way, across or through the heart. Transcardial. Through the heart. Transcardially. In a transcardial manner. Transcardiopulmonary. Across or through the heart and lungs. Transcarotid. Across or through the carotid. Transcarpal. Across or through the bones of the wrist. Transcarpathia. Zaccarpathia. Transcarpathian. Of or pertaining to Transcarpathia. Transcarpathia. Zaccarpathia. Transcaruncular. Of an ophthalmological operation between the lacrimal caruncle and the adjacent scleral tissue, usually to treat caruncular inflammation and or intumescence. Transcaruncularly. In a transcaruncular manner. Transcaspia. The name used from the second half of the 19th century until 1924 for the section of Russian Empire to the east of the Caspian Sea. Transcaspian. In, from, or otherwise relating to Transcaspia. Transcaspian Oblast. Synonym of Transcaspia. Transcaspians. Plural of Transcaspian. Transcategorial. Between categories. Transcategorical. Alternative form of transcategorial. Transcatheter. Taking place through a catheter. Transcaucasia. A mountainous region of West Asia and Eastern Europe, lying between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, comprising the republics of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Transcaucasian. In, from, or otherwise relating to Transcaucasia, the region south, i.e. opposite Mother Russia of the Caucasian Mountains. Transcaucasian SFSR. A Soviet republic consisting of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan with its capital in Tbilisi 1922-1936. Transcaucasians. Plural of Transcaucasian. Transcaucasus. Alternative form of Transcaucasia, a mountainous region of West Asia and Eastern Europe, lying between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, comprising the republics of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Transcaval. Across or through the vena cava. Transcavitary. Through a cavity. Transceive. To both transmit and receive. Transceived. simple past and past participle of transceive. Transceiver, a combined radio transmitter and receiver. Transceivers, plural of transceiver. Transceives, third person singular simple present indicative of transceive. Transceiving, present participle and gerund of transceive. Transcellular, through cells as opposed to between them. Transcellularly, in a transcellular manner. Transcend, to pass beyond the limits of something. Transcendability, the quality or state of being transcendable. Transcendable, able to be transcended. Transcended, simple past and past participle of transcend. Transcendence, the act of surpassing usual limits. Transcendence degree, given a field extension L/K, the largest cardinality of an algebraically independent subset of L over K. Transcendence degrees, plural of transcendence degree. Transcendences, plural of transcendence. Transcendencies, plural of transcendency. Transcendency, transcendence. Transcendent, surpassing usual limits. Transcendental, a transcendentalist. Transcendental critique, a criticism of a philosophy from a religious or transcendent standpoint. Transcendental critiques, plural of transcendental critique. Transcendental ego, alternative form of transcendental. Ego. Transcendental ego, the conscious self which is the unifying subject of a person's experiences and which cannot itself be experienced as an object, understood by Immanuel Kant 1724-1804 as noble only by inference, and understood by Edmund Husserl 1859-1938 as pure consciousness. Transcendental egos, plural of transcendental ego. Transcendental egos, plural of transcendental ego. Transcendental function, any function that is algebraically independent of its variable s, a function which does not satisfy a polynomial equation whose coefficients are themselves polynomials. Transcendental functions, plural of transcendental function. Transcendental idealism, a school of philosophy first proposed by Immanuel Kant. It can be juxtaposed with transcendental realism in that it views things in terms of how they appear to the actor rather than how they actually are. Transcendental idealisms, plural of transcendental idealism. Transcendental materialism, the doctrine based on the theory that materiality manufactures out of itself that which comes to detach from and achieve independence in relation to it. Transcendental meditation, a form of mantra meditation introduced worldwide in 1957 by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi 1917-2008. Transcendental meditations, plural of transcendental meditation. Transcendental number, any irrational number that is not an algebraic number. Transcendental number theory, the branch of number theory that deals with transcendental numbers. Transcendental numbers, plural of transcendental number. Transcendental realism, a school of philosophy that can be juxtaposed with transcendental idealism in that it views things in terms of how they actually are rather than how they appear to the actor. Transcendental realisms, plural of transcendental realism. Transcendentalize, alternative form of transcendentalize. Transcendentalize, simple and past participle of transcendentalize. Transcendentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transcendentalize. Transcendentalizing. Present participle and gerund of transcendentalize. Transcendentalism. The transcending or going beyond, empiricism, and ascertaining a priori the fundamental principles of human knowledge. Transcendentalisms. Plural of transcendentalism. Transcendentalist. One who believes in transcendentalism. Transcendentalistic. Of or relating to transcendentalism. Transcendentalists. Plural of transcendentalists. Transcendentalities. Plural of transcendentality. Transcendentality. The state or condition of being transcendental. Transcendentalize. To make transcendental. Transcendentalize. Simple past and past participle of transcendentalize. Transcendentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transcendentalize. Transcendentalizing. Present participle and gerund of transcendentalize. Transcendentally. In a transcendental manner. Transcendentalness. The state or condition of being transcendental. Transcendentals. Plural of transcendental. Transcendently. In a transcendent manner. Transcendentness. Transcendence. Transcendence. Plural of transcendent. Transcender. One who transcends. Transcenders. Plural of transcender. Transcendable. Alternative form of transcendable. Transcending. Present participle and gerund of transcend. Transcendingly. So as to transcend. Transcendingness. The quality of being transcending. Transcends. Third person singular simple present indicative of transcend. Transcension. The act of transcending or surpassing. Transcensions. Plural of transcension. Transcephalic. Across the cephalon. Transception. A physical comparison that cannot be seen physically, but sensed mentally due to the schizophrenic nature. For example, believing people are aliens. Transceptions. Plural of transception. Transceptor. A transporter substrate complex that transduces signals to the inside of a cell. Transceptors. Plural of transceptor. Transcerebellar. Through or across the cerebellum. Transcerebral. Through or across the cerebrum. Transcervical. Through the cervix. Transcervically. In a transcervical manner, through the cervix. Transchalcome. The trans isomer of a chalcone. Transchalcomes. Plural of tranchalcome. Tranchange. To transform. Transmute. Translate. To undergo translation. Translated. Simple past and past participle of translate. Translation. A form of chelation in which one chelate group replaces another. Transcriptization. A chemical reaction in which an amine and a primary amine exchange attached chemical groups. Transcoriane. Through the chorion. Choroidal. Across or through the choroid. Transchromosomal. Describing a cell or individual having one or more chromosomes or fragments transferred from a different species. Transchromosomic. Transromosomal. Transceiver. Misspelling of transceiver. Transcriptomics. Misspelling of transcriptomics. Transclass. Across multiple social classes. Transclassification. The process of transclassifying information. Transclassify. Simple past and past participle of transclassify. Transclassifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of transclassify. Transclassify. To change the status of information from one classification level, e.g. RD or FRD, to another. Transclassifying. Present participle and gerund of transclassify. Transclival. Across or through the clivus. Transclude. To replace a template or other input with its rendered text, such as when parsing Wikitext. To include by transclusion. To process fetched data in line. Transcluded. Simple past and past participle of transclude. Transcludes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transclude. Transcluding. Present participle and gerund of transclude. Transclusion. The inclusion of part of one hypertext document in another one by means of reference rather than copying. Transclusions. Plural of transclusion. Transco. Abbreviation of National Transmission Corporation. Transcobalamin. Any of the class of carrier proteins which bind cobalamin. Transcobalamins. Plural of transcobalamin. Transcochlear. Across or through the cochlea. Transcodable. Capable of being transcoded. Transcode. To convert from one encoding to another. Transcoded. Simple past and past participle of transcode. Transcoders. Plural of transcoder. Transcodes. Third person singular simple present indicative of transcode. Transcoding. Present participle and gerund of transcode. Transcodings. Plural of transcoding. Transcodings. Plural of transcoding. Transcolamic. Across or through a coelom. Transcolamically. In a transcolamic manner or direction. Transcollate. To strain as if through a sieve. Transcollated. Simple past and past participle of transcollate. Transcollates. Third person singular simple present indicative of transcollate. Transcollating. Present participle and gerund of transcollate. Transcollation. Act of transcollating or state of being transcollated. Transcollateral. Across the collateral arteries. Transcolonial. Involving several colonies, spanning multiple colonies or across multiple colonial borders. Transcolumnar. Across or through a column in various contexts. Transcommunication. Communication with the dead or the spiritual world. Transcommunity. Dated form of transcommunity. Transcompartmental. Between compartments. Transcompilation. The translation of source code in one programming language into source code for another programming language. Transcompile. To compile source code by translating from one source programming language to either another language or an older version of the same language, producing translated source code in the other language or version. Transcompiled, simple past and past participle of transcompile. Transcompiler, a translating compiler that takes the source code of a programming language as its input and outputs the source code into either another programming language or an older version of the same language. Transcompilers, plural of transcompiler. Transcompiles, third person singular simple present indicative of transcompile. Transcompiling, present participle and gerund of transcompile. Transcomplement, a gene involved in transcomplementation. Transcomplementation, complementation between different genes. Transcomplementations, plural of transcomplementation. Transcomplemented, modified by transcomplementation. Transcomplementing, present participle and gerund of transcomplement. Transcomplements, plural of transcomplement. Transcon, abbreviation of transcontinental. Transconductance, the ratio of the change in output current to the change in input voltage across a circuit. Transconductances, plural of transconductance. Transcondylar, across a condyle. Transconform, to change the conformation of a molecule. Transconformed, simple past and past participle of transconform. Transconforming, present participle of transconform. Transconforms, third person singular simple present indicative of transconform. Transconjugant, an organism, especially a bacterium that has incorporated DNA from another via conjugation. Transconjugants, plural of transconjugant. Transconjugate, to conjugate genetic material with another bacterium. Transconjugated, simple past and past participle of transconjugate. Transconjugates, third person singular simple present indicative of transconjugate. Transconjugation, the process or the result of transconjugating. Transconjugations, plural of transconjugation. Transconjunctival, across or through a conjunctiva. Transconjunctivally, across or through a conjunctiva. Transcontextual, across multiple normally related contexts. Transcontextually, in a transcontextual manner. Transcontinental, crossing or spanning a continent. Transcontinentally, in a transcontinental manner, across a continent. Transcontinentals, plural of transcontinental. Transcorneal, through or across the cornea. Transcorneally, in a transcorneal manner. Transcoronary, across or through the heart. Transcorporate, across or involving different corporations. Transcorporate, simple past and past participle of transcorporate. Transcorporates, third person singular simple present indicative of transcorporate. Transcorporating, present participle and gerund of transcorporate. Transcorrelation, a space and time averaged correlation. Transcorrelations, plural of transcorrelation. Transcortical, between the two parts of the cerebral cortex. Transcortically, across the cerebral cortex. Transcortin, a protein corticosteroid binding globulin. Transcortins, plural of transcortin. Transcosmic, across or beyond the cosmos. Transcountry, across or through a country. Transcranial, passing through the cranium. Transcranial direct current stimulation, a form of neurostimulation which uses a constant low current delivered to the brain area of interest via electrodes on the scalp, typically as a way of treating psychiatric conditions. Transcranial Doppler, a type of Doppler ultrasonography that measures the velocity of blood flow through the brain's blood vessels. Transcranial Dopplers, plural of transcranial Doppler.